Thank you. Sorry, yeah. Wait a minute. Little gavel's ready. Yeah. And thank you all for being here. And we are on day 3 of our budget. And I really appreciate you all being with us today. Before we get started, it is absolutely important that we sing happy birthday to Geronimo Vasquez. And it's a big birthday, right? So it's important for us to celebrate. Ready? Happy birthday to Yeah, and I can't think of a better way to celebrate a birthday than during budget, huh? So, yeah, he knows how to have a good time. Oh, the best is yet to be, Geronimo. So anyway, well, we are going to move forward on that. Our first order of business is call to order, and my name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the supervisor for District 1 and chair of the board. District 2, birthday boy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Geronimo Vasquez. I turned 50 today, and thank you very much. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair. Thank you.
District 3.
Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Good morning. Happy birthday again, Ramo. What are we gonna do on Independence Day? That's my birthday. What schedule is that? So anyway.
Fireworks.
Fireworks, huh? So anyway, District 4 Supervisor Judy B. Gay.
District 5.
And Lena Fowler.
All right, it's the gang's all here. So we're going to move forward. And again, really appreciate the great job that our staff is doing and the department heads on making sure that we've got the information we need to make the best decisions for our communities. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our county manager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today, we begin our conversations with our criminal justice, members of our criminal justice system. Starting with the Flagstaff Constable and then Williams Constable, James is going to introduce. And then we'll take a break, and then we have our county attorney, public defender, legal defender, who are all here in the audience. So thank you all so much for being here. And then we'll end the day with our sheriff to talk about the sheriff's budget in the jail district. So today is Wednesday. We have a great day ahead of us. And anything to add, Siri? We're good? All right, thank you. So James.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. James Orlowski, Director of Strategic Initiatives. As you all no doubt know, I wear a lot of hats for the county. One that I have the privilege, though, is being our liaison in the county manager's office to our elected constables. And so I'm here today to get the conversation started on the budget, and shortly I'll introduce the folks that are here from the local constables' offices. I did want to call your attention to your budget binders. There are 2 tabs for the constable's office, one for Flagstaff and one for Williams, and just wanted to call your attention to the fact that there are 3 increment requests that were included as part of the budget process this year that were submitted by the elected constables' offices. And just wanted to flag for you, if you're looking at the kind of summary page with the pink and green columns, those constable increment requests are about halfway down on that first page. And you'll see that there are a total of 3, one of which is recommended by the manager and included in the proposed budget, and 2 which are highlighted in gray that are not. The one that's included in the recommended budget is for emergency dispatch services. I know the constables will talk about this a little bit in their remarks, but they recently got an upgrade to radio equipment, and so the amount that's recommended in the budget will enable them to have dispatch services through the city of Flagstaff, which you'll recall earlier this year you approved an IGA with the city of Flagstaff. So with that, we're going to start the morning this morning with our Flagstaff elected constable. And unfortunately, Danny Thomas wasn't able to be here today. He had prior commitments. So he sends his regrets, but we're lucky to be joined by Linda Kaczynski, who's in Danny's office. And so she's going to come up and present on the Flagstaff constable's budget. So Linda.
Veggie.
Good morning,
Sorry,
everybody.
I really appreciate you being here. Somebody actually made us breakfast this morning. Can you believe it? Erica, thank you, Erica. So, and thank you for being with us. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. We're going to start. James is going to be my clicker guy because I'm very not computer oriented. Okay, Danny Thomas is our elected constable. This is the end of his term. He will be retiring in December, so he'll no longer be with us. And I've been around since probably before the county started. Over 50 years. So I've been with the Sheriff's Department for 32 and then 20 years in December for the Constable's office. So I will be filling in today. This is not my thing. So
Well, thank you for
So
your
please-
service to the county. I want you to know that that's
Thank you.
extensive and very appreciated. So
Thank you very much. So I plan one more year and then I'm gonna really, truly, probably cut it. As you can see, the accomplishments that we've experienced, the most important is the amount of satisfied warrants that we've collected. This has gone up from last year. It's continuing to go up. We are involved with the dispatch center, with the communications. We all train at the Constable Ethics Board. We've got a grant for $2,910 for our CLEAR software. The CLEAR software is the computer software that helps us find the people. Okay, we can run their name, date of birth, social, anything we have, or we can just run a name and a location, and we can find where these people are. This system has really helped, number one, with the warrants, because nobody's at their original address for warrants. And it also helps us with our civil activity. We can look for people and find their new addresses, where they work, things like that, from this CLEAR system. So it's been a very beneficial program. And we reapply every year, and we've gotten it every year for, I think it's like 15 years now. So this has been a great asset to the department. So we even have other agencies have called us and said, is there any way you could look this guy up for me? So it's helped other agencies, other officers, things like that. So it's been a very, very significant part of our department. And the operations manager position, we're looking to modernize the entire position by we're asking for to be put in instead of as temporary part-time, put it as part-time. So we'll be discussing that. Okay, this is our accomplishments. These are just some of the stats. They're very basic, but I just wanted you to notice, like with the summonses, we went up over 100. That is due to evictions. Our eviction activity has grown a whole lot this past couple of years, but it just continues. We're getting more evictions. We're having more writs, which is the physical removal. So that is getting more and more of them. So we're doing probably 10, 12 a week on an average week of the evictions. So it's growing due to economy, due to everything else that's going on. So that's an issue. Orders of protection. Everybody hates everybody these days. And we deal with their orders of protection and injunctions. So that went up over 160 this year. So that's another one that just continues. And the other services went up 1,300. So everything is just growing every year. Our activity is just growing. And our revenue from warrants is up an additional 78,000 this year. So that's an exciting amount. So that is due to us contacting these people. Some of our warrants are from the 90s. Every once in a while, I get one from the 80s that they haven't paid. So, yeah. So these people call up and say, I did that in college, and now I'm a grandfather. This is ridiculous. You know, I'm like, sorry. You know, you should have gotten it taken care of then. Most people think they did, and they just lost track. You know, they thought they had it cared. And sometimes it's only a minor amount that's left that they didn't cover, or a class that they were supposed to take that they didn't do. So, but it's been getting things done. It's clearing the rolls slowly but surely. Okay, these are our strengths and weaknesses. Between us, we have over 100 years of law enforcement background. So that's really in our favor. It's a lot of time of being cops. And I know our new constable that we'll be getting doesn't have law enforcement experience, but he does have military experience and Homeland Security experience. So he's going to be great in that position. So he will step in there. We understand the judicial process. That's all stuff that we have done, we have experienced. We have over 50 years in civil law alone of experience. So this is our expertise, is civil law. It's what we do. And so that's just a good background for how we are able to get it all done without as much time as maybe others would. We know the shortcuts. We know the way that it needs to be handled. Our weaknesses, we've got a huge area. You know, we all know the issue with miles. We have a small budget and a lot of papers and a lot of area to do it in. So those are our big weaknesses there. Okay, the other, we have a great partnership with the other agencies. I come from the sheriff's office. Danny was with PD and with narcotics and alcohol. So we have a lot of continuity with the other agencies that we can help glean information from. So that's been a very big help to us. Threats. The public is losing respect for law enforcement. We have had more close calls, more fights, more volatile issues in the past year, year and a half than we have ever before. People are just, they have no respect, and they're being told they don't have to listen to cops. And so it ends up that we're having more fights and more serious situations. So there's been a couple of very serious ones this past year. So that's a big issue. And someday we'd like to see it where there are 2 constables maybe, or a constable and a full-time deputy to go out. We do need backup. We'd have to call for backup often, which was never the case before. So it is getting much more serious. Emotional tension on evictions. People, you're not going to throw me out of my house. Like, yes, we are. And it gets pretty ugly. We try to do it in the kindest way we can. I try to explain to the people how it happened, you know, how the court issues till it came to this point. I have a flyer that I give out that gives all kinds of public assistance information, phone numbers for rent assistance and to help them find another place and things like that, to just try to give them an answer. When somebody walks into your house and says, "You're out now," what do I do? Where do I go? And so this information just kind of gives them something in hand to let them know that we are trying to still help them. So,
Supervisor Fowler, and I was
Yes.
going to ask a question about that too.
What's the average age and what kind of population are we talking about that are not able to stay in their homes?
I'd say probably most of them would be late 20s into their 30s in that area. A lot of them have kids. And it's like, my child is at school. What am I going to do when I'm not here when he gets home? And so I try to give them alternative things that we can do, contact the school, let them know what's going on so that they can keep the child there. You can pick them up there. Do you have a car? No. Okay, we need to call somebody who can come and get you, especially in the winter when it's snowing out, which doesn't happen often anymore. But we try to give them avenues of an answer to help them because their brain first thing it just goes. They don't know what to do.
And where are most of these evictions happening?
Apartments, a good deal of them are in the apartments here in town. Yeah. Yeah. And they're just, the rent is high and it's just overwhelming to a lot of them. So that's our biggest problems is the evictions.
If you wouldn't mind, I would love to see the materials that you hand them to kind of help on the evictions. As you know, we have Coconino County has emergency rental and utility assistance. And I'm wondering if those are for outside Flagstaff, and my guess is most of yours are in Flagstaff, but
Yeah.
I would love to see it if you wouldn't mind. And, it might be something for HHS to take a look at. And, they may be able to even give some suggestions on your handout or not. I wouldn't have any idea since I haven't seen it. But,
Right.
obviously this is a concern for all of us. People that are unhoused, especially with kids. It's so I'd love to see what your handouts are.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have any with me.
That's all
I'll
right.
send one over.
Thank you. Really
I'll get
appreciate
that
that.
together this week.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Supervisor Begay, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation. With all these things happening, I'm just kind of wondering why there was no request for additional personnel at this point in time. Like,
We've tried to get the part-time position, the half-time, to get more hours just for that. And we've been slowly successful making small steps, and I'm going to be asking for a little more this time because we need the help.
yeah, I was kind of thinking like one position that would actually be there to help, especially with evictions. I know there's a lot of things that happen, and it's getting worse and worse with all these drug activities and stuff like that, around. It's not only in Flagstaff areas, pretty much, throughout the county
Oh,
that
yeah,
we know.
everywhere.
So that's just the only thing I want to ask. Thank you.
I'm going to ask for that because ideally, I would love to see the constable, a full-time deputy constable, and then an operations manager, an office person, either full-time or half-time. That would be the ideal because now we have to call PD or SO to back us up. Danny has waited 2 hours for a backup from PD. By then, if anything's going to happen, it's happened. He has to step back and wait. So that's been a real problem. You know, that we're talking about life or death at some of these cases where he or someone else could have been killed, where I or someone else could have been killed. So these are things that we really are going to have to start thinking about.
Well, and I think that's important, obviously, for the police and the sheriff's department too. I mean, that's a criminal activity or potential criminal activity. And, you know, obviously the people that are the most knowledgeable, the most experienced and the most qualified, they need to be there with you.
That's true. In a lot of agencies, the police are literally right there. When they do evictions down in the valley, PD is on hand or very close, which we do not have right now. So that's something we'd love to be able to work on. And we have a new sheriff now, and we're going to be working with Brett to see if we can get for out in the county things. But yeah, that's something, these are goals that we'd love to see come to fruition, because I don't want to ever shoot somebody, you know, or neither does Dan.
And we don't want you to
Yeah,
shoot anyone.
exactly.
I want to make that really clear to you.
Either way, we don't either, trust me. The paperwork is horrible. But we need to get the job done. And if 2 officers can stop a person from intending to attack, that would be better. That is our goal. So that's something that we are working on. Financial realities, we have a lot of needs and not much money. Story of everybody's life. So we do rely on the equipment grant for the clear. Every year we have gotten that, so we at least have our computer program. That has helped because they're in that program, in the information, we find out if the suspect has had police activity, if they have multiple warrants, if they have assaulted an officer. That gives us a clue of what we're going to be walking into. So that helps. So that clear program has been very beneficial. And sometimes people just snap after never having anything, which I can imagine. Somebody coming to my house and saying, "You're out." And there have been times when a couple, the wife gets the papers, the wife has dealt with all of this because she pays the bills. Husband's sitting at home thinking everything is paid and life is good. We come in, he had no idea that they're being evicted. So it's total shock. So these are the kind of volatile things that happen. And you feel terrible, but there's nothing we can do. You know, we can't change it. We have a court order that says we will do it or else we're in trouble. We can be sued. We can lose our home. So that's some of the issues. Okay, the increment request. We're asking here for $1,500 to fund additional hours for the operations manager. I'd like to give you just a little bit of information. All right, this position is definitely a full-time job. The warrants section alone could be a full-time job. If we had more time to work the warrants, we could double the amount that we do, which would bring a huge amount into the county. It would make people responsible for their warrants. It would take that responsibility and put it where it's supposed to be. So that would be an ideal thing. Last year we did 1,591 warrants. We brought in $325,751 in 1 year, just in satisfied warrants. That wouldn't have happened if we hadn't done our program. So this is above and beyond the other ways that people pay their warrants. This is strictly from us going after them and sending them the letters. We collected $25,873 in warrant fees. So that was was $5,000 more than the year before. Okay, when a lot of people, I heard the other day, somebody in the county, a person called that had a warrant letter. And he said it wasn't him. Okay, they always say that. Then I said, well, it's your date of birth, your social security number, and down here in the report, it says this is the day you were arrested, and this is the day the warrant was issued on your file. Oh, well, that was a long time ago. I don't consider that still valid. County does. You know, we do, and this has to be paid. But he got somebody else in the county, and the person that he talked to said, oh, they just go fishing for names, so don't worry about it, just ignore it. Like, excuse me, we don't go fishing for names. It takes us between 5 and 10 minutes per name to research them. We can find out where they lived before. He lived in Flagstaff, same year as the warrant. Okay, let's go down a little further. We dig through their history to find out that this person is the right person. So it's a long time consuming. We get thousands a month from the warrants office. So it is a big program that we do. So then we have to research them, find out the person, fill out the letter, the envelope. We have to update information in the computer, in our system, on the printouts and things like that, just for one person. So to do that for every person we're looking for is quite time consuming. You know, it's not a 10-second, that guy looks like the right one. You know, so this is a big job. Some of the things that the operation manager does is we have all the financials. We maintain the checkbook. We do the balances for the checkbook and all the banking. We do docketing. We have to keep very strict, tight paperwork on what is being done, how the money part of it. We've been audited by the AG's office, and they'll come in and open up a book and say, okay, show me this case from beginning to end. And we have to show them from the time the paper came in, the money was brought in, this amount was sent back to them, and all of that. So the books have to be kept very, very stringently, very tight. And we do that. There's all kinds of reports that have to be done. It is a full-time job too. So that's all what we're about. We put in the request for the $1,500 months back when we started all of this. After we put in this request, we were notified by finance that our prospected budget, if it goes the way it's been going, is going to be over $5,000 over budget. So we need help. We already are behind that much just for this year that's finishing up now. So we would like to see that 1,500 a little higher if at all possible so that we could do it. It all comes from most of it comes from the operation manager's pay. We did not know until this past year that for the operations manager's position to be their money to be put into the retirement system, they have to work 20 hours a week for 20 weeks without a break. Can't take any time off, can't miss that amount. We did not know that before. So the year before, didn't do it. So no money went into retirement. This year, we did it. I got the 2020, but that sucked up a huge amount of our budget that we didn't know about. So that is going to affect our bottom line again this year and next year and from here on in. So we're going to have to make sure. So that is the big reason why we're asking if we could get more of an increase to just come out in the black, if nothing else, because of that. Because like now, this week, Danny's on vacation, so I have to work all week. So that puts me at 40 hours this week. Then I can't take off the next 2 weeks to make up for that, because who's going to do the docketing and the financials and all the other paperwork? So I'm always running behind. So that's the reason that we are looking for some help. We're getting the new constable, and that's going to be a brand new issue, because when Ernie comes in, he's going to have to go right off the bat the first week or so of January to training. So the operations manager has to be there to run the office and keep things going. Well, with us already being so far behind, there's going to be more work then. So we're going to have to train him. He's going to have to be trained. We're going to have to work. Then he knows nothing about the work in the office. Danny's gone, so that position is going to have to be covered by the operations manager, which is going to mean more hours. And we're already behind. We can't. So this is going to be another issue that we're going to be dealing with in the new year. So we're just trying to do the best we can with what we've got. And then the fact that if I leave next year, we're going to have to be looking for another certified law enforcement officer to take over the position. And, the position only pays $21,000. It's going to be really hard to find somebody at that, especially with all the responsibility. So we're trying to also slide that into. So the part-time position, instead of it being temporary, we're asking for that just for benefits. There again, that'll help for the new person. This temporary position that has been over 30 years. I know of for definitely 30 years, and it was probably before that. So it's been temporary for 30 years. So we'd love to see that get put into part-time at least. The second increment request is about the radios. Constable King is coming up next, and he can explain that to you. So if you have any questions on the radios, you can talk to him about that. Outlook, we'd sure like to get more hours, more time, more protection for our people. It says here that we serve 99% of all documents generated at Flag Justice Court. That's true, but we also serve Superior Court. We serve for courts all over the country. We receive mail every day from courts all over the nation. So we get activity from everywhere, not just the Justice Court. We're trying to do our best to get the job done as quickly as we can and as efficiently as we can. And that's about all we can say. Does anyone have any questions?
So, yeah, I do. The Danny Thomas is retiring in December, and you've got a new constable. I assume that's going to be coming to the board.
It's
Well,
an election.
Elections.
There'll be
yeah.
an election
Yeah,
coming up?
yes, it's an election.
Oh, so it's going to be,
Yeah.
Does his term end, or is he retiring during the middle of his
His
term?
term ends, and Ernie Barsica, who is a bailiff now, has put in his
So,
petitions and has them all turned in. No one else is running against him, so
what's his last name? I'm sorry. His last name?
Barsica,
Garcic, okay.
something like that.
All right, good. Thank you. Thank you for that update.
So that's where, we're already anticipating it'll be Ernie.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Madam, can Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so I understand, you said that you were notified by finance that you're over budget.
We will be.
You will be over budget. My question is that because of the retirement contribution that you were referring to? Maybe I could get some clarification on that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. So in looking at it, it does appear that the department is utilizing the temp staff for more hours than what their budget actually was approved for, which would create the issue with the retirement system contribution that was not included in the budget. So in looking at their budget, it does appear that to cover the retirement system contributions, it could put them over budget if they continue on the same path of the number of hours that they are scheduling for the part-time position to work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us this morning and for the overview. You did a great job. Danny should have probably had you do it every year.
Don't say that. Every year since I retired 14 years ago, I've said, this is my last year here. This is my last year here.
Well, thank you again for your service. Yeah. There you go. All right.
Madam Chair, members of the board,
Yeah.
just looking at the budget, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can, I think there's some important background information on this budget, just to add to what Linda presented in her presentation. So the total operating budget for this position, including the budget for the part-time position, is just over $30,000. And I will point you to your financial information in your book and note that last year, if you go to page 2 for Flagstaff Constable, you'll notice on the increment history box, that's that second box, one thing that was done for this department was including the cost of motor pool repairs, estimated at a little over $3,000 a year, was actually moved out of their budget. So last year, this department received a de facto budget increase of $3,000 in addition to CPI of $1,500 last year, which was both on their temp and on their operating budget. So this department budget has actually increased fairly significantly over the past, in the past fiscal year. And then this year with the other 5%, that is the reason for the recommendation to not include the increase in the hours, because in effect, it was actually received last year.
Thank you for the update.
All right, well, we'll keep the discussion moving, and next we'll bring up the Constable for Williams. So Constable King, if you'd like to come up, and thank you for being here this morning.
Madam Chair, as the constable comes up, just briefly, I wanted to highlight that this office and the Flagstaff office, I believe, received the CPI. That is included. So the 5% CPI for both offices was included in the budget.
Thank you, Eric. And if I can also on this one, because I'm sure it will be noted that there was a request for ammunition and upgraded services for radios for $600. The CPI for this department is $380 for the Williams Constable. The request was for $600, but you'll also note on their form from last year that they also had the cost of motor pool repairs moved out of their budget, which was $2,000. So again, the recommendation just really reflects that in effect, both of those have been funded through CPI and the change in motor pool in recent years.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us, Constable. Appreciate you being with us this morning.
Good morning. I appreciate you taking time for me this morning. My name is Gregory King. I am the Constable for Precinct 3 of Coconino County. I have been so employed since January of 2021 on appointment by the Board of Supervisors to fill a vacancy. I was elected in 2022 to the current day and have filed the necessary paperwork and signatures. Will probably be elected again this year for another 4-year term. My background as a policeman goes back about 55 years. And I know that sounds unbelievable, but it is in fact the truth. Having been a number of types of police officer over the years. The constable's job was a new challenge to me in life. The administration issues and the the budget issues and so on. The actual street job was not a challenge in that I had a lot of experience being a street policeman. So I have struggled with the administrative side of this quite a bit, but I've had a lot of help from the Board of Supervisors, all the different departments of the county government, fleet, the county attorney. I've talked to probation, all the facilities, everybody, and they've been very helpful and done everything they could do at a given moment. So I appreciate that. My budget, similar to the Precinct 1 constable, continues to have growing pains. Although the number is smaller than the Precinct 1, and the overall number in the various categories, it is still much the same, just the numbers are smaller. My current budget operating, I believe, is around $7,600, $7,800, and I asked for an increase of about $600. Part of that is for radio service, for the radios we acquired this past year, and I thank you for helping us get them. As Linda said, the job is dangerous, and the radio makes the difference to get help or not get help. Cell phones are a neat gadget, but a lot of places I go, and some of the places Linda and Danny go, the phones don't work, but a radio will. So we appreciate that. Radios require a minimal annual service. And like anything else, the towers on the mountains that all of the radio users use in and around Flagstaff and Coconino County require maintenance. And with that maintenance and upgrades to the base station radios in the various departments and the towers that they talk through to reach people in the field, in vehicles and on portable radios, with that maintenance, frequencies change a little bit. So a radio technician has to service the radios. And you've probably heard that from the sheriff and others that use radios in Coconino County. So part of the request I asked for is for radio maintenance on my budget of about $300 for annual radio maintenance. The second half of the $600 increase I asked for is for ammunition, service carry ammunition for the county issued guns that we acquired this year. Service carry ammunition is a type of a round that one would carry on duty to do the job, such as I'm carrying now. Practice ammunition is a different type of round and has a similar cost. I provide my own practice ammo. So the second half of my request was $300 to purchase service ammo for the county guns, the pistols. So that's the only increase I'm asking for. With regard to the radio grant and the monies, originally the grant was approved and accepted and bid at about $32,009 and change. From the time the grant was requested and the bid and so on, there was a change in the radio infrastructure in the county. So the radio we purchased changed with that slightly, and that left a balance after the radios were paid for of about $7,500 because the radios changed, cost less because of the infrastructure for the radios, the towers and the base stations and so on. So that left a little more money towards the first year operating fee, which was written into the grant, with a little bit left over for a second year, which would give the county time for us to work in the continuation of the radio fees to the city so that we can continue using the radios. So, and having watched the slides that Linda presented and could be put up again, there was, like I said, about $7,500 plus or minus a few dollars towards the operational fee to the city for the radios. With regard to my activity, much like Linda presented, my activity increased by about 35 or 40 documents. My hours fluctuate. This past year, around 1,152 hours worked. I drove about 8,500 miles. I collected just over $3,000 in constable fees for documents I can charge for by law. I attended 120 hours of constable or law enforcement training, and I assist the bailiffs at the Justice Court in Williams with judicial security as they need. That usually equates to cases involving person or people that present a threat, public safety threat to the court, where they ask for the constable and or a deputy sheriff or sometimes the city police or a combination of us to be there, where there's at least 2 or 3 officers for a given scenario case that may have an issue in the courtroom or on a court property. So that's the overview of my hours and activity. With regard to the future, I'm going to continue looking for grant opportunities through the Constables Board and any other entity of government that it would be permissible for us to get a grant from. We talk about, I talk regularly with the fleet garage about our vehicles. Currently they're running and operational, but they are very old. Mine in particular. Precinct 1 office vehicle is newer, but it had substantial mechanical issues last year, several months back. Mine, simply because of age, is 21 years old, and I'm about the 4th county government user to use the vehicle. So I keep looking at that and talking to Javier over at County Fleet Services about potential replacements, type of vehicle, and what it needs to be, and equipment, having the radio installed, and so on. Other things I look at on behalf of constables' offices, all in Coconino County, currently 2, are, and as the screen shows, it refers to MDC. That's a computer that can be used in the car or used in the office. But they're hugely expensive. The sheriff, the police, the DPS, all those agencies have them, but they require great electronic infrastructure, either by way of a secure air card or through the radio communication towers. And of course, the annual maintenance on them. Body cameras, you hear a lot about that these days in government and public safety, police officers and general corrections and so on. They too are hugely expensive. They require a lot of infrastructure. The sheriff has them for his department. The court security bailiffs in Coconino have them. There are 2 separate contracts. They have to have a records keeping system, usually from the company that makes the camera, and the annual update and maintenance on them, batteries, chargers, and so on. So they too are very expensive. Currently, the constables do not use any form of camera. Tasers, again, an electronic item, hugely expensive to purchase. They have pros and cons in their use. they again require from the company that makes them, you have to set up a database to store what they record, or the electronic information, when they were turned on, when they were fired, how long they were fired, when they were downloaded into that system, the batteries, the charging for the individual taser or battery for the taser, all very expensive again. But it's considered a less lethal weapon as compared to a sidearm, a pistol, or a long gun. There's been much said about them over the years since they were created, about, well, people have died from after being used with a taser used on them. There's many reasons for that. They're still a good instrument, a good tool as an alternative to a handgun or a long gun, but there are things to consider. For example, if an officer uses mace, pepper spray, tear gas, any of those things, a chemical less lethal. If there's alcohol in those substances, and another officer with a taser then uses the taser because the subject is not complying, it is conceivable and has happened. The second officer with a taser can set the person on fire because of the alcohol in the pepper spray, mace, or tear gas. So one has to know when you're working, if there's more than one officer and you're using a chemical agent and the electronic device, the taser, you got to know what the other guy's got and if it's got alcohol in it. So there's plus and minuses to both. People with medical conditions, heart conditions, respiratory, chemical agents, pepper spray, mace, can affect your breathing. Electronic shock of the taser if you have a heart condition. So those are all things I keep looking at and researching to see if I can find a appropriate, less lethal tool for the constables to carry.
Well, we hope you don't have to use any of that, for heaven's sakes.
Yes, ma'am. I have been very fortunate in 55 years. Only some less lethal instruments at a given moment in time. I have managed to avoid having to do the ultimate thing. And I consider that a personal achievement. So with that, I'll conclude. The job is dangerous.
I
I'm-
apologize. Supervisor Fowler's got a question.
Well, it's a comment also. Just wondering how, you were talking about how you're going to be writing grants. I was wondering, it's a question to the county manager, if there's a grant writer within, that could assist the constables with these grants that they wish to write for.
Madam Chair and members, certainly, excuse me. So yes, the constables, Mr. Orlowski is always available to him, but there is a grant writer that exists within the HHS offices that works for the entire county apparatus.
Okay.
You
I
can
will
get
make use of
assistance.
that.
Yes, and then I'm concerned about the, and I guess all the constables and just the safety, your safety when you're out there alone. And just wondering how, we could make sure that your safety is utmost important. And so how do we work, and that this is back to the county again, how do we make sure, how can we study to make sure that our constables are safe, and what measures can we take? There's the tasers, ammunition, the guns, then there's the body camera, and then the safety of making sure the vehicle works right. I mean, these are measures that are very important in their work, and they're in the rural communities. And so where there is no phone service, so radio, I'm just wondering how do we take a comprehensive look to see how, to make sure that they are safe, just like our buildings, we want to make sure they're safe. And those are things that these are measures that we're taking. And I think we need to maybe take a look at that with the constables that are working in the rural communities. Thanks.
Madam Chair, members, just to respond, certainly note that. A couple things I can say immediately. There is a motor pool issue with the vehicles. They are, obviously, Public Works and our Fleet Division will take care of those corrections. Interoperability of radios is a concern across a space of this size of a county, and I know we're working on that with the sheriff. So there will be more of those comprehensive looks at things and how, with the new constable coming in through Flagstaff as well, how we look at that going forward.
Madam Chair, just a follow-up. One of the things that we've done in my district is Starlink. And that they have many Starlinks now. That's another way of communication. So I'm just trying to think about, how we might be able to help them out and make sure that they're safe with the increase of people reacting.
I think we certainly, with the constables and with Mr. Orlowski, will maximize every opportunity we have to pull down on the state constable board's grant-making process for supplies and services that the constables need, and continue that. The Starlink is a possibility. I know we have some vehicles in the county that do have that built in as well. So,
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. So actually, departments by statute are not allowed to exceed their budget. So when looking at the Williams Constable, at some point they'll hit what's called a budget stop. And so they will not be able to exceed the budget that has been allocated to them without going to the board and requesting an increase in their budget. When it comes to the Flagstaff Constable, it looks a little different because of the payroll issue. Unfortunately, we can't stop fortunately or unfortunately, we can't stop the processing of payroll, because if employees work the hours legally, we have to pay it. So we can't necessarily use the same sort of controls to keep people within their payroll budget. But as I look again at the Flagstaff Constable budget, they are currently within their budget. They will be able to stay within their budget as long as they are attentive to it and monitoring it and ensuring that the number of hours worked for the rest of the year by the part-time assistant constable is within the budget. And so really there is no mechanism other than coming back to the board and asking. And as you know, we adopt a balanced budget. So for one department to exceed their budget means it's kind of a zero-sum game, if you will. So that would mean there would need to be a source identified to cover that overage. And so those conversations should be had throughout the year. If there's something unusual or catastrophic that would lead to a budget overage, in general, the county manager's office does have a small operating contingency, but the spirit of that and the intent of that is really for something that is unforeseen and contingency in nature, not just a department sort of not living within the budget that's been allocated to them.
Okay, thank you. So just to recap, they're within budget. They've been notified. And if they proceed from now till June 30th, things should be okay. Okay.
Any other questions? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering what your workload is like out there.
My workload, it's,
Like numbers, if you have like the injunctions that you have to serve and all these other things that the previous presenter brought up to our attention for Flagstaff.
my workload varies. Overall, the numbers on the screen, as you're seeing there,
Mm-hmm.
are an annual number. I keep records similar to Linda and the Precinct 1 constable.
Okay.
A variety of logs and so on, account for monies paid and so on, monies I need to refund, and which is very little. Most of the money I collect stays with the county. But my workload varies. For example, I had a criminal summons that came out the other day last week during the middle of the week out of the Justice Court, where a person needed to comply with something or a warrant was going to be issued. The person works out of town, flies in and out of Flagstaff, drives to and from Williams to the airport to get to work. She was gone for several days. When she got back to her house Saturday night, there were 3 business cards on her house. The front door, the back door, and the corner of the house where the driveway goes up through the trees, where one would drive up and see the end of the mobile home structure. So she called me Sunday and she said, I'm here and I'm going to leave again Monday. So I arranged to meet her. I went out to her house Sunday afternoon to serve that paper. So my hours fluctuate and vary a lot. It is not a traditional office in that respect, but I serve last year about 251 documents of one kind or another. And like, as Linda said, many are from the Justice Court in Williams, a few are from the City Court in Williams. Many come from the Superior Court in Coconino County and Superior and Justice Courts across the country. I've served papers for Hawaii, Alaska, Texas, Florida, Kansas, Missouri, and the Navajo Nation, where the people, the Navajo Nation, have a case on, are living or working in the Williams area, spend more time there than they do on the nation in temporary quarters of one kind or another to work. So I serve a lot of papers respective to my area size and my population from a variety of courts. And they cover just about everything. Writs of replevin, writs of restitution, garnishment of wages, criminal papers, summons, subpoenas, notices to appear for injunctions, both harassment and orders of protection. Those, like Linda said, numbers respective to my area are increased every year by a few. When I leave here today, I'm going to go change my clothes, and I'm going to go out into the forest and look for a person on an order of protection. The person is living in a tent somewhere between West Parks and West Belmont, north of Route 66. And I'm getting to do that a lot, where they are no longer allowed to be in their house or property they were evicted from by way of the injunction of harassment or order of protection. So they live in the forest in a vehicle or a tent or a lean-to of some kind on forest land. So I had to get a map from the Forest Service for all of their primitive roads and trails that have corresponding primitive campsite numbers. So that's just a sample of what I do. My area goes all the way to Grand Canyon Caverns, west of Seligman, and Indian Route 18, which is 65 miles long, goes to the Supai Landing. Portions of that road are in Mojave County, portions over in Coconino County, some on the Havasupai land, some on the Wallapai land. The junction intersection of Indian 18 and Old Route 66, an area known as Grand Canyon Caverns, is an old tourist environment. The Wallapai Nation bought it a couple of years ago. They own it, but it is not on reservation land. So their police protection, other than if they send their tribal police, comes from the Coconino County Sheriff out of the Williams Station. And their outside reservation court proceedings go through the Justice and Superior Court of Coconino County, which means the sheriff or myself serve papers there periodically at in the area where people reside. I don't go out there often, but I have been there a few times, to include doing one eviction on behalf of the tribe, where somebody was contrary to their lease agreements with the tribe in the mobile home park there. So my area varies. I go to the Grand Canyon regularly. I work out of Valley regularly, the Parks area, south of the 40, down around the lake and down towards Perkinsville, and in and around the city of Williams, immediately close, as well as Tucson, the city of Tucson, an incorporated city, is part of Precinct 3. They have no police force. The sheriff has a deputy there as often as he can, and I serve papers there pretty regular, either in town of Tucson or in the residential area of the Grand Canyon National Park.
Thank you. Constable King, on the 2025 actual, what date are these figures through? Is it a 8/31 date? On the,
Sorry?
if you look at the FY, oh, 25 actual, okay, so there's 24, 25. So these are through the 20, so we don't have 26 actual. I think that's what I was thinking. These are 24 and 25. And so we don't have stats then for what he's done.
For 26, no, ma'am. I keep my records based on the calendar year,
Okay,
and I understand that this is based on the budget year. Or
okay,
so perhaps I maybe need to change my record keeping system or break it down a little bit.
okay.
If, Madam Chair and members, if the board wants it, on fiscal year and 26 actuals, we can work with the constable and get that updated and get those data to you.
Okay, the reason that I'm asking is I'm just trying to determine the amount of growth in both of these constables' areas. So I'll leave it at that. And Constable King,
Okay.
yeah, he can work with that. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and for your service. And my question is, are you up for reelection on 2026 or 2028?
I am. I submitted the proper paperwork to county elections with signatures that were approved. I should be on the ballot. I don't know any reason why not. As far as I know, there is no one interested in the position. Back to comments made by Linda, the job pays what it does. Because I have a pension from the state for being a state trooper and a detective with them, with the DPS for a number of years, the salary works to accomplish the job. The Board of Supervisors has increased the salary over time this last 5 years, and there is a budget or payroll increase for the constable, I believe, comes due this year, if the new year 2027. So that with regard to me most immediately would benefit from that, but the person who comes after me, the term following this coming one, I probably won't run again after that. And so whoever comes would inherit a better working salary, and they have a fully functioning working office in the Williams Courthouse, which did not exist 5 years ago. So a lot of things done by me that, painful and costly as they are and have been, will benefit the next constable after me, and 5 years down the road.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other comments, questions? Otherwise, Constable, thank you for your service. Thank you for being with us this morning. Appreciate it very much.
You're welcome. I wish you a happy birthday, sir, and thank you for your questions. I hope if you have any other questions, please get a hold of me. I'll be glad to come in and meet with you anytime, either individually or the whole board, the county manager, whatever. Thank you very much.
All right. I'm going to ask.
We have a break scheduled, Madam Chair.
All right, 5 minutes.
Here's your,
Well, actually, we lost Andy. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right. We're ready?
Madam Chair, I'm going to introduce the County Attorney's Office.
The person who needs no
That's
introduction.
correct. So I will take a moment to just walk through our tab, if that's okay. So under the County Attorney's Office tab on page 1, you can see the items that were requested and the items that were recommended. The items that are being recommended are in the white, and the items that are not recommended are in the shaded. So you can see the items being recommended include this 5% CPI, the ARPA legal assistant being extended for 6 months, as is consistent with the other departments. A charging unit attorney, which is a 3-year limited appointment. So you see that in the one-time expense column there. And then the victim notification deficit coverage, which is a recurring item. And then the other items are shaded in gray. On the second page, you can see the fund balances in the department and the custodial fund balances, and then the FTE snapshot for the 10 years, which actually has had a decent increase compared to some of the other departments that we've looked at, and then the 5-year general fund increment history. And I also just wanted to mention, I was looking at a report the other day, and Alyssa Gonzalez Olson is the longest serving employee in the county attorney's office.
Right.
And she started in 2001.
25 years.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Ammon.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's great to be here. I just asked Alyssa this morning, actually, about how long she's been serving. 25 years, which is incredible. And it makes me think about, this is kind of the theme of my presentation today, is that our people are our strength. We can't do anything without the people on our team. So grateful for her and for other people on my team. I want to recognize Michael Tunick, our chief deputy, is here as well, and Elise Eckel is here. She's our finance manager in the office. Appreciate them being here. And Vice Chair, happy birthday. You look great for 35. Yeah. You know, I was up on Page last week with the Justice Bus, and I brought along with me a couple of our interns, and it's a new program we're calling it Jammin' with Ammon, where we go on these road trips around the county and we listen to music and talk. And I want to talk about some of the people in our office. You've seen our org chart here. I want to just highlight one amazing fact here, which is we're only down one position right now. It's currently posted for a paralegal position, but all our attorney spots are filled. Every other staff position is filled, and we've maintained that for about 2 years. Isn't that right, Alyssa? Which is unheard of. I asked Alyssa if she had ever seen it. This, 25-year experience. She's got some institutional knowledge. She knows what it's looked like over the years, and she said this is the best it's ever been. So we're proud of that, and I think it reflects the high morale in our office. It reflects the purpose and the mission that we have, and we talk about a lot. Again, the people are what matter in this work. So let me go to our highlights. Look at that group. It's a handsome group right there. Last year we took on a new mission and vision statement, and we got a new logo too. You might recognize our previous logo was it looked like a sheriff's badge. It had that star formation, and while we recognize the tradition of that being law enforcement adjacent, we wanted something that reflected more of our community. And so we have the courthouse there with the peaks and some rays and the mesas that symbolize our geography. Our mission changed to: we serve the public by advocating for justice and empowering our community to thrive. A big part of what we do, as you all know, is we seek justice for people. But we want to do more than that. We want to speak higher than that. We want our community to flourish. And that's ultimately the goal. And obviously, we do more than just criminal prosecution. We also help the board and other elected officials and departments of this county to be
advised and counseled through our legal processes. So, a few highlights. This last year we started a cold case unit, and this is part of our team. One of those members has since moved on, but Jonathan Mosier leads our cold case unit. This was a conversation we had over 2 or 3 years, actually. Law enforcement agencies often have these cold case units. The sheriff's office has had one for quite a while. But we didn't have the communication we wanted between law enforcement agencies. And oftentimes it's good to have a prosecutor in the room to talk about what's needed and what's lacking in a case. And this last month, we indicted a 40-year-old case involving Ina Langstaff. She was stabbed here in Flagstaff over 20 times, and her body was discovered. And obviously, I can't speak too much about it because it's currently a pending case, but that was indicted recently, and we're proud of that. That takes a lot of work, not just from our office, but from our law enforcement partners. We've also continued our warrant quashing project. This is a project that we started about a year ago, and again, this was to really clear people's records. A lot of people, and I've talked about this before, a lot of people, especially people living outside of Flagstaff, are worried about coming to Flagstaff sometimes because they may have a warrant from like 10 years ago. And it might be on a low-level misdemeanor case, and that will prevent them from coming into town. A lot of these cases are not prosecutable anymore. They're old cases. Sometimes these cases that have warrants, we're happy to just reset the matter. But we've taken the initiative to quash these warrants on our own motion. So we'll ask the courts to quash warrants without anyone asking us to do that. And we've also sent letters to our justices of the peace to engage in this purging on their own records. So these are cases, I'll just clarify, these are cases that are about 10 years old or older, non-victim cases, misdemeanor level, and we've quashed over 400 of those cases so that people can have clear up their records. We've also been engaged in the marijuana expungement program. You'll remember Prop 207, this is 2021 when that was passed, which legalized marijuana possession at certain amounts. And it also authorized county attorney's offices to expunge or move for the expungement of marijuana convictions. And we've been doing that, and we've expunged over 120 marijuana cases. And we'll have more interns this summer that'll help us go through some of those old records. And again, this is on our own initiative. People can certainly ask us to do it, and there's a form on our website where people can fill out the form and ask us to review the case for them. But we're doing that on our own initiative as a public service. We've also reinstituted our civil forfeiture practice. This was on hiatus for a couple reasons. One, the legislation around this changed. It made it more difficult to seize illegal funds from criminal enterprises, and we just didn't have the staff is the other reason. For a while, we didn't have our civil team wasn't fully manned, and so we wanted to make sure we had enough personnel to engage in that process. And this is an important law enforcement tool. We have a Metro task force. We have law enforcement agencies that are engaged in investigating drug crimes in our communities. And they are mostly funded by these types of funds, seizures from illegal enterprises. And you can see our Chief Civil Deputy, Bill Ring, there sitting with our civil staff who has taken on that task. We've also started this last year a conviction integrity unit, which is to review individuals' claims of actual innocence. There's an ethical responsibility that prosecutors have. It's in our ethical rules that if we find information about actual innocence, that we bring that forward and we seek to rectify wrongful convictions. I'm happy to say that even though we have this, we've only received one request to review, and I hope to have very few of these requests because that would indicate that we've done the right thing over the years and that we're not missing things. But this is our conviction integrity unit pictured here. We have a couple citizens in our review committee, including Casey Rucker, who was a former detective at FPD, and he's now the head of security at FMC, and Judge Mark Moran, retired judge, who serves on that review committee as well. And I think it's important to have citizen collaboration on these types of matters. So we're excited about that and continue to look for those cases to review. You've heard about this, the North Star Task Force. Again, this was started about a year ago. This is a collaboration with law enforcement, FPD, NAUPD, our sheriff's office, of course, and then Northland Family Help Center, a victim advocacy group that is a strong community partner, and then Applejack Ranch, which is a survivor network. We've been engaged in several sting operations, and these were operations that occurred last year with mostly with FPD, but with some of these other agencies involved. And most of these sting operations occur this way, where an undercover officer will pose as a minor online, and men typically will be asking to engage in sex with these, what they think are minor individuals. These sting operations have resulted in 15 cases, 15 felony cases. So far, 12 have been sentenced to prison. One has received lifetime probation, and then 2 are pending trial right now. And Sasha Charles, I want to give her a shout out. She's the deputy county attorney in my office who is engaged in this work and has done phenomenal work clearing up some of these cases. We have, here's 3 of our interns right now. We have a new intern room. So this space actually was filled with rolling cabinets. You'll remember that much of our work was done on paper. We've digitized most of our paper files, and so we were able to clear out this space with the help of facilities to create this intern room. We have law clerks as well coming this summer. I will tell you that we have 6 interns right now working in our office. This summer we had 13 applications for 6 spots. We've received a lot of interest from NAU college kids who want to work in our office and get college credit, but also just learn about the process. And it's been phenomenal for us, and it creates a pipeline too as we see people going off to law school or leaving for another job. These folks will be the next, legal assistants and paralegals and deputy county attorneys. So we're excited about having them in our office. Connection is one of our values in the office, and we take that seriously. We have connection events, as we call them, and that's to boost morale, but also just to get to know each other. We have annual picnics, and we have our annual oath event that we had earlier this year to reinforce our constitutional obligations. I mentioned the Jammin' with Ammon journeys across the county with some of our folks, and so we want to make sure that we again are connecting with our people. And I should mention, today is Administrative Professionals Day as well, and so after this presentation, I'll run back to the office. We'll have a lunch with our admin professionals, and we'll heap praise upon them because they deserve it. We had some significant trials this last year. These are felony cases that I've listed here. These are not all the felony cases we tried last year, but some significant ones. I want to highlight the ones that are in yellow there. Stavey Diaz was a pretty horrific child abuse case. 16-month-old was taken to the hospital, multiple fractures, bruises to the face, missing patches of hair. Diaz was one of the caretakers, and he was prosecuted in our office by James Mapp, one of our prosecutors, and he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. His girlfriend or wife, I'm not sure which one, but she was also sentenced to prison as an accomplice to that case. Stavey Hopkins, I mentioned some of these sting operations. This was one of those through DPS, and this was a luring of a minor. The perpetrator believed he was setting up a meeting to have sex with a 14-year-old girl. Turned out it was a cop, and he was arrested and was sentenced to 4 years in prison, and is registered as a sex offender now. And then finally, Stavey Lee, which is a horrific murder case tried by Jonathan Mosier and his team, is also pictured at the top there. Sandy Singer was the victim in that case, and she was sexually assaulted and with multiple instruments and bled out and died. And Mr. Lee is now in prison for the rest of his life. And I want to acknowledge the work that Jonathan Mosier did and all of the team in our office. It was a big lift. You know, those cases take a lot out of people, not just the time and the effort, but just the emotional weight of it. I want to just, you know, we at the time of the conviction and the sentencing, we put out a statement. I just want to read just one line from it because I think it's important to acknowledge the victim in this case. We said that we honor the life of the victim, Sandy Singer, and hold her family and loved ones in our thoughts. We recognize their strength and grace in the face of unspeakable harm. There's a lot of heaviness, a lot of darkness that we deal with on a daily basis, and I'm proud of how we deal with it with courage and with compassion. We've started a violent offender program. This is in collaboration with some of our law enforcement agencies. What we were seeing was a pattern of escalating violence with individuals in our community. We'd see sometimes misdemeanor level violence, but then it would escalate to felony level violence. And what we wanted to do is make sure that we were having the communication early with law enforcement so that we knew when individuals were starting to rack up some of these misdemeanor offenses. Sometimes at the city, we wouldn't know. We don't prosecute city offenses, so sometimes we wouldn't know about what was happening in our community. And so we meet quarterly with our law enforcement agencies and talk about individuals to keep an eye on. But more importantly, we want to be quick actors. And what I mean by that is if we have someone that, for instance, has a record of domestic violence and he's arrested and he's taken to an initial appearance, we want to be there. Our prosecutors should be there advocating to hold that person in jail. We want to make sure that we're also reviewing the case timely so that the person is charged and is held accountable quickly. And so we've been enjoying that collaboration. And again, I think we're always better when we're collaborating with our law enforcement agencies and not just doing things in a silo. We've also been engaged this last year in statewide training and leadership. This is Jonathan Mosier at our High Country Law Enforcement Training Facility at CCC. We actually, both of us teach there, teach an evidence class, and he teaches a trial testimony class as well. Jonathan is actually teaching at a couple events across the state with Justice Cruz and some other individuals in our legal system. I want you to know that we are at Coconino County Attorney's Office. We're recognized as leaders in statewide criminal justice discussions. I serve on the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission, also the Arizona Prosecuting Attorneys Advisory Council. Heather Mosier, who you may know, serves on our Judicial Performance Review Commission. So we are engaged. We are even though we're small in population and a smaller office compared to Maricopa County or Pima County, we have an outsized influence, and I think that bodes well for all of us. I want to acknowledge some of the partnerships we've made over the last year or so. Our Unidentified Persons Task Force, I want to give a shout out, of course, to our Sheriff's Office, but also Matt Fowler with IT and our Health and Human Services Department. This was an effort to really, well, some background on this. Our health department, our medical examiner's office, has for many years had many unidentified human remains in their possession. Right now, I think it's hovering around 40 or 50 unidentified human remains. Some of these go back decades, and we are trying to match up people with relatives so people have closure in their lives and find out who these folks are. A lot of that has to do with DNA testing. DNA testing, as it turns out, is an expensive endeavor, especially if it's familial DNA testing, which is largely what we're relying on in these cases. But just a month or two ago, we had a success. There was an individual out of Navajo County that was matched up with a sibling, and he was identified, and that gave closure to that family, which is pretty special. So we appreciate that partnership. Of course, pictured in the middle there is some of our Justice Bus folks. That's in Tuba City, and I know Diana's here, and she's been phenomenal in that effort as well. And we've worked together with our Public Defender's Office, Legal Defender's Office, with our courts, of course, and Again, this is a highlight for me. I love going out to these events. I was, as I mentioned, in Page last week, and I hope it's a highlight for the community too. I think it is. I think people enjoy it. I think we're able to do good things for the people, and just them seeing us there and recognizing that we're just, we're there for them. I think makes a big difference. And then finally, I mentioned North Star Task Force, a great partnership with our law enforcement agencies and our victim advocacy groups. Felony Friday, if you haven't heard about this, let me explain it. Because it's not an invitation to commit felonies on a Friday, but it is an invitation for our prosecutors to meet with our defense attorneys and our defense bar. And there are 3 or 4 defense attorneys pictured here with some of our prosecutors. What we saw, and I think this is indicative of the modern world we live in, so much of our communications happening online through email or even phone calls, and sometimes the old ways are the better ways. Just getting in a room and litigating something face to face is more efficient. You see each other as human beings. You have more valuable conversations, I believe. And so we've set aside an hour every Friday. We open up the office and have defense attorneys come in, and we just talk about our cases. And I think it's been a valuable exercise for a lot of reasons. And I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Public Defender's Office, Legal Defender's Office, who I know are here and listening, and the rest of our defense bar for participating in that. We've also been engaged in a lot of grant funding. We recognize the stresses that are on the county. Certainly we feel that with how much we'd like to have and how much we're advocating for, but I know it's difficult to find the money. So we've been out looking for some of this money. We've partnered with Victim Witness Services. You know how much we rely on them to do all our victim advocacy. We have some grants through in partnership with them. We also, a few years ago, received a rural prosecution grant with HHS and IT, and that's been a valuable, it's quite a bit of money, and it's used primarily for studying these criminogenic factors and what's happening in our community, and heat mapping where we're finding crime and how we can resolve it. And so there's been at least 3, maybe 4 reports that have come out of HHS related to this money. We've had a Pathways grant. You're obviously aware of Pathways and the great work that they're doing over there. That $144,000 helps with our keeping our prosecutor over there, Keaton Williams, who does amazing work on our diversion program. We received border funds through our sheriff's office this last year, and I'll talk about this some more because that offsets some of the deficits we've had through some of our other grants. And then our anti-human trafficking grant, we're mostly a pass-through to Northland Family Help Center for that. But it is providing some training as well for us. And next week or next month and the month after, we'll be providing some training, not just to law enforcement, but also to the public. All right, let me jump into some of our strengths. And I could have listed a lot more than this, but we are some of the most experienced and effective attorneys in the state. I wouldn't trade our staff for anybody. We have phenomenal experience in our office on the criminal side and on the civil side, as you know. We have great institutional knowledge. You've heard Alyssa's in our office for 25 years. We have a lot of folks with a lot of time under their belts, and that helps when we're trying to figure out new ways to do things. I mentioned our retention rate is excellent. Community partnerships have been a highlight for me and for this office. We've leveraged technology in great ways, and I'll talk about this later, but there are more ways that we can leverage technology. We've certainly been able to do that through digitizing our paper files. We're hoping to do more on the civil side with technology as well. And then I mentioned some of our statewide leadership roles, which just helps, I think, bring good attention to this county. I made this slide and I realized afterwards when I put weaknesses and I have a picture of myself up there, that wasn't intentional, but maybe it says something. Yeah. Maybe I am the weakest link in my office, but we have this is why we're here. We have limited budget and personnel. We'd like more. We'd like to be able to grow some of the programs we're doing. That is hard when we're limited in that way. Limited opportunities to reward performance. I'd love to be able to reward great performance at the end of a year, but that's just not how our finance is set up right now. We understand that. And then internal training, just because we are so busy, it's hard for us to provide the internal training to have the mentorship that we really want in our office because everyone's carrying a full caseload right now. Opportunities, we want to expand our use of alternative prosecution. We believe in diversion programs. We believe in the promise of these programs. I've talked many times to this board about pathways to diversion. We've talked about our specialty courts as well and the good work that they're doing. We want to continue leveraging our technology and in grant funding as well in limited ways. I don't want to rely too much on that. So some of our threats, we are recognizing, and this isn't, I don't think it's a blip. It seems to be the new normal, increasing caseloads. And I can speak to that in a little bit more when I talk about some of our increment requests. But also the increasing complexity of our cases. And I'll spend some more time on that. Cases have not just, we haven't seen just an increase in volume, but also the increase in the density, the complexity of some of these cases. High cost of living, you guys know this. I mean, competitive markets for attorneys, legislative policy shifts, federal uncertainty. Is that ringing a bell for anybody? It's a crazy world. So we have to, I think, more and more rely on our local resources and what we can do together. Let me talk about our increment requests, and I have them all listed here. We had 7. The ones in the red, the parentheticals, there are recommendations from our management. We appreciate those. I'm going to talk about the first 5. I'll leave the last 2 off of the discussion unless you have questions for me. But let me talk about the charging attorney role, which is our number 1 increment request. Charging attorneys, if you don't know, a charging attorney reviews all of the cases that come in the front door from our law enforcement partners. So an investigation is completed by law enforcement. They submit cases, reports, media to our office. That charging attorney is that first line. They review the case to determine if there's a reasonable likelihood of conviction. And that phrase, reasonable likelihood of conviction, is important because that's our ethical standard. We don't charge something just if we have probable cause. Even though we could, we don't do that because we want to make sure we can actually prove it in court. Because the standard of proof in court and in criminal cases beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not probable cause. It's a much higher standard. So that is our ethical standard. And because of that, our charging attorneys are only charging about 2/3 of the cases that come in the door. Imagine that. About 1/3 of the cases are not even charged. That means we're essentially exonerating about 1/3 of the cases, the individuals that come in the door. I think that's really important. Yes.
I actually was going to ask that question. So if 2/3 are actually being charged, can you put an actual number to the 1/3 that is not?
I could if I was good at math, supervisor. We're charging, it depends on the month. We're charging anywhere between 150 to 200 or so a month, felony cases. I'm only talking felony cases. So, 1/3 of that.
Okay. Yeah, so if it was 150,
Higher than that.
50 more. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, let me amend that because it isn't that we're charging 200 cases. We are processing 200 cases. So 1/3 of that amount is not going through to our partners on the criminal justice side. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Please.
Is that consistent for the last, let's say, 5 years?
I believe it is. Yeah. As we've been tracking these numbers, and we've been tracking it, for at least 10 years, that seems to be what we're hovering around. And there's variations, of course, year to year, but it's around 67%. Yeah.
Thank you. So this charging attorney, he or she will start on July 1st. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so at what point in time, because there's going to be a downstream effect to this. I see
Yep.
our public
Yep.
defenders sitting in the back row back there.
Yeah, and by the way, I reserve 5 minutes of my time for rebuttal
Okay.
after they.
Okay.
I'm just-
Okay. Yeah, I guess my question is once he or she, this charging attorney begins, how quickly is this going to start affecting our overall criminal justice system, the court, the defenders, et cetera?
Yeah, it's hard to say exactly, but if we have 2 charging attorneys now, we have at a third. A good month for a charging attorney is 75 felony cases. That's a good month. So add that amount to, and again, I'm talking about processing cases, so I shouldn't say charging cases, but processing cases, because only 2/3 of those will actually be the charged felony cases. So add that to our monthly total. It'll be incremental. And by the way, Supervisor, I appreciate the question because we acknowledge that we work in a system. We wouldn't dump, 500 cases in a month because we know it would overload the system. And I'm here obviously to advocate for my office, but also to advocate for my partners. If I had the magic wand, I would give everybody more attorneys, everybody more probation officers, because we need to open the aperture all the way through the system. I believe in that. I would say that giving us a charging attorney is distinct in a couple ways. One, again, we're not charging every case that comes in the door, but it's also if we have folks that are, let's say they're arrested or even just investigated, and we have those cases coming through our door, the longer we wait on those cases to resolve them or to process them, the longer that person is out in the community, maybe get into more trouble or not able to get the job or not able to progress in their life because they're waiting months now to get that case resolved. So because we're that front line, it affects all that downstream as well. Those are cases that wouldn't go also downstream. So I think that's important to acknowledge just as we're talking about the distinctions here. But I will tell you this, and I'll make this commitment and promise to the board and to everybody who's listening and our defense bar as well. We will be aware and we'll have constant conversations about how they're doing as well as we're starting to work these cases down and push them into our system. Because we also, and I should say this, it's affecting us too, because as we're charging cases, they're going to prosecuting attorneys, they're going to trial attorneys. And so their cases are going to get bigger as well. But it's a great question, and I think it's the right question.
And, okay, so thank you for your answer. That's understandable, and I'm glad we're all seeing the big picture. Are you also going to be working, or would this additional charging attorney, is there any kind of backlog in your office that they would be addressing?
Yes, I have a bunch of slides about that if you'd like me to.
No, keep
show you.
going. Go ahead.
No, one thing I want to say about that, and of course we as a board, and you and I have talked about this, the need to make sure we've got that balance within the criminal justice system, because that justice is a big important word for us.
Yeah.
And that means we don't put our finger on our thumb on the weighing of the scales between prosecution versus defense.
Yeah.
And that's very important for us as well. And I want to call a shout out to the CJCC, because I think that is an incredible organization. I don't know if that's the right word, that has participated in across the whole criminal justice system, both city, county, Superior Court. And it's a great way to discuss a lot of these things that we're talking about.
Absolutely.
And the way that we remain a justice system. So, and again, a shout out, we have Diana here, and, I think the criminal justice bus, which is participated by everybody across the spectrum on the criminal justice system, participates in, is just fabulous.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, yes, when we look at this, we will be looking at that, and you know that. So
yeah, of course. And I'm here to advocate for my office just as much as I am for the system that we work in. I acknowledge that. But I don't want it also to be an excuse for us not to do anything, right? Because we could say, well, we can't give everything to everyone, so we're not going to do anything. Let's not do that. I think, again, leaning on the charging side makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. Let me talk about some of the data, and Supervisor Ontiveros, I think you'll appreciate this, should answer some of the questions you had. So this is the last year. This is calendar year 2025. This is our case flow summary. So this is blue is our incoming cases processed in. So these are police reports, cases coming into our office. The orange is the outgoing. So that's not just charged cases, but maybe it's returned to police to do more investigation, or it's declined cases. And you can see here in 2025, that blue bar is higher in many cases than our orange bar, and that's creating a backlog. That's creating a problem for us. Look at the year before, and just look in the difference of volume here. You see that? So 2024, significantly lower amounts of case submissions. Now, I don't have all the answers for why that's happening. I believe it's a new normal. I've talked to some of our court partners. It seems like we're just going to have more cases for a while. There are all kinds of factors for that. I think you heard from our constable a little bit about some of the factors they're seeing in the community. So we're seeing just more case submissions. We can't control that. That's what the police and law enforcement is going to bring us. But 2024, you saw that we were actually doing a fairly good job of staying on top of some of these months, processing out more cases. And here's the difference. So you're seeing that dark green is going to be our 2024 year in terms of case backlog. So these are pending cases for review. That 2025, at the end of the year, we were above 600 cases for review. That's not good for the community. It's not good for the criminal justice system. That means that there are cases that will be months away from review. And we prioritize these cases. I want you to know that if there are violent cases that come in the door, murder cases, rape cases, we look at those first. But that means there are maybe drug cases, other cases that are not being reviewed and not resolved, and people are out in the community, maybe getting in trouble, maybe not getting treatment, right? So this is a problem. And so that we're seeing that backlog, and that's, again, what that charging attorney would be addressing was some of these backlog cases. I want to show you what 2017 looked like. See the difference here? I mean, we were processing out way more in some of these months than we were receiving. It was about 10 years ago. And that's the difference. So in 2017, we ended the year about 200 cases. That's actually a good number for us because that's about a 4-week turnaround for any case. And that's where we want to be at. That's kind of the goal, is to stay around the 200 mark. This over 600 cases, this is the COVID numbers. We're seeing the same thing. You know, this backlog of pending cases. So we're at a crisis point again in our system. And I have some more explanation about why I think that's happening. But it's certainly volume is a big part of that.
Supervisor Begay, I know, has been having a question.
Oh, please.
I apologize.
Thank you for the presentation. I was still looking at the increment requests that you had. On here, you had requested a legal assistance for diversion programs.
Yeah.
I know that that wasn't recommended by administration. I know we talk about diversity. We're a very, very diverse county, all sorts of tribes in our county. And so I don't know, right now I feel that, you know, we really need to take a look at that. Personally, just one board member, because I think it's going to really help, you know, your courts out, you know, in a lot of ways because of the diversity in this whole county. So that's the only comment I wanted to make. You know, I was looking to compare things, you know, that you had requested. So certainly we're going to have a lot of requests, but, you know, I just wanted to say I think that it's a very important position that we need to have.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I can talk more about that too when I get through some of it. But yeah, I appreciate that, Supervisor. Thank you. I asked my staff to pull some cases from years ago, just so I could show you the difference in complexity we're talking about. 2007, these are cases, by the way, that have been resolved, you know, appeals, rights to run, et cetera. 2007, this is a disclosure log. So this shows you what material is being disclosed to the defense. 2007, you've seen about, as I say, 37 pages of police reports and then a 911 call on a disc. Back in 2007, that was given to the defense for review. That's like a 30-minute review. I mean, it doesn't take long to review a case like that. That includes the criminal history reports. 2012, similarly, about 21 reports were disclosed to the public defender's office and then a jail calls disc. So that's 2012. here's 2022 on a case that has been resolved. You know, it looks like a lot more, but actually the pages are about the same. I think it says 37 pages ultimately were disclosed. So that's police reports. But then that last row is what worries me in terms of the complexity of what we're doing now. That is the media that we're disclosing in these cases now. So in that case, these are all aggravated assault cases. These are pretty simple cases. 7 body cams in that case, over 2 hours of video on one case. And some of these videos, you know, may be just 3 officers at the scene, and they're showing kind of the same action, right? But we have to review that. This last year, the Arizona Supreme Court issued an ethical opinion against a prosecutor down in Maricopa County in Ray Sponsel. She was suspended for 2 years because she charged cases without reviewing pertinent video information. We can't send a lot of these cases through the system without reviewing the pertinent media. And so what took maybe 30 minutes to an hour to review is now taking 3 hours. So it's not just the volume that I'm worried about, it's also the complexity and the density of some of these cases. And that's, again, another reason why I'm leaning so hard on this charging attorney position. We have an ethical responsibility to do this right. And we also, I think, have a responsibility to the community to make sure that we're charging these timely. Okay, before I go on to the next one, I just want to make sure, is there any other questions on that one?
And the charging attorney has been recommended for 3 years.
For 3 years. Now, I would say I want that forever. I want it into perpetuity, and I will keep saying that, and I'll be back here next year saying the same thing if we don't get it. But you know, that's my position. I don't see us ever shrinking back. And I see, to Supervisor Ontiveros' earlier question, let's say we catch up on backlog. I can use that attorney for the cases that are now in our trial position. And so I don't see that really going away. But I do appreciate the recommendation. And I want to acknowledge management and finance for looking at that carefully. All right, increment 2. This was just some background on this. This is Michael Victor, by the way. He's one of our prosecutors. He earned the Rising Star Award last year at the APAC Council. He's a name and a face to remember. He'll be doing amazing work here in the next few years. You'll see him in the paper, I'm sure, doing big cases. Some of the history on this: we have a drug, gang, and violent crime grant that has remained static over many years. We've had this for years and years and years. It used to fund 1.5 prosecution positions. And because prosecution salaries have increased over the years due to market forces and all kinds of other reasons, that grant has not maintained the coverage. So now this grant is only covering 1 prosecutor, and half of the salary is being covered now by that border grant funding that the sheriff has given us, that $75,000, which we're very grateful for, but that is unpredictable. We don't know if that's going to continue. We don't know what's going to happen next year or the year after that. So I guess the point here is just, I want all of my prosecutor positions who are performing statutory responsibilities to be general fund covered. I don't want to have to worry about grants in the future for statutory responsibilities. And I know the stresses that we all have here about the funding, the financing, and it's a realistic picture. But that's really the message I have today, is I want to make sure all these positions are covered and we're not relying on unpredictable funding. Increment request 3 was to retain a legal assistant. This was recommended for 6 months by management. I want this forever. This is a legal assistant. This was a holdover from ARPA, but we have a lot more projects we're engaged in, and it would actually help with our increased charging support. As we're charging more cases and that prosecutors getting on board, staff support will be needed for that. But we also would like that on our civil side to help with the Title 36, the guardianships. And I mentioned the cold case review. That's currently what that legal assistant is doing now. Just pictured here is some of our legal assistants, and the young man in the front middle, he's going to ASU Law School this year, so we're excited about that. In fact, we have 3 legal assistants that are leaving for law school this year, which is pretty phenomenal. all going to ASU, the best law school.
Wait a minute.
I want that in the record.
Move to strike.
Yeah, he's got the title now. That's good. Increment request 4 was an additional prosecution attorney for the alternative prosecution side. That yellow arrow is pointing to Keaton Williams, who is really a one-man show. And as you can see, his dance card is full. Every day he's in doing something, either specialty court-wise or pathway diversion. We'd love to expand these programs. We'd love to expand into I'll talk about a peacemaking diversion program we have coming up. We have new felony diversion programs we'd like to do. There's only so much he can do in a day. And so we'd love to get some help for him and to create a whole unit around this idea of diversion and alternative prosecution. Increment number 5 is related to funding for victim notification and victim services. The history on this, again, there's a lot of grant funding, right? VOCA, it's a federal fund. It's been decreasing over the years related to fees that are no longer being sent over. There's a lot of reasons for that, but we've been getting letters year after year about this fund is going down, it's depleting. And this is a statutory responsibility that we have. We have to notify victims. We have to, and it's not even statutory, it's also constitutional. So we have an obligation. We can't not do this work. We have to do it, and we like to do it. We want to be there for victims and make sure that they understand their rights and have advocates in their corner if they need them. And so we're just worried about that money. I know that staff has recommended to make up the difference on that, so we appreciate that. But just to acknowledge again how important this part of it is, we can't do without it. Yes.
And where was the funding coming from that's decreasing now?
VOCA, what is it? Victims of Crime Act. Thank you.
Just wondering if that's something that the board needs to add to our list.
Sure. Yeah, and by the way, we wouldn't be alone in that advocacy because it is federal. It's a federal fund. It goes to states, it passes through DPS to us and the AG's office. So we're similarly situated, I would say, as many other county attorneys' offices, and for the same reasons they're advocating. So yeah, I would absolutely encourage that.
I think we need to, yes, add that to our list.
Okay, thank you.
How we do it.
Thank you. I was asked to offer any other opportunities, and Teddy Roosevelt said, do what you can with what you have where you are. I acknowledged this earlier. State funding is uncertain. Federal funding, maybe even less certain at this point. We need to look at some other opportunities. I've mentioned this in a prior meeting about a special taxing district for public safety. This is an effort that my office engaged in. We actually proposed it as some legislation last year. Didn't have any legs at the time. I know the board didn't vote on it, but I would like the board to consider this for next year. What this would do is it would create a sales tax in Coconino County, and that would direct that funding to a special district that would help not just my office, but public defender's office, the courts, our sheriff's office. We want to do more, and we got to have money to do it. And we got to start maybe looking internally a little bit. Let me give you a quick pitch for why this makes sense. In Coconino County, most of our victims are out of county individuals. Not most, I'm sorry. A third of our victims are out of county. That's for misdemeanors and felonies. Most of our misdemeanor defendants are out of county. So we're prosecuting folks that don't live here most of the time in the misdemeanor cases. And about a third of our felony defendants, or felony offenders, are outside of the county as well. So we're doing more work for a population that is much bigger than Coconino County. And that, I think we should have that reflected in sales tax. That's my personal position about this. I think we should be thinking about that and how we can use that money to help invest in these programs, invest in our public safety system. I know that we've talked about this with our courts across the state. There's a lot of, a big appetite for that for the same reasons I've talked about it. Just so you know, this is an enabling statute. It wouldn't take effect until we went to the voters and asked them for the sales tax. So even if we did that today, it would still be, a year out before we could get it enacted. So I want us to think about this for the future. Let's not delay talking about it, so we could have it set up for next year if we want to do it.
I think the city is doing something similar right now.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it, but they're asking for money, but that's only for, I think, fire and FPD.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And this would be bigger, and we'd want it for not just law enforcement, but also courts, also for probation, also for county attorney, et cetera.
I think that we've been discussing various alternatives, and I think it is something we need to look at
Yeah,
much more deeply. So, yeah, thank you for
Good.
bringing that forward.
good, thank you.
Oh, I have a question on that. There's been discussion, but I wonder if there could, like, this is to CJC to be able to, I guess you'll be coming up, to have a study across the board. Because these are high cases in all the legal system, and how do we address that?
Yeah.
And so I think we need this is another advocacy that we can add on, saying, this is what we're seeing, and so this is what actions we're trying to take. That way we have some data and being able to explain where we are, and to the state legislators as well as on the Hill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Add the special taxing district for public safety, if you
Yeah.
could, way up there. And CJCC has been doing a lot of this type of analysis.
We have some good data on this. And we discussed actually the special taxing district idea at one of our CJCC meetings. So it's a conversation we're already having. I'd ask the board to be more involved in that conversation and advocate for it as well. We're past the legislative session now, but for next year, let's talk about it more. Let me just to close here. Let me talk about some of the goals for this next year. We want to create a new felony diversion program, something that's a little bit more that's more tightly outlined and actually more efficient for everybody. Michael Tunick, my chief deputy, is working on that with Keaton Williams, who is overseeing our diversion programs. We have a big goal to be more transparent. I think transparency in government is really important. I want people to see the data, what we're doing in our office. We want that to be on our website and make that easy to navigate. New software for our civil division. So we are, I think, one of just a handful of offices in the state that doesn't have software for our civil division for case management. I'm gonna be asking for that next time. We want to make sure we get them set up right, and it would not just help our office, but obviously everybody in the county, because if we can get our civil division more efficient, business goes faster. We want to make sure we look into that. Increased charging output, I've talked about that ad nauseum. You know what my position is on that. A healing center, you've heard me talk about this quite a bit here and other places in the community. I'm not giving up on this conversation. I want everybody here to be involved in that conversation. It's a community conversation. We can't do it alone. I think there's an appetite for something in the community. I'm not sure what it will look like, but that's on the agenda for next year as well. And I want to acknowledge that Geronimo's been part of that conversation too at the steering committee level, and I appreciate that. And Chair Horstman has been a big support. Thank you. At our Christmas party, Tom Hanachek, he told me I could get a facility dog. I wrote that down. I wish he were here. In all seriousness, it's not uncommon for a prosecutor to come into my office and shed a few tears. This is hard work. It's dark work. I've mentioned just a few of the cases that we handle. It has an effect on people. And facility dogs, therapy dogs, are proven to help lower that cortisol level, to help people de-stress and to feel a little more at ease. So anyway, that's on the list. And next time you see Tom, give him some trouble for that comment he made. And then finally, I wanted to just give you a little preview of what we expect will happen in the next several months, which is the Navajo Peacemaking Diversion Program, which would be the very first such program in the country at the state level. This is a picture of me and Michael with the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation and Rosine Charlie, who's a peacemaking official, out in Window Rock for a ceremony where they broke ground essentially for their new Hogan, which would be the administrative building for peacemaking out there. Years ago, I had a case, about 10 years ago, I had a case where a woman ran over a small child in a parking lot, the Best Buy parking lot. And it was a tragedy. And it was a case I had to handle. And it was a case that wasn't going to be resolved at trial. It just wasn't that type of case. And we were trying to figure out a way so that both parties could come away with some sense of resolution. Even if it wasn't a happy resolution, some type of resolution that would satisfy both parties. And ultimately, the mother of the child who was killed in this case asked me if we could do a peacemaking. She knew about the process of peacemaking on the Navajo Nation. She had married a Navajo man, and so we set that up for her in our office. This is the very first time that's happened, to my knowledge, in Coconino County on a criminal case. And I remember she told me that she was so angry at this woman who took her son away. And she didn't know how to get out of that situation. But after the peacemaking, she told me a little bit about what happened and said that she was able to give this woman a hug, the person that had taken her son away. And she said that all that hatred went away. And she acknowledged that this person didn't intentionally try to hurt her child. It was an accident. There were a lot of reasons why it happened, but it wasn't because she intentionally did it. And she has been a strong advocate for continuing that conversation. And I think this year will be the year where we finally get this off the ground. We have an MOU with Navajo Nation. They're currently reviewing it. We would be paying peacemakers to do it out of our budget, but honestly, the cost is very little for what the service is. And this would be available to anybody, not just Indigenous folks, but anybody who would want to participate in a peacemaking as part of a diversion process. I hope to have more news about this in the next few months. Again, we're kind of in a waiting and a holding pattern right now. But I think this is going to be the future for some of this diversion that we're talking about. And I think it would be able to bridge some of those cultural gaps that we've been seeing for many, many years in our criminal justice system. Finally, I just want to give special thanks to our CJCC partners. They've been acknowledged several times today, but we work in a system. We can't do it without each other. North Star Task Force folks, Unidentified Persons Task Force, of course, the board and management, thank you for the support you offer us. And most of all, to the staff, again, happy Administrative Professionals Day. I hope we all celebrate our administrative professionals today and acknowledge all the great work that they do. They are the heart of our work. So thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions.
Members of the board, any comments, questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
So on the peacemaking diversion program, what would be the cost of that? I think it would be somewhat minimal.
It's very small. Peacemakers, they have a flat rate. I believe it's $75, something like that. Yeah, it's less than $100. And a peacemaking may last an hour, may last a day. I know Lena and Judy could talk more about this from their experience, but it's a flat rate. So we'd be paying that fee and then be paying the cost of travel and lodging if necessary. But again, it would be a small amount, and I don't expect that this will be in a lot of cases. It'll be a select few cases, but I think the exercise is important, it's meaningful, and I think it could change some lives.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that the cost would most likely be minimal. And I've not been involved in one of these, but I'm sure that it probably allows for an opportunity for one party to acknowledge accountability and remorse and forgiveness on the other side. And then you've got healed lives, which go a long ways. So
Absolutely.
very supportive of that. I don't have any more questions. I've just got comments just after your presentation. So I'm going to start with up at the top when you gave the org chart and you have one vacancy in your office. That is admirable. Like it starts at the top. In any organization, it starts at the top. And in this case, that is you. So you are obviously doing something very right in that regard.
Thank you.
These are just comments. I like the new logo. Okay.
Good, good.
Like the new logo.
It was
And-
divisive.
Yeah, was it really?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Yeah. History, it's hard to
Change.
Yeah, change is hard.
Subjective.
History, people like, the old things sometimes. So I'm glad you like it.
get it. I get it, but I do like it, and I actually saw it for the first time yesterday on Bill Ring had
Yeah.
a vest on, and I saw it. So I liked it then, not even knowing you were going to talk about it today. I'm completely supportive of a facility dog, a support dog.
Thank you.
That goes so far. Yeah. And I'm also supportive of the alternatives, the courts that we have, because it's a cost-saving measure. It truly is a cost-saving measure, but it is the work that is done in these lives. It literally goes for generations. And so I have been and I continue to be supportive of that. And really my last comment, you hit on this a couple of times, and I want you to share this with other individuals in your office. You talked about the heaviness of the job that you guys have to do. We read about it in the paper.
Yeah.
And it's almost sometimes too much. There was one case, and you talked about it this morning, where I thought, I didn't have to see those pictures. I didn't have to talk to those members. And I just thought that had to have been a very, very heavy lift. So to you and all of the other members in your office, if you would express my gratitude, knowing that that is a burden really that they have to carry that comes with this job. And there's nothing we can do about it. It comes with the job. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I will absolutely convey that. Thank you, Supervisor.
Any other comments, questions? I'm trying to find that, slide, if we can go to that slide that talks about the increment request.
Yeah, it's back here a ways. Find it. Oh. Right there. That's my slide. Doesn't have all the detail that you probably have in your.
Yep, but
Your
no,
chart.
but this helps a lot. So, and charging attorney, I totally understand and totally agree with you on that. Charging attorney, and recommending for 3 years. I'm sure you're going to be bringing it back, and I'm sure we will take a look at our budget moving forward on that. Between and as you know, with the caveats about criminal justice being across the board, but given the areas that have not been recommended, what, in your opinion, is the most critical?
Well, that's felony attorney half spot. Again, I want to make sure all of our attorney spots are not grant funded, not even partially grant. I want it general fund. I want that permanent reliability of that money.
And we hear that from, of course, so many people.
I'm sure you do. Yeah. And there's probably a reason for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there is, because
Yeah.
it's the uncertainty of it, and we get that.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
so, but out of all the other the remaining requests, that is your highest request. Is
Yeah,
that-
we try to put these in order, I think, of priority. Although you've heard me say probably in the past, it's like picking your favorite child. These are all very important. Alternative prosecution attorney I would put right up there too, because again, if you all are invested in the idea that I'm invested in, which is there are other ways to deal with cases, and maybe in the restorative justice field or in the diversion way, we're going to need more help. We just can't have one person doing everything. Yeah, so that would be the two I would point out.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that, and as always, we appreciate you and your staff. Great work that you do, and I want to say that part of that great work is that you really do see this as a system,
Mhm.
and I think that is so important and so unusual, quite frankly, for many counties,
Yeah.
and so I appreciate your activism in CJCC. I appreciate your activism and your team's activism on the state level, because we do see this as a justice system, and I really appreciate you and your staff for that and what you do with it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate
Any other comments, questions, Supervisor? Birthday boy.
it.
Thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation. It's really interesting to see just how complex the county attorney's office is, how many different things you have to attend to. And I just wanted to put in a plug and appreciation for the diversion programs. Every time we go to the different mental health court, drug courts and whatnot, it just warms my heart to see folks that look like they could get lost in the system and instead have turned it around and really done well for themselves. And so I just wanted to put a plug out for that, and also just looking forward to finding some kind of I don't want to call it treatment, the healthcare center that we're looking at to look at alcoholism in our community and just how that would impact our justice system and be a way to reduce some of the work that your office has to do. So thank you for your leadership on that, and look forward to seeing how it moves forward.
Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you for your support. I appreciate that.
Comments, questions? All right. Supervisor Fowler.
I just want to recognize you and your staff on your being so creative, innovative, and creating programs within your department, your and that will help people. You know, instead of putting barriers up, you're actually trying to figure out how can we do better to help people that are in the worst situation in the world.
Yeah.
But you're looking at them as a people, as a person, as an individual, and as a family.
Yeah.
And that is that's just it's just amazing to me. Yes, and that hurts. That really hurts. And years ago, I thought I was going to be a social worker. Then I thought I was going to be a nurse, and I interned in the hospital. I worked with Head Start, thinking, you know, I'm going in this path. I couldn't do it. I learned that I cannot work with people directly. It's just not, especially when I was put in the pediatric unit at the hospital.
Yeah.
I just sat there and cried with them.
Yeah.
And then making home visits at the Head Start. Yeah. That was really, I bring it home, and I have to leave office and I have to sit somewhere for a while before I actually go home. And that's when you think about county attorney, you think about attorneys, you know, everybody fears attorneys and the courts, but don't realize the human side of it. And I just think that if we had just all the budget in the world, I wish we could just, you know, give you all the resources that you need to help your staff and our system here. And I, you know, there is something we can do, and you're embracing the Navajo Peace Court, and you know the Chief Justice Eleanor Shirley. She's been really working with her for some time now, and peacemaking court, and it's just you know, you're embracing that, and addition to the dog, and I really believe that a dog or maybe a teddy bear, remember that the zoo where the little animal gave him a teddy bear or something, and it cuddles him. but a service dog, I think that really makes sense. However, since you're also really looking at Navajo, how we do things. In Navajo, we have prayers and ceremonies that we can do, and it's just prayer to help people through this process. And when I think that would be might be a step for your you and staff when they go through this, because we do cleansing ceremonies, we do all kinds of ceremonies to be able to rejuvenate ourselves, to be able to address and then protect ourselves, be able to put almost like not almost, but a bubble around you when you're doing your work, so there's a protection layers there. It's actually layers, and you can't see it. Everything is Navajo. It's always looking at what we don't see with our eyes. It's the energy that we really look at. So, and just something to let you and your staff, and not just your department. I see that in all the departments, because we are a service agency. We help people where they are and the situation that they're in. And many times it's really not a good situation they're in, and we walk in.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for just the many programs that you all have now, just the various programs that have been developed, and your own staff. It's all internal. It's not outside coming in.
Yeah.
So, and then seeing you at, and being able for you all to go out in the community also, joining us at our 14th annual law enforcement and first responders gathering. That's really amazing that you all have all this work, but you still make time to make sure that you're out in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll just say thank you, Supervisor. And you've heard me say that I believe in a justice system with a soul. That's what this is about. We want to make sure everybody is treated as a human being and has worth. And even if people forfeit their right to be in the community and there's consequences, we want to make sure people know that we see them as humans. So it's important to me as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you again. I'm really thinking about the diversion program that you have brought forth to the board as something that you had requested. I think there's a reason for peacemaking, and we do have in the Tuba City district courts and other courts that they do have peacemaking, and it really works because it resolves disputes, and then it seeks to justice and also restoration of Hojon, meaning that all is going to be well at the end. And that's the main focus of this whole program that under peacemaking. It minimizes time, and then also attorney fees that are there, and not everybody's rich, to hire an attorney. You hire someone, and you have to pay a lot of money just to have something that's resolved. It's faster than the court procedures, and then also allows participation of everybody. Everybody gets to speak. And then also can be used for most issues that are requiring court orders that are going to be filed in the courts, and then also resolving through this whole process that's going to be hopefully implemented one of these days. And then peacemaking encourages people to work together, resolve their conflicts as a family or partner or whoever, kids, and to resolve conflicts in a non-threatening environment, and to seek win-win resolutions. Peacemaking can be done in the home, wherever they feel comfortable, and they can sit there and talk about all these issues. And so I think that for too long, the Native Americans have gone through a lot, and to really just come down on them, as far as attorney fees and just anything, you know, that they're not familiar with. There's always a like chants that my sister was talking about, prayers, chants, and herbs that we use for our healing, and our own traditional ways of communicating with the Creator. And it's hard to really, really explain everything the way we do everything. And I'm pretty sure that the Hopis, the Mexicans, everybody else that's in a diverse nationality, they have their own. And this is a diverse county. We always say it's a diverse county. We talk about inclusion, you know, and so I just want to say, you know, I think, you know, that we really, really need to take a look at this. And I'm really glad that you brought it forth. I know that part of this program that we're already talking about is the jail system that has that sweat lodge.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure if it's effective or not, because the last time I looked, it wasn't really developed yet.
Mm.
And it just really bothered me for a long time. Supervisor, chair here, and I made that visitation.
Mhm.
And it was a sad thing to see. And I'm still very disappointed with that. You know, and I want to maybe, so if this thing happens, then the courts, your areas of expertise is with your staff and also the jail system, they really need to work together.
Yeah.
So I would like to see this happen, and, you know, for everyone. That's a very traditional. Not everybody is very traditional, but still yet, you know, we're still Navajos, we're still Hopis, we're still, you know, part of a nationality that's, you know, out there.
Mhm.
So I really, really would like to see, if you don't get funded this year, maybe start preparing for something to be prepped for next year. I like to see this happen before I'm off the board,
Yeah. I
you
will
know.
definitely work
So
on that,
I
yeah.
just want to say thank you so much, you know, for bringing this presentation. It's going to really help a lot of people.
Thank you.
And you're already doing a lot for the Native Americans and others, and I really greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments, questions? Then, as always, thank you, and thank you, Department, very much.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
All right, so it's 11:15. We have Siri coming up.
Just to update the presentation, and we have our public defender's office.
Yep, and I am happy to introduce the Public Defender's Office. So thanks to Jennifer Stock for being here today, and also Andrew Graham is with her, and he is the new assistant director. This is his first budget process as assistant director, so excited to have Andrew with us today as well. And in the spirit of birthdays, I'm just going to continue with the longest serving employees. So the longest serving employees in the Public Defender's Office, Jan Hansen has the most seniority. She's been with us since 2005. And then Stephen Hauser on the attorney side has been with us since 2009. So to mention the longevity there as well. And I will direct your attention to the Public Defender tab in your binder. You can see the items in white are those that are being recommended, the 5% CPI, and then the Social Services Case Manager Investigator, which is a long title, 6-month continuation consistent with the other departments. You can see there in gray, the attorney was not recommended. So with that, I will turn it over to Jennifer.
Jennifer, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Chairwoman Horstman, members of the board. I'd like to point out I also have with me here this morning our Senior Administrative Manager, Pat Nabitsi, is here, as well as our Chief Investigator, Matthew Tanner. The Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court in 1963 decided Gideon versus Wainwright. This is the public defender case, and that's the case that held that states needed to provide attorneys for criminal defendants who could not afford private counsel. Hence my office, and we're here. As attorneys, and I know from watching on Monday that you're very concerned with constitutionally mandated requirements when it comes to budget, as well as statutory requirements. One thing I wanted to share with you, and I know Chairwoman Horseman knows this, but I'm not sure how familiar the rest of you are with this, that as attorneys, we're licensed, and we do have rules of professional conduct that we have to follow. And among those, and I know Mr. Barker mentioned in his presentation some of the ethics that the prosecutors have to follow. And when we talk about ethics, these are things if we don't do, we can get in trouble with our licensing bar. We could be suspended, we could lose our licenses. So as defense attorneys, some of the things that we're obligated to do is we have to promptly communicate with our clients. We need to promptly also investigate and manage their cases. Some of the other things we have to do are act with diligence and promptness, and also the way and manner in which we carry out our duties is also in case law. We have the U.S. Supreme Court case in Strickland versus Washington talks about effective assistance of counsel. And the assistance of counsel, and it's a hard thing for a defendant to prove. And in the criminal realm, what they do is a defendant who feels that he wasn't effectively represented, had ineffective assistance of counsel, files a post-conviction petition. And there are two prongs that they have to meet, and they are very, very hard to meet. But that the attorney's performance fell below a reasonable standard, and that it had an impact on the case. In the time that I've been here, I'm not sure that I've seen such a petition be granted, but the effect of that is to bring the case back into court. It undoes everything that's been done. And I wanted to start out talking about our ethical obligations and the ramifications of what happens if we're not effective, both as far as the licensing is concerned and as far as the courts are concerned, because it does go to my 2 increment requests today. I'll start out talking about our strategic priority areas. When I was first asked to put my department into this, I didn't think that we really fit into public safety. And looking at that description, that looked more law and order and police to me, which obviously we're not. And I was looking at community vitality. And I thought we fit more into that because the community is obviously enhanced when the most vulnerable in our population have someone, one person even who's the voice for them. But then over the past week, as I've really been narrowing and tailoring and thinking about my presentation before you this morning, and even it's come to me more as I'm sat through things on Monday and then this morning listening to the county attorney, I think we do fit into public safety because we are a system of checks and balances. And we're the check. My office is the check to the police force and the county attorney's office. We're the yang to their yin, so to speak. So I do think we fit in there as well. So this is our organizational chart. And I have followed in my predecessor's belief that we don't go from the top down. We're not organizers, no one beneath me. We're kind of lateral. And I'm more organizing and managing everyone in our office. So that's why I'm off to the side. And as you can see, I have my deputy director, I have my senior administrative manager, as well as our various paralegals, juvenile court, and chief investigators. I supervise a lot of people, and I am working on restructuring this because it's far too many evaluations for me to do in September when evaluation time comes along. But I am keeping and maintaining for now. Right now, we have one vacancy, but I am happy to say that that is going to be filled as of May 11th. You can see under the Justice Court attorneys, we have an attorney, Paul Garnes, who has been in the civil world for a little while, but he did start out at the county attorney's office and was there for several years. So I'm very happy he'll be joining us, and we will be fully staffed as of May. And that's a full-time attorney opening that's been open since February with the retirement of Christine Brown, who is our last, our interim, I like to call her, assistant director. And our office historically does not have openings for very long. I've had to fill 3 attorney positions since I took over as director. And it's taken a while, but I'll say this, I've been very picky about who I bring into my office because of the culture in our office. We have and I'll get to this in a later slide, it's one of our strengths, but we do have a very positive attitude in our office with, and this is everyone from support staff through the attorneys. Everybody's willing to pitch in and help out with each other, and I want to make sure that we maintain that kind of culture in my office. So that's why sometimes it takes me a little while to fill an opening, but we will be fully staffed as of the 11th of May. Our accomplishments for this year, I think because we are individual focused in our office. I think a lot of the other departments listening to their presentations, they have projects they're working on, and we have this goal for this year. And our goal is every day as we get new assignments, new clients assigned to our office, it's those individuals. Those individuals are our targets and our goals, and to do the best that we can for those individuals. And so this year, some of the accomplishments we have had more trials. When I started in this office in 2021, for the first couple of years, just a couple of us had trials. And that was coming out of the COVID years when everything kind of slowed down. And you'll see on the chart further on down how the trials really are kind of exploding now. But a lot of our attorneys have we've had some experienced trial lawyers in my office. They've shaken off the rust and they've started to do trial work again. And we've gotten some trial work in for some of our younger attorneys. Our misdemeanor division, we continue to meet with our clients in person, traveling to Williams and Page. And we've done several trials, including bench trials, and one of our newest attorney had an acquittal recently, so that was a very positive experience for her. So we are obtaining acquittals on some of those misdemeanor bench trials. Juvenile dependency, we have a fantastic dedicated juvenile team. And as you can see, they've collaborated with DCS, an opposing counsel for reunification of families. And also, they've been commended by the Foster Care Review Board for their advocacy on behalf of a child who's currently in placement. So we have a very strong team with our juvenile attorneys. And this probably goes more in partnerships, but one thing that I have noticed as I was sitting in court over the past several years in Superior Court watching, when there are fugitive warrants, there are extradition cases that come in. So this is somebody who has a warrant from another state. The other states say they have a warrant out of New Mexico. New Mexico can't just come and grab them up and take them back. There's an extradition act. So the governor of New Mexico has to ask the governor of Arizona to send them back, and they have to prove that this is the person they're looking for. Other places where I've practiced, the public defenders represent the individuals on those cases, but historically that isn't done here. And so I approached Judge Reed earlier this year and suggested that my office be appointed in these cases, because when these people are unrepresented, it's the judge in court who has to read the script to them. It's very complicated. It's very confusing. The defendants would be confused, and it takes a lot of court time. And so my suggestion was, if you appoint us, and we're still working out the kinks, but I think we're getting it pretty well hammered out. Said, if you appoint my office, we'll have an attorney go, because we're at the jail. Someone's there pretty much every day, no matter what. We can talk to this person, explain everything to them, find out what they want to do, and then the process will go faster in court. So we've been doing that since February, and I think it's working pretty well. I think it's going a little bit quicker in court for the courts. So that's one of our accomplishments this year. Creative solutions and partnerships, and I'm sure all of you know this already. You've heard other presentations. So we work with CJCC, and CJCC is really doing a lot of things, which is just fantastic, and it's nice to see things being accomplished there. We still work with Pathways. Anything that pretty much is done, if the county attorneys are there, for the most part, we're there. If the courts are there, we're there. Veteran stand-downs. And as you saw on Mr. Barker's slide with Felony Fridays, and I think I was in that photo. I think that's one of the last Felony Fridays. Yeah, I thought so. One of the last felony Fridays I went to when I was trying to pitch in and help out in justice court at the end of last year because they needed help down there. Court administration and working with them again with the felony warrants, and we work in scheduling, for example, with settlement conferences. The APDA is Arizona Public Defenders Association. Of course, I'm part of that and attend the meetings of the directors that deal with statewide issues. Recovery court, veterans court, mental health courts, all of our specialty courts we're involved with, which is fantastic that we do have that in this community. I feel like there was one more thing I want to talk. I'm not nearly as smooth as Ammon, and my slides are nowhere near as good as his. I was talking to a professor last night at dinner, and it wasn't my husband, who talked about the pride he takes in his slides that he presents to class. And I said, man, you know, I got to be more like you and spend more time on my slides and take pride in my slides. And sitting here, I was thinking, watching Ammon's presentation, I was thinking about that today. Our strengths and threats. So as I alluded to earlier, I think the strength in our office really are the members of this office. This is such a fantastic office. Everyone's willing to help out with each other. If somebody is sick, needs to be out, you know, with our legal assistants, other people chip in and help. We have one person who handles cases incoming to open files for us. If she has issues, we have other people who pitch in and help out to keep the office running. Bless you. Same thing with the attorneys. I never have to ask, I shouldn't say never have to ask. I never have to assign someone to do anything. If people need coverage in court, they ask for it, somebody volunteers. When we have justice bus events, when we have warrant quashing events, I ask for volunteers, and we have people who are happy to volunteer. And one of our juvenile attorneys, she's a dependency person, but teen court got started up again this past year in justice court, and it's something that takes place after hours. And this attorney volunteers her time for that because to her it's so important. So the people in my office really are very committed to their job and representing all of our clients and helping out anywhere in the court system that helps the needs of the community. Threats, increasing fees for experts. So in doing our diligence as attorneys, oftentimes we need to consult with experts. Sometimes we don't need to retain them for trial, but we do need to maybe verify some of the information from the prosecutor's office. Psychological evaluations. We have a lot of clients who are very mentally ill. And sometimes we get a psychological evaluation just so we can see what's going on with them. Sometimes we use that with mitigation, with the county attorney's office, with the judge. Another thing that we're seeing with all of these sex offenses, and you've seen, again, from Mr. Barker's slides, the increase in sex offenses that are being charged. Sometimes we work out plea agreements where whether or not someone has to register is up to the court. There's a type of evaluation called a psychosexual evaluation. Those are $5,000, $6,000 to get those. And we have judges at sentencings when we are arguing hard to not make our client register because they're not a threat to the community. A lot of judges want to see those. They want to see a psychosexual evaluation. And I've said, you know, we're not getting that. We can't afford that. Is the court going to pay for that? I've been able to compromise and get a psychological evaluation so they can get a better understanding of my client along with other mitigation. But those are requests that I am seeing from the court. And not just in our cases, I've seen it with obviously other cases that other attorneys have. And that's something if the courts want to see it. And I'm just putting this out there just so you're aware of the types of expenses that we're finding with experts. And the other thing is, and you know this, is the vastness of the county and the need to meet with clients. So it's not only sending our attorneys out to Page or Williams for those cases. With our juvenile cases, our dependency cases, we need to put eyes on the children, our clients, at least once. There are statutory requirements for that. And so we have children who are placed throughout the county, who are placed down in Phoenix. So it's not just the vastness of the county, but the travel to meet with and actually see our clients. And so that's something else that that the attorneys in our office have to do. And we also have a paralegal. Once an attorney sees them, a paralegal can go out and see them, but we do have to have an attorney do it the first time. Our special revenue funds, as always, we every year we give our, which is roughly $50,000 each year, we give all of that to Recovery Court because that's so important. So that's money from our office that we give for that. Our fees for service pays for Westlaw, which is our research tool that we use. We have our Title IV e-money, which is limited to dependency cases, and so it does pay for a legal assistant and some of the attorney fees for that, attorney salaries for that. We have a public defender training fund, and that's used. We have so many continuing legal education hours that we have to do every year in order to maintain our licenses. Typically, we get that done at the APDA training that is done in June. It's usually down in Tempe. So that allows our attorneys to go down there and get all of the hours they need. But also, just to be effective attorneys, there are various trainings throughout the year that if an attorney sees a training that they want to do, it pays for that for them. And then we have the opioid grant for the Pathways program, and that pays for our deputy public defender who is assigned to Pathways. Okay, and we have 2 increment requests this year. And our first one, our primary one, is the, and it says Social Services Case Manager Investigator because that's the official title, but it's really an investigator. We have our chief investigator here, and we have a second investigator in our office. And then our second request is a full-time attorney. Both of these positions were ARPA-funded positions that ended last year. The attorney was discontinued, and I did not lose an employee over that. When Sandy Deal retired, that full-time attorney spot I kept open, and then I put the ARPA attorney into that full-time slot. So we did not lose anyone there. The investigator was extended 1 year to this year. And then I know the recommendation is just to continue for 6 months to the end of December, and the I guess suggestion is to find another, if there's an opening in our office, to move that person into the spot. That's not what this is about. And I know Chairwoman Horstman, I heard you on Monday say this, and I was very happy to hear you say it because I know you understand. The issue isn't keeping the person. The person who's currently in that spot, Alvin Begay, quite frankly, we have people in our office who they are going to be here for a long time, and then there are people who aren't. They're getting some experience before moving on. I know he wants to go to law school. And so I don't expect him to stay forever. So this isn't a matter of, I don't want someone to lose their job, although I don't want Alfred to lose his job, but we need that spot. The county attorney's office has all of the police working for them. They have the Flagstaff Police Department, they have the Coconino County Sheriff's Office, they have DPS. Those are their investigators for the cases that come in. And they have the burden, and they have to prove what they charged, and they have all of those people. But we have 2 investigators. We have, I should know exactly how many attorneys we have in our office, 17.75, it's on the slide. We have essentially 18 attorneys in the office. They all have cases. They all have cases that need to be investigated and things that need to be done. If we go down to 1 person for that, there's investigation that won't be done, or that investigation, some of those duties will fall on other people. As attorneys, we can't talk to witnesses just by ourselves. We can't pick up the phone and call people because that turns us into the witness. If we go to trial and that witness says something different from what they told us, we're now the witness because we're the only person who can get on the stand to say what they did, and that's not allowed. We can't do that. So we need somebody independent. So then that puts us in the position of having one of our paralegals or maybe grabbing a legal assistant away from their jobs, because everybody in our office, it's a full-time job. They all have duties, and they're different duties. Pull them away while the attorney asks the questions so that if we need a witness, well, they can say what the person said. But that means other work isn't being done. And that's not attorney work, that's investigator work. The attorneys have full caseloads, and they have more to do as attorneys in a day than they have time for in a day. And I'll get to that in a minute. So the second investigator is crucial. As you can see in the chart that we put up there, this just shows the percentage of time in pretty much the first quarter of this year, January through the end of March, when we created this slide of what our investigators do. So you can see on the blue, that it's skip tracing. So that a lot of times, and this happens oftentimes in justice court, we have clients who are homeless, they don't make it to court, we need to find out where they are. And so our investigators come back from court and say, hey, I need you to try and find this person, they didn't show up today. So they try and track them down. They'll try and track them down through social media. If they can't track them down through social media, they'll go through Clear and see if they can track them down through Clear. Sometimes it's a matter of boots on the ground, and they're going to have to go to their last known address or go to the shelter to try and find them. And sometimes they'll have to go through family members and searching for family members. But this is all time consuming to try and find the person and try and get them to court so we can get them through the system and get them the help they need. You can see also interviewing witnesses, evidence review of media. And we have NAU interns. We always have interns, and some of them are assigned to the investigator's office. And we use them as much as we can. They can call people, family members who might have some preliminary information to get preliminary information. One thing we get a lot of are jail calls, especially in cases that are going to trial. If our client's in custody, we get all of the calls that they've ever made to anybody. Because if they've made any admissions at all in there, you can bet the county attorney's office is going to play those at trial. So we need people to go through to listen and hear, did our clients say anything that we have to watch out for? Or could there be something good that they review and hear that we didn't know about? So we use interns as much as we can, but there's only so much an intern can do. And if an investigator is out doing something, sometimes things come up at the last minute that we need. Hey, we just got appointed to this defendant at an initial appearance, and he is all beat up from this incident. We need you to get to the jail right now and document his injuries, because that could be important in negotiations. It could be important for defense at trial. We need to get this right now, because if we wait, those injuries are going to start healing. So that's the significance of needing two investigators in our office. And I didn't think about this until after my meeting with the county managers. But as I was thinking about it and getting ready for my presentation to you, it occurred to me that we do have salary savings in our office with the retirement of two very long-time attorneys in my office, and that's my predecessor and Sandy Deal, and then Brad Bransky, who is assistant director. They were with the office, I think, each for over 20 years. And then when you take the difference between the salary for the two of them, bless you, and my salary and my current assistant director, that savings is, you can see there's, the difference is over $68,000. The salary requesting is $63,000. Now I understand that having a full-time employee is more than just a salary. I know there's about $20,000 in benefits, and I think on the previous slide I have there, the $87,000, right. But with the salary savings, that's approximately 3/4 of what I need for that full-time employee spot. And I know Siri's probably sitting there thinking, no, Jennifer, it's not 3/4. She probably did the math in her head, and it's 72 point something. But it's very close to 3/4 of what we need. So I did want to point that out to you, that we do have the salary savings that can heavily contribute to that full-time employee position that I'm looking for. The next request is the full-time attorney request. And the well-being of public defenders is something that is constantly talked about by public defender offices, bless you, around the country. I'm also a member of the National Association of Public Defenders, and there's a listserv with directors, and one thing that is talked about a lot is the well-being of their attorneys, and it's been in the news recently. It's in the media occasionally. the San Francisco public defender was sanctioned recently, sometime within the last month, I think, because his attorneys have too many cases, and he refused to take more cases, and he was held in contempt and he was fined. He was sanctioned by the courts for that. We are nowhere near that. We are not near that. But it is something that's an issue, and that's something that I just wanted to let you know about, because it's not having the time, so many cases that you don't have the time to work on it. What it is not being able to do enough no matter how long you work. And our caseloads have fluctuated this year because we have had, last year we had 2 attorneys, Superior Court attorneys, who are out for various reasons. One took an extended leave, one was out on maternity leave, which started earlier than we expected. So that really bumped up the Superior Court caseloads, and we were getting at a critical level where attorneys just couldn't handle it. The legal defender's office jumped in and said, look, we're willing to take a case a week, and that helped us out. We got those 2 attorneys back, and then things have smoothed out. When we had Christine Brown, who was in the Superior Court, retire in February, and so now cases are going up. My initial request for the attorney position, I talked in my increment request about Justice Court, how I need that attorney for Justice Court. And I asked for an attorney because I didn't want to be limited depending on who applied for the job. But again, sitting through the presentation on Monday, I'm willing to modify that, make it an attorney 1 position, which I think is $84,000 is the bottom. I don't need it to be an attorney 4. I can get somebody new out of law school. I need the help. But right now, with Justice Court, with the new hire coming in, I was planning on hiring someone for Superior Court and putting that attorney there. But the person I got really fits in better helping out in Justice Court. So there's help in Justice Court now. So Justice Court's okay, where I need the help of Superior Court. And honestly, it's up to me to shift things around in my office and make it work. But my attorneys do have a lot of cases, and part of what's contributing to that are the number of trials, which again will be on another slide. But I wanted to illustrate to you, and I think it's interesting that Ammon had in his the disclosure slides, because that's what my next 3 slides are that I wanted to illustrate to you. When we say seriousness and complexity of the cases, a lot of that is the media. The media, we get so much more media now because of body cameras, because of surveillance cameras on businesses. You can't go anywhere downtown without being video recorded anymore. So this first slide is just an illustration of Exxon Justice, which is what I had asked for last year for our media storage. This is an example of a page that opens up where it just lists a bunch of cases. And so that list, the red dots, are the amount of media for that particular file. The next slide is an illustration of an aggravated assault case. And if you can see in the upper right-hand corner there, 150 megabytes equals about 5 minutes of video. So you have in this a total of 646.9 megabytes. That calculates out to 1 hour and 54 minutes of video. And that's just the video, and you can see there are photos there as well, images. And obviously you can just click through images and look at those. And so the attorneys need to go through and review that. But it's not just reviewing it one time. You have to review it one time to understand it, but then you need your client to look at it, and you may need to review it with your client. So that's just a typical, I would say, run-of-the-mill regular felony aggravated with assault. The next one's possession of drug paraphernalia. That's just a class 6 felony. And you can see the amount of media in this case. And we don't have the totals up there, but I went through and added it up, and that's roughly 1 hour of video just for a class 6 felony paraphernalia case. And of course, in addition to all this media, we have police reports that we have to review. We have to meet with our clients, and we don't meet with our clients just one time. First meeting's an introduction. Let me explain the system to you, the charges, your rights, and then we're going to get you your disclosure so you can review it. Then we meet with them again to discuss the disclosure with them. They may tell us things that we need to investigate. They may say, hey, you know what? I think there's a video camera on this building over there that's going to show you what happened. Or, this is an example recently, that bar, they said that I used a bottle. They didn't sell bottles. They only sold cans. I have to send an investigator out to talk to the manager. Hey, did you sell cans at the time and not just bottles? And so we have to run down and investigate things that our clients tell us. And then we have another meeting with the clients to talk to them and discuss the results. So the cases are time consuming. And so when you have more and more cases, there's only so much time to do all of that, which is why another attorney, when you lower the caseloads, you give people more time to accomplish all of that. And the other factor that impacts on us are jury trials. And so this table shows how many jury trials that we have done every year from 2021 through this year. And the orange on 2026 are trials that are, as of the date this was created, that were scheduled. And you can see how they really have jumped. And when a case goes to trial, that also takes time from our attorneys. Yes.
I got a question, and of course, we saw this with the county attorney as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an opinion as to why the caseload has jumped so much, so significantly?
So I have a couple of opinions about the caseload. So number one, you know, these are hard economic times, I think, for people. So I think when you have that, I think just in general in society, people have stresses, so you see more criminal activity. As for our courts, and I know I've discussed this with Judge Reed, he's done presentations on it, and he's shown me his figures on it. And the incoming cases are outpacing cases that are getting resolved in the courts. And I know there are so many factors. And so also plea negotiations are taking time. And one thing to keep in mind too are, you know, the county attorney's office can make their offers. They're the deciders. On our side, our clients are the deciders. They're the ones who decide the objective of the case, not us, the attorneys. Our job is to educate our clients so they can make the best decision possible for them. And so our clients decide if they want to accept an offer or go to trial. And what we are seeing in our office are a lot more people wanting to go to trial. You know, and even in the face of us telling them, a lot of them have prior criminal histories, which means long prison sentences. The offers are shorter prison sentences, no matter how hard we try to explain to them, look, we don't think your odds at trial are very good. I can't guarantee anything one way or another, but here's their evidence, and this is how a jury is going to look at it. We have people who just still want to go to trial for whatever reason. So that's the increase in the trials, which obviously if a case pleads out, that happens faster, and it closes that case out faster. And that takes a file off your desk. Closed file is what I always say. But a trial that's out there, that takes longer to resolve. Meanwhile, the cases are still coming in. And then when an attorney's in trial, they can't work on those other cases. You can't. So then, I always tell my clients, especially the in custody guys who want you to talk to them every day, I always tell them, look, I'm getting ready to go to trial with someone. I cannot work on your case for the next couple of weeks. And if you go to trial, you're going to want me to focus on you. So I got to focus on this person now. And then you're getting caught up, not only on the cases that were put aside while you were in trial, but now you've had more cases coming in and getting assigned to you. That's one stressor that the attorneys in my office who assign cases have. They have a case to assign. I've got to give it to, you know, one of these people, and everybody has high cases already. And who do I give it to? And I can tell you, do you have a follow-up question?
Well, yeah, I guess kind of related to everything you're saying, and thank you for this. Would diversion opportunities and funding for diversion opportunities assist in this or not?
I think
Depends, I guess.
I guess it depends. I mean, because where we're seeing the difficulty aren't in the kinds of cases that are going to get diversion. Yeah, maybe in justice court. And to be honest, I don't know justice court numbers as well. I think there probably are cases in justice court that could go to diversion. And I'll say this. As a defense attorney from the defense side, it's never enough. So yes, we have these diversion programs and we have this specialty courts. We don't have enough people going into those. We want more. We think more people qualify for that. But we're told, no, we're not going to do it for that person for this reason or this person for that reason. I had an attorney say to me yesterday, we need a recovery court out in Page. I believe the one that's there is just for misdemeanors. He has someone with a felony. And the poor guy signed on for recovery court here, but he lives in Page. He can't do that. He can't up and move his life here. Sorry, that was a long-winded
No, I get
answer.
it. No, I get it. You aren't in charge. You're kind of on the receiving end, is what you're basically saying.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Exactly. I mean, I would love to see more for everything, but I'm not the one who controls whether my people can go into it or not.
Yeah. And would you also just, I think for clarification for the board as well as maybe the general public who may be interested in this, is the difference how Coconino County Public Defender and Legal Defender, what's the difference and how do they interact?
Oh, certainly. So the public defender gets appointed to all indigent criminal cases when they come through, and juvenile cases. Well, juvenile might be a little different, dependency. When there's a conflict, for example, two co-defendants, or the defendant now is, or the victim of a new case coming in was a former client of ours, we can't represent that defendant, and the legal defender will take those cases. Certainly.
Supervisor Fowler.
So we have a justice system that works together. And what your department does impacts the courts and all the, the various departments and even our detention center. So, and we're getting these requests, and I'm just wondering, and you probably can't maybe not answer it, but I'm just wondering, with such limited budget we have, these are all very important positions, and we wish we could do full-time on all the requests. However, looking across the system, and they're all pockets, and each of the pockets are requesting funding for a certain position. So I'm wondering if there is one position, maybe it's not your department, maybe it's county attorney's department, maybe it's the judge. I don't know where it would be if there was one or two positions that absolutely would make a difference and somehow open the door to enhance the system a little better. It's a bird's eye view of what's going on, and we're only hearing each department.
Right.
But what if we were to look at the whole system and say, okay, we're not looking at each department individually. We have a system here. How do we improve that system if with such limited budget, if we were to approve this one right here, or create a new position somewhere and say that position will be able to help all the departments?
I wish there was one position that existed that could do that. Unfortunately, I don't think there is one position. I can tell you for my department, the one position that would be most helpful is that investigator. For the system, I can tell you for the system, it's not one position. I would say getting Division 7 back. And getting Division 7 back, that requires more, way more than one full-time employee. And I think that will help the judges spread out the cases, just as having an additional attorney in my office helps distribute the cases. I think having that additional division helps distribute the cases for the judges, because I know our 3 Superior Court judges are working awfully hard right now. They all have big caseloads. And they're having to use various days during the week, which also does impact my office. I recently, and I think I had it up there and I didn't talk about it, because once I start talking, I move on it however I'm thinking, not what's in front of me. But our office historically has just randomly assigned cases to attorneys. So attorneys had cases in all Superior Court divisions. And their law in motion day is on Monday. And so attorneys were in court all day. on Mondays with no office time. And that was stressful to them. So what I did earlier this year is I assigned 2 attorneys to each division. So now now that it is smoothed out, they had to keep their cases and close them out. But now you just have one division to go to on a Monday. The rest of the day, in theory, you have office work. So that is helpful getting them more time in the office. But we're also seeing with the courts, and I mean, I want to be clear, I'm not faulting in any way. It's the reality of what Judge Reed's having to deal with. But he's created now what we're calling early resolution court on Wednesday mornings, where arraignments or changes of pleas from the justice courts, instead of going to the Superior Court to handle, it's just one morning a week on Wednesday mornings. Well, now, and I tried having the justice court attorneys handle those, but then cases weren't being worked on for a while. So now I'm assigning those to Superior Court attorneys. So now they have Wednesday mornings where they're in court. And there are other days during the week that the judges are having to use for off-calendar days. So I'm trying to give my attorneys as much office time as I can.
So,
Yes.
and I think part of it'd be really great to be able to say, yes, this is what's
I know.
going to make the difference.
Yeah.
But the way the system is set up,
Right.
the way it needs to be set up,
Mhm.
is you need to have those checks and balances.
Right.
And you call yourself the check, and I know why you're calling yourself the check. And as the check, you don't decide what cases end up going forward.
Right.
You know, you are dealing with the cases now going forward. How are you going to handle that
Right,
with
exactly.
your clients?
We're reactionary.
And in reactionary, okay, that, you know, you're on the receiving
Mhm.
end is, I guess, the way I would say it. And so so it's a hard, you know, it is a hard system to try to say this is what's going to make the difference. And that's why I know we always look at alternative dispute resolution.
Right.
We always look at things such as diversion after you're in the system. But most importantly, what we have also looked at is how do we keep people out of the criminal justice system? The way to make the biggest change is you don't get in the system in the first place.
Right.
And so then we're starting to deal with extremely complex social issues,
Right.
such as addiction, or such as homelessness, or such as poverty. So, you know, I guess, you know, the best way to deal with this and to lower your caseload would be probably to keep people out of the system in the first place. And I know that's something we're always looking at, right?
Always looking at that.
And that is, and it's expensive. And guess what? You know, we in Coconino County have limited expenses. It's the revenue coming in, quite frankly, mostly property taxes, sales taxes, et cetera, and trying to keep everything within the budget. And then you've got all of these mandates that we must meet, that are legal. And that takes up a great majority of, you know, quite frankly, our budget.
Right.
So, but I'm glad you identified within and I'm sorry, I really went off on that. Sorry about that. But you identified with your needs what's the most important.
Yes.
Because I want to listen to that, just like I wanted to listen from the county attorney's end on that as well. So, and I also hope that either it's from the prosecutor or the defense end, that if we're taking action as a board in funding positions that create that create having that thumb on the balance of the scales of justice, we need to hear that. And you heard the county attorney, and heard their request. We're hearing your request, and I'm assuming you're going to let us know if there's things going forward that we need to do a real check. I don't know if that's a balance, but something.
Certainly.
So, okay.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I agree with you. And I think the best way to keep people out of the criminal justice system moving forward are all of the diversion programs and the specialty courts that we have. Treatment's the solution. And that's our job as defense attorneys, is with all of our clients. You know, there are always two sides to a story, or there's pretty much always an underlying reason for the activity. And so our job as defense attorneys is we figure out what's going on with our clients. We have clients who've never had evaluations before, and we get a psychological evaluation. We find out, wow, all these diagnoses, they've gone untreated. And it's our job to present our client's version of things or their needs to first the prosecutors and then the judges. And we advocate for them and try and get people to understand what they need. And I had a client who was charged with child abuse for a 16-month-old child who had several breaks. And this is just an example of, as defense attorneys, what we do. The main radiologist in town was taken by the county attorney's office. I had to find my own expert. It was difficult. I could not get a radiologist in town to even talk to me over this child abuse case. I did get someone who was willing to communicate and look at the x-rays for me, and I had to find another expert who was willing to look at that and talk to me, and agreed with my client, who said some of these breaks, and this was obvious, were older and happened on various different occasions as accidents. And with the types of breaks, the radiologist agreed, yes, they certainly could be accidental. It's absolutely possible. The problem you have is the number of them, and that looks like abuse. So I had a client then who was crying, didn't know, it's not how it happened, who was looking if going to trial, proclaimed innocence, I'm going to go to trial, crying every time. It was accidental. I had nothing to do with any of this. But looking at decades in prison, working with that person over and over and over, and her pain, and it was an older case, and so now these are young children, and she's facing going to prison away from her young children, and finally took a deal for prison time that she didn't want to take and cried, and I was given abuse by her family for not doing a good job for her after it was all over. That's what our attorneys do with so many cases, and it's an emotional toll. Dealing with our clients and trying to get people to understand their side of things. And it's a side that doesn't want to hear our side. They don't want to hear it. And they don't want to believe it. But we have to advocate for our clients. And that's what's going on with the lawyers in my office. And we have clients who don't appreciate us. We do have clients who do appreciate us. Don't get me wrong. But we have clients who fight with us. We are the one contact in the system that they have. So they're unhappy with their situation. They will yell at us. They will swear at us. They will threaten us. They heap abuse on us. And we continue to represent them, and we try and educate them on their choices. It is grinding, and it's grinding on the attorneys in my office. I have had several attorneys within the past several months with the caseloads, with the clients that I've had to sit down and talk to and talk about the issues that they're having. So that's what's going on, and I just wanted to illustrate that for you. And I have the easy job, I think, here today. I get to have tunnel vision and just focus on my office, and I absolutely appreciate the position that the board is in. You have the entire county that you need to worry about, and I guarantee you, I know every head of every department can stand here and tell you how hard the job is for their people, and it is. Every department has pressures. I understand that. But what I'm advocating for are the people in my office. And that's why, and I don't expect the attorney position this year. I'll be realistic about that. I don't expect it. And we'll muddle on through, and we will keep grinding, and we will keep working for our clients. And that's why the investigator is number one for me. Because without that second investigator, my chief investigator is going to be working overtime. That's what he was doing before we got that second investigator. He'll be working overtime, and other people are going to be taking away from the actual work they need to be doing. So one thing that can help my attorneys is to have the support staff that they need to help them do their jobs. I really got off track. I apologize. I'm really good at doing that. The increase in the seriousness and complexity of cases are some of the other financial realities, challenges, or opportunities. I've already talked about that. The retirement of senior attorneys, though, we have had senior attorneys, and I know there's another one who's going to be retiring in July, gives us the opportunity to hire newer attorneys, which will result in salary savings. So that is one opportunity that we've taken in our office. As for our goals and outlook, we want to continue to keep providing quality legal representation for the people in this community. And I also want to keep the attorneys in my office. One thing that is a reality and happens is you do get public defender burnout and people leave the offices. I don't want that to happen to any of my people. This is a fantastic office. I have a really good group of people, and that's one of my concerns. One of my concerns is burnout. Yeah, I'm just going to end it there. I think I've said everything I need to say. Are there any questions?
Supervisor Fowler first, and then Vasquez.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 So I can tell you that the Axon Justice System, which is where we do our data storage, and that's where we watch these videos, it's helpful because it does an instant transcript of what people are saying. So when it comes to, for example, interviews with witnesses or clients, a lot of times there's dead time or dead air where police officers leave the room. Now, you still need to watch it because sometimes you don't know what your client is physically doing, and so you need to watch it. But as far as what's being said, you have the transcript, and then you can just click ahead. You can see the time on the video where this is being said. So if there's like a 10-minute dead time or a half hour, you can click ahead to the next one. So there actually already is a tool for some of it that's helping us go through as quickly as we can. Unfortunately, sometimes you just have to go through and see, and you can fast forward and make it go faster. And I agree with you about CJCC. I mean, I think one thing that is really good, and we are very lucky in having Ammon as our county attorney because he really does believe in and trying to help people and trying to do preventive measures. So I think I mean, I'm in full support of all of the programs he has.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And as more of a comment, I just want to make sure that as we're looking and making these decisions that we do, of course, we want to fund across the justice system. But when we talk about justice, we also want to talk about equity. And one of the reasons the public defender's office is so important, because a lot of folks who enter the justice system don't have the means to hire a lawyer. And without the public defender, they wouldn't have any legal representation. And so it's just really crucial as we're talking about justice and we're talking about equity, that we make sure that we do everything we can to help support the public defender's office to ensure that the caseload isn't too much so that folks get frustrated because they feel like they're not getting the attention they need from their public defender, when in fact the public defender is doing everything they can to support them, but they're overwhelmed with a caseload. And so I just wanted to point that out and just say thank you to you and your office and your team for all your work to help provide justice for the most needy in our community.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you so much, and happy birthday. Well, welcome to the 50s.
Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Antivera.
Good, well, it's actually good afternoon now. So I just want to be sure that I understand your request on the investigator. So it is being recommended here that you're going to be getting one for 6 months.
Right.
Okay, and you're asking for the additional 6 months.
No, I'm asking
No.
full-time. I apologize. Thank you for clarifying. No, I need a full-time investigator. 6 months doesn't do it for me. I need that second individual full-time. I mean, going forward.
Okay, so you
Permanent.
need
Permanent.
permanent.
That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Okay,
Regular.
okay, and then, okay, so then, hold on, I've got a little bit more, but I want to ask management and our finance. Jennifer Ms. Stock laid out what she felt was an answer to this problem. Can you address that?
Thank you, Supervisor Antiveros. I'd be happy to address that. So the way that the payroll forecasting and the payroll budgets work in general is that we look at what are the approved FTEs, not what is the salary for one person, who's left, who's come in. And the reason for that, it actually holds departments harmless in a lot of ways as well. But what we're looking at is the board has approved a number of positions. And we want to be very mindful of equity and experience in our candidates. So if a candidate comes in replacing someone who was, say, an entry-level position and they have a lot of experience, their salary may be higher. That could have an impact on department budgets. We do not ask them to find that additional cost. We say, the board has approved this FTE. You found a very experienced candidate. If it costs another $20,000 in salary and benefits, that will be funded for you. You don't have to cut your operating budget. You don't have to find the money elsewhere. However, to make that work, we have people who come in higher, people who retire, and that lowers. Part of the long-term outlook is that we will have some retirements and have that reset to base salary. As that happens, that's part of maintaining our balanced budget. The other reason why we don't look at the dollars and we really look at what's the approved position and fund to that is that we really don't want departments looking at that and making hiring decisions. We want them to find the best candidate and not be looking at things like, will this person elect a higher health insurance coverage that's going to cost their budget, right? We want to make sure that decisions are motivated by the right factors, which really is truly driven by the FTE approval rather than the individual salary. So that being said, I appreciate the creativity in the proposal, but we have already reset that salary. The vacancies in question have been vacant for long enough period of time where our forecast for not only next year's budget, but actually this year's budget too, had included that turnover, and we've already sort of swept that back in, if you will, or accounted for it in the budget forecast.
You know, and if I may, although I do appreciate you bringing that forward and also understand finance's response, but you know, we as a board may feel that the recommendations that are made, which we understand are made with looking at the whole budget, looking at the whole county, but we, of course, as individual board members and making a board decision may feel that there are some positions and requests that serve a higher good. And quite frankly, we have in the past not 100% followed the county managements. And I'll just speak for myself. I think maintaining that second investigator position is really important, especially in light of some of the changes and recommendations for a county attorney. And that's just my thoughts. Whether it's we're saving money because you're hiring less experienced lawyers or not, but I find it of merit. So I'll
Thank
just
you.
say that.
I appreciate that.
Any other comments or questions?
Can I've got a little bit more.
Supervisor
and then I'll
Andres.
end. I was actually going to ask that be put on the whiteboard for further discussion. Okay.
And
Go ahead.
I guess we should talk about that. Maybe that's something we as a board can talk about. I'm not looking at the whiteboard for that. If I was going to do that, I'm going to have you go back. There's a lot of things but I kind of figured that's part of our discussion. And the whiteboard's almost like just beyond just the discussion for budget. But I'm making my own list of things that I want us to talk about as part of our discussion. And I don't know how the other board members feel about that, but this was kind of going for outside, like, hey, we want to advocate with our legislative folks on this, or we want to really take a look at what's going on here. But I'm making my own list of what I want to talk about in terms of budget.
Okay, that's fair, and I appreciate the clarification that
I
that
think
you
it's good
offer.
for us to talk about. So we're all
I
on
do
the same
too.
page.
I agree. I agree. Okay, so to be continued on that portion of the conversation. So, I just wanted to basically you kind of put it up. You're the yin and the yang, as you very well analogize there, and I appreciate your humbleness and you saying that you're not at the top, but truly you are. Okay, you are. You can't get away from it. So. Also with the continuity of services and all of your personnel that you have had, that speaks volumes about you as well, and I want to appreciate you in that regard. And I also support you guys getting a therapy dog, okay? Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, your office getting a therapy dog, and I'll go on from that and saying that you were sitting here and you heard my comments to County Attorney Barker, and you guys carry a heavy emotional load too. And there's no getting away from that. It comes with the job. So to you and everyone in your office, thank you for carrying that burden, that societal burden that is out there. It's appreciated. It's noticed and appreciated.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And pass that on. And just in your org chart, I just wanted to compliment you that being picky is not a bad thing because all it takes, cliche, but one bad apple.
That's true.
And so your being picky has obviously paid off. And I will just end by saying that I don't think your slides are that bad. Okay? I'm just going to tell you that. Yeah. So.
Supervisor Begay.
I kind of wrote her a note, said, make sure you tell her that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But anyway, I do support your recommendation, and I just wanted to say that, I think, some of these positions, they can't be proposed at half time. And then we really need to, because we don't want to have them start and then it's cut off, and then, we got to find more, do other. But, I just want to say thank you so much for all the hard work that you guys do. I think one aspect of all the departments is prevention, especially in the justice system. What are we doing in each one of the departments as prevention from having them land where they're at within the judicial system or, whatever. So I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? Otherwise,
Well,
County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. And Jen, you had mentioned that you sort of go off on side roads.
I
but,
really do.
Warranted and well done.
Oh,
And really appreciate,
Thank you.
and board, I think you can see the quality of our department directors and the care and thought that they put into creative solutions and getting that way. I mean, Jen's just amazing.
that's kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And then on the whiteboard discussion and the longer term discussion, very much looking forward to that. And as we were all talking, I was just taking some notes, and I wanted to say, we can fund the position request right now with one-time funds, that stability fund. But that may create a structural deficit, right? So at some point, because these are ongoing expenditures, we may have to look at cutting budgets in the future, meaning positions, or determine an ongoing revenue source. And County Attorney Barker brought up the special taxing district, like the public safety taxing district. We would need to look further into that. But those are the types of conversations that we need to have going forward. So thank you, board.
And we started out by, we need more revenue. What can we, no, it's true.
Yes.
And, and that's what we as board have to look at. And so how can we bring in and generate more revenue? Because the needs are not going down. As, your charts, we're seeing that from every department, and the needs are from our community, being able to serve our community and serve our community well, it's going up. So, we're looking at all of that as well. So point well taken, County Manager.
I want to thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I have one more comment. I just want to say, yeah, I think we as a board, we have a big responsibility, to ensure that, our operations are going the way they're supposed to be, and they're funded in, somewhat in a way that it can be, something can be done with the positions. But I think because of the uncertainty of the federal dollars, we really, really need to look at other avenues, how we're going to get some more dollars into, I think that's what we really need to look at from here on out. So, and then, as you know, the past year, we had to really go out to the Hill and really advocate for more dollars. And it took the whole board, and we made ourselves visible with our administrators here and, saying that we really, really, really need these funds. So thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Well, members of the board, and I'm hopeful because since we have 1 week and we have a book and it'll all be fresh in our mind, I am really hopeful that we can utilize some of Thursday, tomorrow, I guess. That we can use some of that to have some discussions about the departments that have, yeah. And hopefully we can work that in, County Manager.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. Well, I'm looking at the schedule right now and see where that could happen. Today, we are almost exactly perfect on schedule, and so a little behind, but every day is a bit different. Almost, I said almost.
We are.
It looks like we'll reconvene at 1:15 with the legal defender. Joe is here, and then Sheriff Jail. There may be some time today, and then we'll look at times tomorrow. It is a full day tomorrow with the Justice Court, Superior Court, Clerk of Superior Court. Maybe in the morning we can take a bit of
Possibly, or I was going to ask you,
Yeah.
what does today look like? Are we going to go? I mean, yesterday ended up being much shorter than any of us
Yeah.
expected. I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah,
So
we may have.
I think that's something to look at in terms of scheduling and maybe moving up so that we have more time at the end of the day. But having said that, what does today look like in terms of?
We have a legal defender for an hour, 1:15 to 2:15, then a break for 15 minutes from 2:15 to
Okay.
2:30, and then Sheriff Jail from 2:30 to 4. There could be some time in there depending on how the flow of our interactions go.
That sounds great. So I know it's really hard because we ask questions, like you said, well, don't ask questions then. All right. Yeah, but it's important for us. So thank you and appreciate it. Yeah, we're doing our job. So it is 12:25. We will be back at 1:15. Thank you.
I know.
In my opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You present a good oral argument.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
It's okay.
We have volume. We're good. So thanks to Joe and representatives from his office, from the Legal Defender's Office, for being here today. So Joe was here this morning, so he knows that in the spirit of Vice Chair's birthday, I've been sharing who has the longest seniority in each department. So I'm going to quiz Joe. Joe, do you know who that is in your department?
Be me.
That is correct. It is Mr. Carver. He has the most seniority in his department. He's been with us since 2013.
Right.
So in your binders under the Legal Defender tab, you can see that the recommendation is for the 5% CPI, and funding to support an increase in hours for the parent advocate case manager position is recommended to be included in the FY27 juvenile dependency proceedings budget. So that's a budget, an account that Joe has, and he'll be speaking to that as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Erica. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm happy to again have the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon about the Legal Defender's Office, the job that we do, some of the advantages we have, some of the threats that we face, and what we see going forward into that dim future that we are always trying to predict. I was reflecting over the lunch hour that one of the advantages of being the third of three of the county's law offices to present to you today is that I have a sense as to what the narratives are and the themes that we want to discuss are today. The disadvantages is that I'm going to go over a lot of the same territory, at least in spirit, as the county attorney and the public defender. So my goal this afternoon will try to present at least a unique perspective on a couple of things for your consideration. The first thing that I would like to talk about, and one of the things that is unique about our office is our team. And as you can see here, we have a small team. It's only 10 positions, 10 people that work in our office, 5 attorneys, 5 support staff. I have this organized in this way for a couple of different reasons. One is that our office is small, and for that reason, given the amount of work that we do, the different types of work that we do, where we rely on each other a lot just to get the work done. So each attorney in our office, each support staff in our office handles multiple legal areas, and we are constantly shuttling back and forth to help one another out in those areas. The second reason that I have it organized this way is that, well, I could present to you, and I think I did in your binders, a technical structure, like who supervises who, who's in charge of who. The way that it actually works, and the way that I believe it should work in an office of this size, is that I should be and am personally accountable to each person in my office, and responsible for each person in my office. And so at the end of the day, it is up to me to ensure that everybody is getting what they want out of the work, is doing the work appropriately, and we're serving our community in the most effective way possible. The screen, the end screen there is covering the lower right-hand corner of the slide, but I did want to point this out. That lower right-hand box is a vacant position that we have. And that was a position held by James Kirkham, who is a parent advocate for our office for a number of years. He performed a variety of important tasks for parents in dependency proceedings. He was an integral part of our team, and in March, tragically, he passed away unexpectedly and has left a big hole in our department. We hopefully will have that filled soon, but I felt it was important to at least in this public venue acknowledge that James was a tremendous asset to our office and to the Coconino County community. So whoever ends up in that role will have big shoes to fill, but we're confident that we'll be able to get back up to full speed soon. We do a lot of different things in our office, so this slide sort of demonstrates who does what. There's a lot of crossover, but we have basically administrative, criminal, and civil case duties.
And this just sort of gives you an idea as to how that caseload is divided up. And I realize I neglected to introduce too the folks that are here from my office, seated right here. Jillian Marini, she's the deputy director. She's a phenomenal attorney and a incredible asset for me in the office. And it's difficult to say enough about the role that she performs both for our office and in the community. She's very highly respected in our courts and around the state, frankly. And then Jennifer Gildner, who's our senior public service specialist. She handles anything that you can ask her to do, basically. So she'll be the receptionist 1 minute and your paralegal the next, and the investigator after that. So she's a true Swiss Army knife, but all the tools are sharp, so to speak. So she is also a tremendous asset to our office, and I'm glad that they were able to be here today to meet you all and for me to give them a little bit of public praise.
Welcome. Appreciate you being with us this afternoon.
There is a question this morning about what the difference between the public defender's office and the legal defender's office. It's a question that we get frequently, but this chart demonstrates qualitatively what some of the distinctions are between the public defender and the legal defender. The public defender is the primary office of appointment for criminal cases, and the legal defender's office is a conflict office for adult felony cases. The same is true for delinquency cases. However, when we go past that, dependency cases, the legal defender's office becomes a direct appointment office, like the public defender. And then my office handles a variety of beyond the criminal realm, beyond the delinquency dependency. We handle a lot of civil cases, and you may think that that's not really the scope of an indigent defense office, but in fact, by statute, there are a lot of different scenarios in which you are entitled to an attorney if you can't afford one. So we handle Title 36 civil commitment cases. Those are directly appointed to us. We handle guardianship cases. Those are directly appointed to us. We handle civil and criminal appeals. I personally handle the appeals, and so when I saw Jennifer's chart this morning about the number of trials that they have going, all I can say, Jennifer, is please win some of those. And then we also have a third role, which is an administrative financial type role. So we're responsible for contracting legal services when one of the two offices, public or legal defender's office, can't handle the case for one reason or another. We are also responsible for paying out court-ordered funding. So many times, just as an example, many times a person will hire an attorney, but that takes up all of their money. And they still need investigators and experts. And the court will order that those be paid by the county, and our office handles those expenses. And we also responsible for the federal funding that we receive for dependency cases through what's called Title 4E. So the legal defender's office is, in my opinion, really just an indigent legal services office. If it's a legal service that an indigent person is entitled to, our office will. So in 2025, we had a number of highlights. It's I'd say it can be difficult in a indigent legal services office to talk about highlights. There are a lot more difficult times than there are wins. But this year, I think that there are a couple of things that we could legitimately celebrate. One is just on an office-wide level, we handled almost 700 cases in-house. That doesn't mean a lot to you right at the moment, maybe, but I will tell you that that is the most number of cases that the legal defender's office has handled in-house since I could get the numbers back. And what that says to me is that our office is performing at a high level. We're performing efficiently, and we're performing well, and we don't need to send out as many cases as we had to in the past. We've got talented attorneys, and we've got competent support staff, and so we're able to really, I mean, we're talking about budget. We're able to save some money for the county just by handling more cases in-house. We also had attorneys receive individual awards this year. I would just like to point out specifically that Jada Strife from our office was awarded the Outstanding Juvenile and Dependency Attorney for the state of Arizona. And so it's a significant statewide award. She's thoroughly deserving of that. And then we also, over the year, have expanded our community outreach. So we're a community oriented in that we're a public defense agency, but there aren't a lot of opportunities for a government department to engage directly with the community. So we engage with the public that the court sends to us, right? So we wanted to get out into the community a little bit more, and we've been able to do that in a variety of different ways. You heard about this morning the CJCC's efforts in the community. The Legal Defender's Office provides a lot of the volunteer hours for things like the Justice Bus, the warrant quashing events, etc. Ms. Marini's been doing several of those events on behalf of the defense bar here in the county. But we are also involved in, and attorneys are involved in committees, groups, and organizations throughout the state. So we have attorneys on Supreme Court rule drafting committees. We have attorneys on the Judicial Performance Review team. We have attorneys participating in statewide organizations that organize training. And we have attorneys involved in local review teams. And so we have a small office, there's 10 people, but we got feelers out throughout the community and throughout the state. And so for a rural office, I believe that we have a good insight into the comings and goings in the legal field and what's on the horizon. I think being able to what's coming around the bend as best that you can is really important to maintaining our level of service to our community members. This morning, we were talking a lot about, and I know Jennifer is talking a lot about the reactive nature of indigent defense. We get cases, the cases are sent to us, whether we like it or not. And so sometimes the job can feel like you don't have a lot of control. But I've made it a priority in our office to think about, well, what can we be proactive about? Do we have to sit back and just take the cases as they come and just be happy with that? Or are there things that we can do to get ahead of the curve? So one thing that we did last year, and I think is the first time the Legal Defender's Office has ever done it, we had a department-specific strategic planning program that we spent 2 days. I think first day was in June, the second day was in September, coming up with ideas of how can we be proactive. One of those I've already touched on, which is trying to get out into the community in a different way and a little bit more. Another one of those priorities that we came up with during this process was, again, to echo some of the concerns and thoughts this morning is emotional and psychological resilience for our staff, given frankly, the repetitive trauma of representing people in the criminal justice, Title 36 guardianship and dependency realms. And so we have established some protocols. We've established some kind of accountability measures to make sure that we're taking care of each other and keeping an eye out for each other so that nobody gets to a place that's too dark and that they can't come back from. Related, we partnered with the Public Defender's Office, established an Overflow program, which Jennifer touched on this morning. It wasn't just altruistic on the part of the Legal Defender's Office. We do have a system-wide perspective on indigent defense here in the county. I've been a public defender for a very long time, almost 20 years, and I know from experience that when a public defender gets overloaded, when a public defender gets burnt out, they quit. And where I sit, if Jennifer loses staff, I get a lot more cases. And so this was an opportunity to help our partners in the indigent defense community avoid that outcome, not only just because they needed help, but to avoid down the road a lot of cases coming our way that we would not be equipped to handle. I'll talk about this a little bit more when discussing the increment request, but we did also utilize some state money to increase hours for our parent advocate that allowed our dependency attorneys to focus more on the legal side of their roles and less on tracking folks down and checking boxes and seeing if they're participating in services or not. And we've also laid the groundwork for what I'll just call interagency training. There are a lot of county indigent defense offices in the state. There are a lot of things happening, for example, in Maricopa County and Pima County that we can learn from. And so I reached out to departments there to see about placing our attorneys in a training setting in with those departments, even handling or shadowing on cases that we just don't see. For example, we don't see any capital cases, and knock on wood, we're not going to see any. But that's a good training ground for an attorney to learn how those cases operate. And so we at least laid the groundwork for that process to take place in the future, which again will just increase our attorneys' abilities to help our clientele. Let's see. Again, echoing presentations this morning, really the strengths of our office are our people. Looks like my window is covering my slide again. The fact is that since I've been part of the Legal Defender's Office, so that's been since 2013, we've been, in my opinion, for the first 9-10 years that I was at the Legal Defender's Office, it feels like we were grasping for the right combination of people, grasping for the right combination of experience and skill. And I think today I can say that this is the best iteration of the Legal Defender's Office that this county has ever had. And it's not me, it's the people that work with me at the Legal Defender's Office, because from the support staff to the attorneys, they're all subject matter experts, and they have to be masters of many subjects. It's not just felony criminal defense. Our attorneys are experts in that. They're experts in dependency. They're experts in Title 36. They're experts in guardianship, experts in appeal. So they have a lot of different bases covered, and it shows in our work in the courts, and I believe the courts recognize it. The staff that we have is very team oriented, in that if one person is struggling, so there's 10 of us, so if one person is struggling, there will be 9 people there to figure out how to help that person out. And so there's a lot of support, and there's a lot of understanding throughout the department, which just helps everyone, helps the cohesiveness, helps the coherence, helps everybody come to work every day and do this difficult work. And then we're committed. One of the things that I had hoped to brag about today is that we hadn't had any turnover in our office for over a year, for any department or at any level, at any position. We unfortunately lost James, but if that hadn't happened, he'd still be here with us, and he'd still be working for the Legal Defender's Office. And that shows a level of commitment to the cause that is vital for our ability to do our work. And it's cyclical, right? So you've got people who are experts, they care about each other, and they care about the work, and it all feeds itself in this cycle, and we just get stronger every year. So the longer that we can keep this team together, the stronger it will become. And I hope that everybody who works at the Legal Defender's Office believes that. So in terms of weaknesses, you heard Jennifer talking this morning about investigators and her investigator position. I fully support her requests for an investigator. We don't have one in our office. We don't have an in-house investigative support. I don't have a specific increment request about this. At least the increment requests that I had kind of got smashed together into one, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Part of it was a request for hours for a person to do investigative work. Unfortunately, I made that request with James in mind because he would have been able to do that. I don't have room for another person, but he had room for more work. So we're gonna have to go back to the drawing board about an investigator, but I did want to mention this to you today because the lack of having on-demand investigative support, especially with the number of dependency and felony cases that we handle, is a significant weakness for our office. We can get investigators, we just have to contract with them. And that just requires us to reinvent the wheel every time we have an investigative request. And normally we have to go to Phoenix to find somebody who's able to do the work. That takes time. But the vast majority of investigative requests are spur of the moment and short duration. So not having an investigator is inefficient. It's substandard according to the ABA guidelines, the American Bar Association guidelines, and it can lead to ineffectiveness. I don't think that that's happened with our office because our attorneys are too dedicated and conscientious in their work, but I can tell you that every attorney in there would love to be able to walk down the hall and ask an investigator to do something for them instead of having to go through the laborious process of contracting with somebody in Phoenix for work that you want done today but can't get done until next week or the week after. So going forward, this year, I'm going to be investigating solutions for that. So a couple of the things that I have in mind that include maybe we will be able to float a contract with a single investigator for a set number of cases or a set number of hours, just so that we can have somebody on call to handle investigative requests. And we'll see if that we'll be able to make that work. Otherwise, heading into the next fiscal year, we have to be talking about positions and adding one. As far as opportunities go, again, we are often limited by what we receive in terms of cases, but there are things that we can think about doing in order to improve our representation. One of those things is AI-assisted research. Right now, it's expensive, and right now, the legal defender's office, the public defender's office, and the court library all share a contract for Westlaw, which is the research database that we use. Westlaw has an agentic AI tool, but we would have to restructure the contracts to get into that, and it would be expensive. I should also say I'm a bit of a skeptic in terms of the AI's ability to help. In my experience, technology solves problems and then creates 5 more. So we'll see. But I will investigate it. And then I've already touched on ILS's Indigent Legal Services is embedding attorneys in other departments that have different capabilities and different structures, different cases, so that we can enhance our litigation and learning. All right, so as far as challenges go, you've heard this already. The caseloads are going up, and then our revenues are going down. And I'll dig into that a little bit more for, at least for the categories that I'm most concerned on. Let's talk about revenues first. So we get money from the state through what they call the State Aid for Dependencies. It's House Bill 2044. It's our 1259 fund. Just as a brief background, several years ago, a bunch of money just showed up because the legislature passed a bill to fund dependency representation in the state. And so the first couple of years that we received this money, it allowed us to essentially take contracted legal services for dependency cases out of the general fund and put it into this state aid to dependency. So we stopped using county money and we started using the state money. And we've been doing that for several years, and the state aid has been pretty consistent and been enough to cover our contract costs for many years. Last year, the legislature amended the statute that authorizes this disbursement of funds, and it significantly reduced the amount of money that we get from the state. So it was between last year and this year, it was a 70% reduction in the amount of money that we get for state aid to dependencies. So going forward, we can game this out in a number of different ways, but assuming that there are no changes, again, at the legislative level, they don't get rid of it altogether, or they don't alter the statutory formula, which gives us our disbursement, and we don't change the way that we spend the money in here, we're going to start depleting the fund that we have. So we have a significant amount of money in there now, but it's going to start to draw down, and by fiscal year 2030, fiscal year 2031, it looks like contracted dependency expenses are mostly have to go back to the general fund. So that's on the distant horizon, but it is on the horizon.
And this may be one of those things we do want to put on the whiteboard, because that's the advocacy. And I know CSA is already working on this, but we want to make sure we don't lose sight of this. This is important. Thank you.
And moving on to case trends, you can see here that the adult felony caseload has increased since 2020, FY 2024. We've seen a 33% increase in the legal defender's office in in-house felony cases. We've been able to absorb that, and it's not something that I'm immediately concerned about. But can we absorb 2 more 33% increases? I don't know. Probably not. But this is just a kind of here's what it looks like. So based on Ammon's comments this morning, Jennifer's comments this morning, it looks like that the trend is up for felony filings. As far as dependencies go, we saw a little bit of a downward departure in fiscal year 2025. They're back up in FY 26. I don't have a statistics model to prove this, but just anecdotally, there is usually a delay between an increase in felony cases and then an increase in dependency cases. It stands to reason if there is more crime in the community, there's going to be more need or basis for the Department of Child Safety to get involved in the family. So I think that FY25 is a bit of a blip, and that we're going to be seeing substantially similar caseloads to FY24 and FY26, if not an increase in those numbers. Title 36s have been consistently high for several years now. They jumped, I couldn't fit it on here, but they jumped up during COVID, kind of unsurprisingly, but they jumped up during COVID, but they haven't gone back down. So it's, what are the social drivers here? I don't know. It seems that we have a large population suffering from mental illness, and that requires court intervention from time to time, and our office handles those cases. So I expect the Title 36 caseload to remain high. These cases are unique in that they don't take a lot of time to resolve. It's rare for a single case to be open for more than a couple of weeks to a month, just by the way that the process works. But particularly when a case goes to court-ordered treatment, so this is an actual evidentiary hearing, like a mini trial in front of a judge, the turnaround time on these is very fast, and the attorneys assigned to them have to clear calendars. They have to drop what they're doing to handle this case because they are afforded priority in the courts. And so they can be disruptive in the sense that you have a Thursday set aside a Thursday morning set aside to go to the jail and get some client contact in, and then court order treatment hearing or two gets dropped in your calendar and you have to scramble. And with the caseloads being the filings being as high as they are, that happens fairly frequently. We also handle the guardianships. Have just gone up and up and up since we started taking them. Originally, we just paid attorneys in the community to do these cases. We took them in-house in FY23, which has saved a lot of money, but it has increased our caseloads. Just recently, last month or two, the guardianship filings have really accelerated. I'm not sure exactly why that is either. It is related to mental health, of course, but not always. It could be a function of an aging population. It could be a function of increased mental health problems. But again, my prediction is that these are going to continue to go up until they probably stabilize. I'm guessing in about fiscal year 27, fiscal year 28, they may stabilize at around 120 or so cases a year that we have to handle for the guardianships.
Supervisor Fowler has a question.
Yes.
Child cases, guardianship and dependency. So I would think that if they're Native Americans, you're working with tribes on those cases because of the Child Protection Act.
ICWA, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. And Jillian is working with the juvenile court in launching an ICWA court for those cases. So remains to be seen where it goes, but hopefully it allows us to be more responsive and sensitive to Native families who are in the child welfare system, and do a better job at following the federal laws related to.
Okay, thank you.
This last chart just shows a kind of a weighted summary of what we just went through. So you may imagine a felony case and a guardianship case don't require the same amount of time. And so this was just my effort to kind of weight the cases. Yeah, it does depend on, but in general, what I do is I take one felony case counts as a 1, and then you measure it against that. The dependency case counts as a 1. I'm sorry, a dependency case counts as 2, just because of the amount of effort that goes into one of those cases. Those can be open for years, and so on. And so that's how I got the chart here. So it does show that the increases in our cases are largely determined by the increase in felony caseload right now. Again, as I mentioned at the top, we handle other types of cases. Not types of cases, but we handle contract cases. So we are responsible for more cases than we're providing direct representation for. And that has been on the increase as well, just to kind of close the loop. From fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 26, there's a 13% increase in-house, not in-house, in the number of cases that come to our office that we have to deal with. Either we had to pay for an expert, we have to find an attorney for this case, or we have to do something with it. So we're just dealing with more. Ms. Supervisor?
Madam Chair, these cases, are they residents of Coconino County, or are they out of state? I'm just trying to see where these cases are coming.
Jen has recently started tracking that information, but I don't have a holistic view of it yet. But I believe that it would ultimately be very similar to the proportions that Mr. Barker showed you this morning. So there's a significant portion of folks that we represent that are not from Coconino County, but I think that the majority are. but the exact numbers I can't tell you.
We've been trying to educate the state and the federal agencies about how our county have large, great numbers of, people from out of state that are visiting in our in our court system and detention. So I think these are really good numbers to find out, how many are out of state. And it puts into our, we're able to educate and say why we need more money or why we need to, this increase is not from here or a large number is from out of state, then we can justify what we're we can figure out our strategy as to how we can advocate for each of our justice system.
Yes, I agree. I would say that when we're talking about those types of numbers, that the county attorney's numbers are probably going to be the most impactful, just because there are more of them. What my office could provide that might be unique, though, is a breakdown on civil commitment cases, because not insignificant portion of those cases are from folks who, just for example, the Greyhound stopped in Flagstaff and they had a mental health crisis, and then we got the case. So there are a number of folks in the civil commitment, not necessarily the guardianship, but then the civil commitment Title 36 cases who aren't residents. And that's not a number that the county attorney necessarily would have, but that could be something that we can provide. So I'll make a note to generate that data. And one last thing that I wanted to kind of flag as a potential challenge. I see that's some redundancy on the slide. Who did this slide? Oh, that's me. My fault. There has been some legislation going around that could have a significant impact on dependency budget. There was I've talked to government affairs about this already, so you may have been briefed on this, but there is legislation that would, in my opinion, dramatically increase the number of guardian ad litem appointments and increase the amount of travel time, which would increase costs for visiting children that we represent. In my opinion, the legislation is a solution looking for a problem, and we don't need it. But if they pass it, that's going to be something that we have to address, because we don't, and the public defender, speaking maybe for Jennifer, whether she likes it or not, I don't think we have the staff to accommodate versions of this bill, and we would fall behind our statutory obligations really fast.
You'll be happy to know we have, as a county, registered our objection to the bill. So.
I know that, and I appreciate that. All right, so we had 2 increment requests. It got smashed into 1 increment request. Basically, we're asking for one-time authorization to increase our parent advocate position. That was Mr. Kirkland's position, from 20 hours to 40 hours. Right now, the 20 hours is paid through Title 4E funding. That's federal funding, federal pass-through funding. And in the last fiscal year, we added 8 hours through the state aid to dependencies funding. What this would allow us to do is give us flexibility to run that position up to 40 hours if the workload demanded it. There would be any impact to the general fund, because we would pay that through our state aid to dependencies money. If we needed to, it could expand the services that we provide, because we just have more time for our parent advocate. We could also carve out additional roles within the dependency or civil sphere for that person to do. That would give our attorneys additional support, allowing them to work on more attorney-specific problems. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about this. We basically have been doing a small version of this already with that extra 8 hours. This would just increase as I said already, the flexibility with that position. And again, it would be coming out of money that is coming from the state that we already have. All right. So looking ahead to fiscal year 27, as you probably could already intuit, I foresee stable to increasing caseloads kind of across the board. Because we do handle a lot of cases that require contract counsel, I'm happy to predict that we will have reliable relationships with contract counsel or the private bar. When I talked to you last year, this was a source of uncertainty for me. The compensation we were able to provide wasn't, frankly, very attractive. So we were able to rework some of our contracts in the way that we compensate contract attorneys. And I think that those relationships have stabilized, and we can rely on a number of local attorneys for the cases that we need them to handle through the next fiscal year. As I already alluded to, we're going to start drawing down our state aid to dependencies money this year, absent some changes at the legislative level. And I already alluded to the legislative changes. There always seems to be one legislative change that we have to, it sneaks up on us and we have to accommodate. But hopefully we're at least aware of those at this point. For the next fiscal year, we do have several goals. One is to attain and maintain full staffing. Again, that was something that I was proud of. We had full staffing with the same people for a long time. We're only down one slot right now. I think we'll be able to fill that before the end of the fiscal year, and then hopefully we stay stable again for the rest of the fiscal year. We want to expand our training opportunities for both attorneys and staff. We do rely on our staff for a lot of different things, and getting them exposure to different material, different ways of doing things can only help our attorneys, but also help the staff stay engaged and have ownership of the work that we do. Jennifer talked about digital evidence handling this morning and how that works. Jennifer is our tech guru and is very good at handling all the media and the digital things that we have to deal with, including our case management system. So this is not to say that she's doing a fantastic job, and we're maximizing the technology that we have through her efforts. But there are things that we can improve, such as the speed of review, digital evidence, and analysis of that evidence. So we'll seek opportunities to do so. And then, as I alluded to before, we're going to seek to develop solutions for our investigative needs, because it just needs to work better going forward. I guess my parting thoughts for you would be that I know that you spent a lot of time talking about county strategic priorities and where does the indigent defense system fit within the county's priorities. Jennifer had I think community vitality. Sorry if I got that one wrong. But I think that indigent legal services is squarely in the public service, public safety realm. You know, a lot of times people think about public safety in terms of, did we get the bad guy off the street? Did we put the fire out? Those types of things. Those are valid concerns. But what an indigent defense office does, what a legal defender's office does, is that it is a guarantor of the rule of law. And a person is not safe. Nobody in our community is safe if any one person in our community doesn't get fair shot in our court system. It doesn't get a fair look and doesn't have the laws fairly applied to them. And so what we do does keep the community safe, because we ensure that our promises are kept and that our laws are followed. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So I do just a clarification on this. And so the part-time investigator position is being recommended for a one-time position. Parent advocate position from 20 hours to 40 is not being recommended. Is that correct? Because you said you smushed it together. Wasn't sure what was smushed. So.
So the first, one
It's a
request.
legal term.
Increment request one was to maintain basically what we've done for the last fiscal year, which is use 8 hours of the state aid to dependencies to take our parent advocate from 20 to 28 hours. We just wanted to keep doing that. On top of that, I'd asked for an additional 12 hours. So it would be the same person, but they would get additional 12 hours through general fund for investigative work. Right, and so. Thank you. Right. I guess I should clarify that if we use the juvenile state aid to dependencies money for those extra hours, that comes with a limitation on what that person can do. They can't do just anything in the office. It has to be related to dependency work. So that means that they can't be an investigator for the criminal side.
Yeah, I get it.
So.
Good, thank you. Supervisor Fowler, you had a question? Anybody else? All right, good. Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you for the presentation. And again, I just want to thank you for helping defend some of our most vulnerable and giving them legal services so that we can have equity in our justice system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation. I think we do have a lot of requests that are coming through to our funding requests. And I think the bottom line is that we have to make sure that the requirements, statutory requirements and also funding requirements are at our priorities, because we need to make sure that those get done, or we're going to be slashed for the dollars that we're trying to get or maintain. So I just want to say that and so there's a lot of, and then everyone knows that federal funds is unstable at this point in time. So those are things that the board has to decide and see how that can all fit into a budget for each of the departments. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I have a number of things. I like the fact that you're all doing training, cross-training, or just using training and interdepartmental training, taking that opportunity, and it just carries that teamwork even further throughout our county. So I think that's just really great. I think the more the county departments work together, it just saves us a lot more money. And then I wanted to ask about the AI. I've read about the legal attorneys using AI. But one of the thoughts that I've had for a while was, and I'm sure it's not just your department, could we start, and I don't know if this is feasible or not, I'm looking at Siri over there, somewhere along the way, create an AI department, or like IT, or somewhere STEM of it. Is that something that each department can use, or is it is this a legal tool that you use that is, I know it's off base somewhere, it's a contract, but is it something that could be developed internally and maybe with the law library or something? And would that be something that we might want to look at in the future, because of just how it's just going to expand even more? We're in the early stages, and and it's just, technology is just it's just moving so fast, and here soon we're going to have quantum. It's just the wording, even the wording, the titles are even changing so fast.
Well, from where I stand, the AI is here and it's going to keep coming. So whether we want it or not, it's going to get rammed down our throats. Yeah. And so we're going to have to figure out how to deal with it and use it effectively to perform the services that we need to perform. You know, whether you guys want to create an AI department or not, I guess I'll leave that up to you. But we certainly have to look at the opportunities that particularly agentic AI may provide. There are as many cautionary tales as you want about using it in the legal realm. You know, hallucinating citations, creating false cases, those types of things that just it's not acceptable. Can't happen in my opinion. But can it work as a more powerful form of search or research? You know, potentially there's some benefit there. But if we ever, let me just, I guess, put my line in the sand here, is if we ever offload our human analysis to a computer, we lost. So.
Absolutely. And I'm just thinking that, you know, with any kind of technology, we have to always double check, you know, as individuals using that tool. But it's just a tool that is now being used, and learning how to use it is a, you know, that's where we're at right now. And I'm just wondering, even with the media, with the body cameras and all of that, and that's why I'm like, is there a department that can be, or somewhere to develop that technology, and that it's just getting more sophisticated, and they were just going to be paying out all the time. That was one of the thoughts I had. And then, you know, Title 36 is always so expensive for us. We pay and we pay. And I think at one point we were trying to figure out what we're paying for, and we just didn't really get to tell us what it was. And so there's just payments that are made. I think the state aid for dependency, we already have it on the list, but we really need to have more conversations. And I know from the county association, where we have that on our advocacy, and we've been really having conversations about that. That's really, really important. And then just your caseload also. Again, when these caseloads are coming in at such a high rate, I'm trying to figure out I think we need to understand where those cases are coming from. Are we, who do we need to partner with to lower the cases, or maybe get education out there more? Prevention part, who can we partner with? Where are those people coming from? Maybe we need to partner more with the tribes, maybe with its towns and cities. How do we do that? I think that's a whole analysis that needs to be done.
I agree. I think that the more that we can find out about why a person ends up in the system, the more tools we'll have to stop the next person from ending up in the system. That's very difficult to do. You know, again, thinking about where I am in the system, which is towards the back end, right? The person's in the system, and they get to us, and they need a representative. Sometimes it feels like there isn't a lot that our offices can do to reduce recidivism, for example. But I do truly believe that one of the reasons we're seeing an increase in court involvement kind of across the spectrum is a degradation, a breakdown in the trust in our institutions. And I've had many clients who don't believe that the system is for them, that they believe that it's something that's then done to them. And to the extent that we can, I think we need to increase that level of trust. And the way that we do that in the legal defender's office is we ensure that everybody gets the representation that they deserve, regardless of their financial circumstances. We do our best to do that. And so we're here to try to rebuild that trust to the to the extent that we can. 'Cause I think if people who believe that the system is there for them are going to be people who respect that system and stay out of the system in the future. So.
And you're right. I've received calls about I'm going to go to court and I don't have a lawyer. Are these good lawyers? I'm always reassuring them that we have the best lawyers for them. So I just want to thank you and public defender and just our legal system, how we really truly do have that emotional care and commitment to individuals that are coming in and really and then it's emotionally draining and just a lot that has to be done to take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just going to start by saying you and I are kindred spirits in our view of AI. So I've got a curiosity question that is stemming from when you were talking about pulling your investigators out of Phoenix. Are there no investigators here in Flagstaff or locally that you could use?
There are. I know this is public forum, but the experience hasn't been great.
Okay.
And so we've had to go to Phoenix and other places to find folks that are qualified to do the work that we need them to do.
Understood. Okay, and I also that was my question, but I do have a couple of comments, and I want to thank you for publicly acknowledging your appreciation and the loss of James in your office, and it seems like you were the third in many parallels this morning. It was the county attorney, it was public defender Stock. And all three departments have done an excellent job in keeping your vacancies down. And as I said to them, that speaks volumes about you because you are at the top. And so to have a department that has had no vacancies in a year, that speaks volumes. So good job on that.
Thank you.
And I also very much appreciate the care that you guys have for each other. And even crossing over into the public defender's office where you said, hey, we're going to be an overflow. So if you do have burnout, we're going to help out there. I just appreciate the holistic view that you've had in the criminal justice system and for doing that. And so are you guys thinking about getting a support dog too?
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
We trial ran for 30 minutes? Support goats.
Okay. Yeah, you know, yeah.
Well, wait. I want to know what happened with those support goats.
Yeah.
The full story is that the public fiduciary, we share a building, public fiduciary, one of their employees raises goats, and they brought their basically newborn kids into the building, and they brought them over to see us one day.
Okay, I know. That had to have served some good purpose. Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay. All right. Well, goats, dogs. Yeah, you do you. But anyway, yeah. Thank you though for the work that you do.
Appreciate the comments. Thank you.
All right. Once again, we appreciate their service. You have a very difficult position, and you play a very vital role to providing criminal justice to everyone through Coconino County, or comes through Coconino County. So really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Appreciate bringing some of your staff. It's good to see them, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate your efforts.
And Chair, if I could just mention something I was remiss to mention at the beginning, is that Joe currently serves as the vice chair of the CJCC. And so we're very thankful for his leadership in that very important committee. So thank
Absolutely.
you, and thanks to your team.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, I was going to begin to answer the question on AI, and then the conversation sort of took off, and I couldn't have answered it better than Joe, and noting the tool that we can utilize, but also the pitfalls to it. And you had asked Siri, but my intelligence is a bit more artificial than Siri's, so thought it was better I answer the question, but it can be a great tool, but there, Joe noted very well the concerns about it. Yeah.
You can ask AI how to do it.
Ask AI.
All right. I think it's, are we ready to proceed? It looks like we have a lot of folks from the sheriff's office here, and it's great to see them. And I assume that they're next on the list. Is that right?
They are next on the list, and Sheriff actually was communicating with Erica today and said, we on for 2:30? And we said, we might be a little early, but not too early. But thanks for coming early, Sheriff and team, and look forward to hearing from you today. Erica, any opening kickoff comments?
Sure. Thanks, Andy. I have a couple fun facts that I've been sharing all day, and then I do want to talk about the budget overviews because they are different in this section. So this is a large department. It's complex. Yes. Oh. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's great.
But you know what?
Can I just get there? That's right. Yeah, you should be able to. And then all these. Yeah, yeah. All right.
There you go. Let's see real quick since we're on break and make sure. There you go. Okay, let me know how you can hear this. I'm going to mute this over quick. Were you able to hear that?
All right, everybody's with us? Sheriff, it's great to see you. It looks like you brought a number of sheriff deputies with you, and we look forward to your presentation. And as always, thank you for being with us.
And I just have a few items, if I could, real quick, Sheriff. So I've been sharing longest serving people in the department today. Yes. And you have 4 that are all in the 90s, which is quite a few. So, Sheriff, you have the most seniority in the department. Did you know that?
I believe our Director of Administrative Services has 32. He's much older than I.
Oh. Well, you are January of 96, and Figueroa is August of 96. And Christina Barber, DSS, 97, and Sergeant Ormsby in the jail, 99.
Director Matt Freshour is 1994.
So he must have had a mini break in there, because you're not, yes, a week off and came back and pretended to retire, and you're not on my list. But yes, we have one like that in our department, because Andy, he doesn't have that
I
continuous
tried to stay
service.
off of your list, Erica.
Well, it sounds like you have had continuous service. I don't know. Maybe someone's records are wrong.
He
You're
mini retired for a minute and immediately came back. So in order to get to retire, the retirement system really wants it to look like a break. But yes. And so I wanted to go over this tab briefly because it is more color coded than the others. So bonus color coding. So if you look the sheriff's office tab, behind that, it says sheriff jail. So there's 2 tabs that the sheriff will be speaking to today. On the first tab, the sheriff tab, you'll notice that that is blue. For general fund, that ties back to the spreadsheets we went over on Monday. Where green was in special revenue. And so on the jail district page, you'll see that that is green because that's jail district funding. So the binder, I was going over what's in the binder. Yes, under the tab. Yeah. So it's this page that is the first one under the sheriff's tab, and it is blue and pink. It looks like a gender reveal. And so the items that are in pink, that signifies technology. So technology needs are in pink on this page, and no one else's page had a subcategory like that under the tabs. And then on the jail district page, which is very multicolored. Yes, looks like this. It is green for being a special revenue fund. It is also pink because there are technology needs, and it is orange as well, which, and so the orange is for the facility capital renewal. So that's what the orange is for. So just wanted to point out those new colors that we haven't seen yet. We're keeping it fresh on day 3. And then if you look at page 2 under the Sheriff's tab, you'll see that the recommendations are listed, and they're on page 2 and page 3. So it takes, because of the size of their department and the explanation that's provided, it's not immediately under the chart. It's on the next 2 pages. So just wanted to point that out as well. All right. Are there any questions about any of those charts? Okay, then with that, I'll turn it over to the sheriff.
Well, thank you, Erica. Good afternoon, Brett Axland, Sheriff of Coconino County. I'd just like to start off by saying happy birthday to Supervisor Vasquez. You look very good for 29. Okay. My mistake. All right. I'd first like to start by
It's all the
introducing.
hair. He looks a lot younger.
I'd first like to start by introducing some of our command staff here present today in the room. Chief Garrett Beck, speaking of years on, he's got 24 years on. We've got Commander Matthew Figueroa, who's got 30 years on. He started, I think, about 6 months after I did down here in the old jail. Commander James Sting, who's at 15 years. Commander Sting is over Operations Division. And then again, Director of Administrative Services, Matt Freshour, who has 32 years on. I'd like to thank all those that helped put together this presentation. We had a lot of help putting this together, specifically by our administrative manager, Angela Rodriguez, who has 26 years on, and then who is really behind the scenes, literally running the PowerPoint back at the office, Meg Miller, who's got 24 years on with the county, 5 years with the Sheriff's Office. So I want to thank them for all the work they've done. Other leadership in the room, we've got our division manager, Kathleen Levinson, who's got 18 years on. So she helps a lot with our contracts and our grants in our department. So lots of work went into this, and so we really appreciate it. It's very easy to make good informed decisions when you have so many years of help behind you. So really everything that we do, I think, is attributed to that leadership team, who I'm very proud to have with us. Okay, next slide, please. You can see the arrow pointing around. All right, great. Thank you. As you can see in the slide that we have up, this is our mission statement and our values. This is a picture of one of our department meetings. This is who we are. Quite a few folks. However, in this picture, we're probably missing at least a third of our staff because of having to work and being off on those days. So we have, again, we can't, it's fairly impossible to put all of our folks together. The reason I am so proud is because they really live our mission and our values. As you know, one of our big priorities is to keep the public trust. Every time we swear in new employees or swear in promotions, we remind them that public trust is our first and foremost priority in our office. We know that it's very difficult to earn public trust, but it's also very easy to lose it. And so we have to continue to remind ourselves of that. As far as our community support goes, we see a lot of it, whether it's social media or everyday in community meetings that I know you all are present at. We really are fortunate to live in a great place and to have that community support. Showing compassion is another one of our values. Amid dangerous calls, long hours, and housing what could be a very difficult population within our jails, it is something that we are known for, and something that's very important to me and the rest of our staff, to show that compassion. Unwavering commitment to work all hours, weekends, holidays, and in the worst of weather. When we have snowstorms and have to call for a day for folks to work at home, unfortunately, that's not an option for a lot of our staff. They have to go to work. They have to care for inmates in the facility, and they have to be available for any kind of a search and rescue or call out in the field. Next slide, please. This is really a rough breakdown of where we're at today as far as how we operate our department. We have 3 different divisions: operations, administrative services, and detention. I believe that the vacancies there are accurate except for detention. Today we are at 22.5 vacancies. We have made great strides the past year in filling a lot of those vacancies, which has been we did receive a lot of help from the board last year with pay plans, which was very effective. We are the largest county department at 281 strong. We have, along with those 281 employees, we have over 400 volunteers that help us out in our department. It's a huge help to us and saves the county quite a bit of money. Those volunteers work in our detention facility, our community emergency response teams, search and rescue, patrol, and our cold case investigations division. We'll talk a little bit about those here in a little bit. As far as the breakdown of our administration goes, that comprises myself and Chief Deputy Beck. A couple of things that we really want to focus on as far as our priorities go. One of them is wellness. We know that it's got a profound importance when we looked at the intensity of the violent crimes that our folks have to go and deal with, along with our instability in our population, which is the mental health issues. Safe communities must be our priority. Later in the presentation at the end, we'll talk about a recent helicopter crash during a 2-hour gun battle just a couple miles from this location here. We'll start with our operations division to dive in a little bit with a video on some of the highlights that our folks in operations do every day.
Can I show you my paperwork? No, can I show you my paperwork? Hey, I got it. 91 is off foot. There you are. Oh, no, don't apologize. Like I said, it's better you have a phone if you need it. Hopefully there's no emergency, but now we know you have a phone and you can call people, get the care you need. But I got you set up for a couple days. If you need run into any more trouble, you can give us another call. We'll do our best to help you out again, okay? Oh, it's available. I really appreciate it. I told you I'd help you out yesterday, and you know, I'll be a man of my word, so. I just can't figure out how to turn the light off. Think get that light to turn off. I'm trying out. What do you do? Touchdown. The light themselves. Yes, ma'am. You're right. Well, here. Come on.
This is a dog that was in a house fire that they're reviving.
He's okay. He's up there. It's okay. I'll take a breath and show this. You got it? Therefore, we're gonna be right here on 87 and FH3. Later, right now. Hands got one on foot. Hey, let's clear this car real quick. Same thing, just right side. This building is massive. Why do I have to be? Because I'm the only one here. Stop. 45 fights. Give me your arm.
It does float. We've proven that. Okay, thank you. On this slide, we talk about all the different areas in Coconino County that we do have to respond to. We are present in all different areas of the county and are responsible for those as far as law enforcement goes. The ARS statute that's listed does give us the authority through the Arizona law as far as delineating what our responsibilities are within law enforcement. Okay, talk a little bit about operations here. Next slide, please. Many times we are asked, I think Joe Carver brought this up before, they're asked what's the difference between the legal defender and the public defender. Many times we're asked what the difference is between the sheriff's office, their responsibilities, and a police department. As you can see by some of the photos, a lot of it has to deal with the same responsibilities, but in the areas that we work. We still do emergency response on our operations side, traffic, sex offender registrations, investigations. When we talk about wildfire response, we are responsible for evacuation, security, and reentry, like we talked about the other night. We do have a boat patrol up on Lake Powell on the Colorado River at Lee's Ferry. And we, as you know, we are very focused on education and training of our community and our officers as well. We respond to over 57,000 calls for service annually throughout the entire county. And we must deliver services to every single crack and crevice of the over 18,600 square miles. We are certainly at every community meeting that we can attend, and we are constantly being asked for greater presence within those communities. Next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the jail. As you know, we operate 2 full-time jail facilities. Our main facility is here in Flagstaff. It's the 596-bed facility and a 48-bed, 72-hour holding facility in our Page area. Obviously, our priorities in those jail settings are the safety and security of our inmates and staff. We not just housing and intake, but we serve the medical needs, the mental health needs. We do court appearances as required by law and transport inmates all over the state, sometimes out of state. We do that both in vans, vehicles, and sometimes airplanes. Our jail population, we have seen increase over the past year and a half by about 100 inmates. At the end of COVID, we started to get close to 300 inmates. We are now over 350. I think this morning we were 346 in the jail. But we've been up to 360 and 370 recently. So again, an increase of over 100 inmates in the last year and a half. They continue in the jail since COVID to be a lot more violent population. Before, when we were getting up towards the 500 mark in inmate population, we saw a lot more misdemeanors and nonviolent crimes. Now we are seeing a lot more violent crimes, as you're hearing, I think, through all of the criminal justice presentations you're seeing. Obviously, a more violent jail population causes challenges in maintaining order, while again prioritizing the safety of our detention staff as well as our inmates. Our administrative services on the next slide. Our administrative services division provide the support to all of our other divisions, which is our jail and our operations. They handle a lot of administrative tasks, including contracts and grants. We've got a facilities crew that deals with custodial and maintenance. We have finance and budget, human resources, information technology, warrants and records management. And we operate in a very unique model here in Flagstaff, which is a co-located building with the city police department. Rarely do you see that throughout the United States. just to talk a little bit about administrative services. They are really the true backbone of our organization. They are dedicated to a 24/7, 365-day operation a year. When they go home, their work continues to build up. So when they get back from a vacation, they get back from a weekend, or even back in the morning, that work is piled up because the rest of the operations are still going. Next slide is we talk a little bit about our service delivery. In Coconino County, as you know, we serve over 145,000 citizens. One more slide, please. Are we back to? Could be. Okay, so you got the slides, you can see them. Great. Okay, so service delivery on slide number 10. We talk about serving over 145,000 people within our county. And as you know, an estimated 5.5 million visitors each year. Our main office is here at the Leaf Center in Flagstaff, where, again, we talked about being co-located with the Flagstaff Police Department. We also have substations in Page, Williams, Forest Lakes, Blue Ridge, Fredonia, and Tucson. And we have community deputies in most of those communities. We are, again, seeing increased demand for law enforcement and services in every single one of our communities. Next slide shows just kind of a comparison with deputies that are on the left side. You'll see these are the deputies we currently have on duty on a day shift on average. You'll see 4 in the Flagstaff district, 2 in the Williams-Tucson district, 2 in the Northern Page district, and then 1 in closer to our Forest Lakes, Blue Ridge, Mormon Lake area. There we go. We're back up. So right now we have deputies actively working in Coconino County is about 9. In contrast with public safety, when we look at the fire service, I compare them to the city of Flagstaff, where they have a total of 120 law enforcement officers that are sworn. They have 80 firefighters. As far as Coconino County goes, in the unincorporated areas, we have 74 law enforcement that are sworn. That would be us with the sheriff's office. We have 115 firemen working in the same areas, in the unincorporated areas. Next slide is we talk on the next several slides about our community education programs. We are very, very much involved with our community. This shows some of the photos from those different events that we do. I think a lot of you know Lena Whalen on the top left. She received her 20 years of service as a CERT volunteer this year. We've got the picture right next to her is one of our Page Boat Patrol officers. We do lots of classes in our Page school system related to water safety because Lake Powell is right there, and this is how these kids grow up. So they must understand boating safety and water safety. A lot of times they'll go home and teach their parents how to safely operate a boat. This year we started a new book giveaway program through a company called Southern Arizona Book Heroes. This was a group that donated a bunch of bags of books so that our deputies could carry them in their vehicles. They give them to distribute them to kids who might have been involved in a violent crime or victims of crime. Keep them busy. We used to hand out stuffed animals. We still do that, but these are books, so these are very good for educational materials. It's a great distraction for them. Citizen Police Academy graduates on the bottom left in the picture. Some of you will recognize some of our community leaders. Very proud to display this year their graduation certificates from our Citizens Police Academy. And then in the far right picture, we've got Deputy McKeever from our Forest Lakes substation. He received the Exchange Club Officer of the Year award this year. Okay, next slide. As far as our continuing on with the community education programs, most of you are aware of our Pathways to Community inmate reentry program. We'll talk a little bit more about their success in a little bit. A very popular class that we are teaching is the CRACE, which is the Citizens Response to Active Shooter Events. And I know that most of you have already been through that class, as well as situational awareness. Our CERT team continues to be very popular with over 100 volunteers in that. Our Citizens Police Academy continue to be robust at least 35. I think our last class before at the beginning of the year was over 50 people in the Citizens Police Academy. So very important class to us. We also run we've got a couple of our folks from our search and rescue team, Sergeant Dick in the back, who runs preventative search and rescue classes. These are classes that we run at schools that teach the kids. These used to be the old Hug a Tree programs that teach the kids how not to have to be rescued, right? What to do to keep themselves safe. So that's very good training. I know Ammon Barker and I have developed an identity theft scam awareness training that we have been traveling all over the county, especially to our senior centers, because they are our biggest victims of our ID theft and our scam classes throughout the county. So we are very busy with those as well. Okay, next slide, please. As you can see the top left photo, that is a photo of our Search and Rescue Academy. Once a year, Sergeant Dick and his staff run academies for anybody that would like to join our Search and Rescue team. I think right now, currently, we have a class of 25 getting ready to graduate. They go through 6 weeks worth of training on the weekends to learn how to do many different things within the search and rescue realm to be able to rescue lots and lots of folks in our community. I know I've got it later, but I'll say it now. We've got about 130 major call-out missions per year, which puts us at one of the busiest search and rescue departments in the state. We'll talk about some of their awards that they won here in a little bit. We also have community deputies. We also attend lots of chapter meetings, Western Navajo Agency meetings. We are involved in the Flagstaff Leadership Program, Shop with the Cop programs, lots of canine demonstrations. We've got Deputy Bauer here today too. I think he's probably in the car at the moment. So we've got a Woods Watch program again, and we talked a little bit before about bow patrol and safety. Some of our volunteer programs, as you can see some of the photos up above, our search and rescue volunteers donate on average about 12,000 hours each year to both training and missions. They train at least once a month and sometimes get called right out of training right to their missions. Our CERT team is looking at about 2,000 hours of training and events. Our patrol volunteers, which you can see down at the bottom right, this is Stoney Miller. He's one of our patrol volunteers. This is him doing an interview with Arizona Family Channel 3 News after he used a tourniquet to save a life out of the cinder pits of someone that had amputated an arm. So he's very busy out there too. They're over 2,000 hours in 2025. We also have a cold case volunteer squad, which handle a lot of our DNA cases and have actually been very successful using technology and other methods to solve a lot of our older cases. Looks like they're donating around 300 hours in 2025. We can't forget our detention volunteers. We've got in the high 70s of detention volunteers that give us lots and lots of programs, including Bible studies, 12-step programs. We've got one-on-one programming in our Exodus program. We've got a sewing program, communion services, yoga, art classes, and life skills they offer within the jail. A very busy group, but they also say that they get quite a bit of satisfaction out of helping the inmates. A lot of people really like to do that. We did see quite a bit of backlash in COVID when we had to cut all of our programs down to keep COVID out of our jail. What we found is that it really affected our volunteers just as much as our inmates. They really enjoyed it that much. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, some of the accomplishments in our operations division. Certainly, we are very proud of our local High Country Training Academy, which is our police academy that we've been running since 2022.
We talked many times about the value of being able to train our folks locally so that they understand the cultures and those specific things that we experience in Coconino County. We have had 71 total graduates from that academy since 2022, so it's growing in size. For search and rescue, we've had 27 search and rescue academy graduates, and I believe about another 25 coming out this time around here in a week or so. Again, we said they were over 12,000 volunteer hours in 2025. CERT team, we had in 2025, 83 CERT Academy graduates. We've had 11 CERT classes in 2025, which is certainly not limited to just the Flagstaff area. We teach all over the county as well as Page and the reservation. Okay. Next slide. We'll talk a little bit about our canine program. We've got the canine decks, and this year we were able, through local border security money, to add a new team, and that would be Deputy Bauer and his dog Ace. Both our canine Dex and Corporal Weibel went to the dog canine trials. We were very proud of Dex. He actually won in the competition several awards. He won the top dog overall. He won first place in tactical obedience, third in handler protection, and third in area search. Fairly sure my dog at home would fail all. Corporal Weibel and Dex were awarded the Canine Team of the Year from the Arizona Narcotics Officers Association in 2025. I had the honor to go down and speak to this team at this Narcotics Officers Association. What I was unaware of was that it included about 800 people. And there's an interesting dynamic when you go speak at a group of 800 people. Excuse me. When you bring a canine up next to you to speak, they don't pay attention to you at all. So very, very proud of both of our canine dogs and how well they've done. Here's just one example, one of the seizures that we've gotten. But these are all seizures within 2025. These are all illegal drugs that are coming through our community. We would not have been able to get without our canine teams. Okay, next slide. Some of the accomplishments we've been able to do this year is we were able to enter into an agreement that you approved to get us a new state gang task force position. This position specifically is 75% funded by the Arizona Department of Public Safety. So I think today in one of the SIRs, we're asking that the rest of the 25% of that position be paid for out of the general fund, which will give us an extra patrol position on the road. We were able to, one of the values of this state gang force position is that it allows us to join another task force, which is a force multiplier. So for large events, whether it's within the county or whether it goes onto the reservation because of that tie to federal agencies through that task force, we're able to send groups of people to major events. That helps us because it's a multi-agency effort. Second item on the list was the Navajo intergovernmental agreement. This is the first time that we have ever been able to establish or to enter into an agreement with the entire Navajo Nation in Coconino County. We've done it in the past with just Twin Arrows, but this time we were able to do it with the entire Navajo Nation. We received a lot of help from our partners within the Navajo Nation as well as our county attorney's office to be able to get that agreement through. It's very difficult when you talk about the legal on the Navajo Nation side as well as the state side to be able to get something that works. We were able to get that done. This allows us not to enforce tribal law, but to be able to respond to emergencies and upon request from the Navajo Nation. One of the other major accomplishments is the peer support team. This is a team that promotes employee wellness, and it's really a passion and spearheaded by our Chief Deputy, Garrett Beck. Okay, next slide. So basically what some of the trends that we're looking at this year is we've seen an increase in calls for service by almost 4,800. Our total calls for service again are over 57,000. That's an increase of 7%. We've had an increase in our mental health crisis calls by 13%. Those have gone from 341 calls to 386. That's more than one a day, which is quite a bit for the county. As you've seen in major events like wildfires, our department has to be on the front lines, obviously, as we do our duties within those major events. But at the same time, we also have to be responsible for evacuations, whether it's housing areas or in areas like the forests. The other thing is we can't stop doing what we normally do as far as our calls for service go. We're unable to shut down operations to do that. Some of the other trends that we're seeing are lots more protests within our communities. Those are major events that require us, whether you see law enforcement at the scene or not, we're very good at hiding, but they have to be available in case anything gets violent during those protests. So they have to be available, and it's an increased cost to the county. Like many other departments that I've seen present, legislation's taken a huge toll as we fight for programs that are in jeopardy of politics, basically. Last Friday, I met with Governor Hobbs with sheriffs from Navajo County and Yavapai County as part of the legislative team for the Arizona Association of Counties, and spoke with her about the impacts that is having on public safety, and had a very good conversation about her not vetoing bills that would be law enforcement related. So we're happy to have that conversation with her on that. Next slide. Some of the trends that we are seeing is deal with, again, with employee health and wellness. One of our top priorities has to be to take care of our employees so they're able to take care of others. A lot of the examples of these wellness programs are on the slide. One thing we'll call out is the Craig Tiger Act. This is one example of how legislation requires additional services given to public safety personnel due to that recognized sacrifice that they make. One thing that we will be rolling out with a partnership with our Health and Human Services is a new 3-hour educational class, which we'll be using to teach to both of our employees and our inmate population. This 3-hour class will take the place of the current 8-hour mental health first aid class. What we found is that it's very difficult to get people to give 8 hours of their day, whether it's 2 4-hour periods or a full day, to that training. HHS has developed and is now in the process of rolling out their 3-hour mental health class. So we're looking forward to that. Okay, moving on to detention accomplishments. As you all know, we are currently in the process of building an intake and medical expansion project. It is right now ahead of schedule. Lots of thanks go to our facilities folks, Dallas Lilly, we've got an anticipated completion date of January 1st, 2027. Last week we went on a walkthrough of the facility. It's incredible. 15,000 square feet addition, which is really going to be able to help both the medical needs of our inmates as well as mental health services to them. So we're really looking forward to that. Again, that's an over $20 million project that we're working on. All right, we'll talk about pathways real quick. In fiscal year 25, Health and Human Services, who manages the Pathways program, did over 3,000 voluntary screenings. These are people that are being brought into the jail, being booked in, and they're giving screenings to find out what their needs are, so that when they do get out, they get that warrant handoff from us. They aren't just given a referral. If we can provide them services right then and there when they walk out, we know that the risk of them coming right back into jail certainly lowers. We have some of the important statistics that come out of these screenings. Look to be about 78% are reporting substance abuse. The largest risk factors are not having a primary care provider. 68% of those are experiencing that, along with no access to transportation. They don't have a way to get home. So that's a problem. A lot of times when they don't have a way to get back to their families, get back to their culture, then they are getting right back into the crowds and the people that got them into trouble in the first place. This is a big number. recidivism rate of 30%. This is over a 2.5-year period. This means that 70% of the people that go through the Pathways program do not come back for the same crime. Okay, it's a great number. This is a huge success. One of the best in the state. They have gotten to the point now where all 5 programs in the state are calculating this recidivism rate the same. So that was the goal. Before now, they were using different indicators as far as what they were, how they were counting recidivism. So we're looking at over 12,595 bookings. Out of that, 3,700 or so have returned to jail on a new charge in the last 2.5 years. Great numbers. This investment is about a $2 million investment each year through the Arizona State Legislature. We expect to receive our next $2 million in the next 2 weeks at the end of April here. Okay. Jail accomplishments. We have gone now with our contract with WellPath Medical to 24-hour medical coverage. That's great for us. That allows us to accept a lot more people into our facility with a medical evaluation, and which means less people need to go to the hospital and the emergency room. We do now have mobile on-site imaging, which is x-rays, and an additional mental health provider within the jail because that need has been so great. Let's talk a little bit about our Native American ceremonies. About 5 months ago, we were introduced to a man named Gabriel Yeva, and he is out of Phoenix. He was introduced by, I believe, Catherine Williams. I believe that's a relative of yours, Supervisor Begay, through a jail reentry, federal jail reentry program here in Flagstaff, which is a group consisting of several different agencies. We were able to meet with Gabriel Yeva, who owns a company that contracts out for Hogan Services. We were able to identify 2 facilitators through Mr. Yeva to come in and actually do sweat lodge ceremonies for us. We brought those people in, were able to get them through a big part of our hiring process, and we were looking forward today to telling you we had a date for the next ceremony. Unfortunately, last Thursday, those 2 facilitators expressed that they had deep concerns about working in a jail environment and stated that they would not be able to follow through with that. We are continuing to work with Mr. Yeva to begin to identify other sweat lodge facilitators, so we hope to have a couple more identified soon. He does do this kind of a business throughout the state, so we're hoping that he can provide us with a couple more options for being able to do that.
Sheriff, are there any jail facilities that are doing traditional sweat lodge within the facility itself?
Not in Arizona. We were the pioneers in this program. A lot of his facilitators are used to doing work with people on probation, which is out of custody. So it's going to be a challenge, as it has been, and we've been looking for years. It's going to be a challenge to find somebody that's willing to do this in a jail facility.
I have a question. Yeah, thank you, Chair. You stated that there's some sweat ceremonies that were done. Do you know the number, and then also the talking circles? I think those really stand out for me as some part of the services that this is being provided. The other one is the facilitators. When they were on, and who was funding that? Who were they being paid out of? Where fund were they paid, or who paid for their payroll?
Gabriel Yeva's company is called Native World Enterprises. And this was, we were referred to Gabriel by a woman who does this in the Phoenix area. She runs these types of programs, but she contracts with Gabriel and his company to do this, to find facilitators. It's very, very important that when we find facilitators or companies that do these types of ceremonies, because of the stress that it puts, physical stress that it puts on the body of these individuals, that we get one that's very qualified to do it. And Mr. Yeva seems to be the one that is very, the expert in this field. So we're very lucky to find him. We just need to find some facilitators who are willing to come into the facility. These facilitators actually made it through our hiring process through the, you have a background for volunteers, but unfortunately they were not comfortable with working in a jail environment.
And then Sheriff, that's funded out of jail district.
Jail district, yes.
Yep.
As far as the talking circles go, this is out of our Hogan area. I'll give you some of the statistics that I was given for our Hogan, but I think we will get you those additional talking circle numbers. I don't think I have those with me at this moment. But as far as our Native American ceremonies within our Hogan go, we have done 36 baptisms, 7 pipe and smudging ceremonies. It does say that we have completed several talking circles, but I'll get you those numbers specifically. We have done 3 live music events that are Native American, and then we have done 1 blanket and quilt giveaway event.
And then also I see that it's been really cleaned up. The whole gun's nice and clean. It looks like everything that was stored in there was taken out. And then the sweat lodge area is more presentable than it was the last time we went there to look at it. So I'm hoping that, you know, I guess you really have to understand the aspects of a traditional side of the whole thing in order, because these are things that really help our people out there. And I know that the majority of the people that probably need these services are probably Native Americans. And so we provide services to almost everything. And this one here, it is going to be, if you don't really understand it, what it is and how it helps people, then it's going to be hard for you to really take it and run with it, the program. So so that's what I wanted to say. And then also I really am interested in, you know, we did talk about this, Patrice, like I said this morning, Patrice and I went there and we looked at what was there and we were not satisfied with the condition. And so that's when we went in and we started pushing this again. But I just want to say that, you know, more information regarding this, we can advocate, we can do whatever you guys want us to do. Lena's here and the rest of the board, you know, I'm pretty sure they will support this because we talk about diversity in our whole county. And that's what I would like to see is the real diversity of everything within throughout the whole county. And then funding. I don't know how much funding is available for them. Maybe you're going to be presenting that. And then even soliciting the people that do these ceremonies, the traditional practitioners that do these ceremonies. There's a bunch of them out there, but you know, you have to actually go there to talk to them and wheel and deal, so to speak, with them. So that's how they will come in and, you know, the knowing that this interest is there. So, and this is really, and I'm glad this is the first one that's in Arizona, but you know, it's going to help because we all go out and we all get voted in by the whole Native American communities. And so we got to give back somehow. And this is one way of doing it. So I just want to say thank you, you know, for all that and your team, because, you know, as you see here, we have 2 Navajos on the board and Mr. Geronimo, you know, Vasquez. So, you know, I just want to say it's very important to me because I know it helps people. It helps them to cope with things in life and they turn around and that's how they move on with life. So thank you so much.
Thank you. In reference to some of your comments, yes, the Hogan is actually all brand new material that we've gotten since COVID's been over so that we are ready to do it in a professional manner. We are lucky to have Gabriel Yeva with Native World Enterprises because this is an actual company that does it. Like I said before, and I know that you're aware, these ceremonies are very intense and physically demanding. We don't limit it to just Native American inmates. We have it open to anybody. But they have to meet certain requirements. They're given a physical, they're given a medical evaluation to be able, so we know they're able to do it. And we know that going through a professional company to do this is the way to do this. We do believe, like you said, that bringing culture back into the healing process for inmates is needed for successful reintegration back into their communities. So we know that that is a priority and very important. So we will keep you updated. We will give you a white sheet of information for what we are looking at as far as numbers and an update as far as the recruitment goes for additional facilitators. As you see in this next picture, this is inside the Hogan. This is baptisms actually being performed of our inmates. So as you can see, it's a very clean facility. It is a very busy facility as far as baptisms go. Like I said, we've done 36 baptisms. Very useful facility for us. Okay, next subheading, or next. Okay, Exodus. So at least I have some good news for Exodus. Our women's program started last week. A lot of work went into this. In fact, we've got a video coming up of that class. 46 graduates from Exodus in 2025. And again, the implementation of the women's program. Another one of our educational programs in our jails, the ViaPath Inmate Education Program. This is the e-learning that they do on their inmate pads. Right? It's basically an iPad within their housing units. They get courses like GED prep, life skills, vocational skills, professional certificates, and then a lot of professional growth areas. Really, the opportunities are endless when you talk about virtual learning, and that's what they're able to do with those. Since 2023, when we implemented these ViaPath e-learning pads, we've had over 47,000 trainings and almost 2,000 users with 12,000 hours of total time. If they're going to be incarcerated, they might as well be learning and bettering themselves, right? Okay. That's it for that one. Next slide. This is our video. This is our brand new women's Exodus class that started last week. Last year you met Michael. He is the director of our Exodus program.
Structure to do some writing overnight. We all read tomorrow, so everybody reads.
These are very engaged inmates. They don't just get to sign up and take the class. They have to be vetted. They have to be interviewed so that we know that they will be successful and they're doing the program for the right reason.
All yourself your name in the actual writing tab. So there goes.
So we are seeking right now a female for this program because it seems to be the model that's most successful. But for right now, we've got our director of the program teaching it. Okay. More goals and objectives for our detention staff. Always wanting to meet increased demands for service as the inmate staffing increases. Staffing levels, obviously, vehicles, equipment needed, technology. One example of the technology is the ViaPath program through education, and then obviously always budget. We are always looking to increase the skill level of our employees, which requires compensation, recruitment, retention, training, and health and wellness. As far as some of our funding that we have received is in the jail district. Now this is outside funding, not to include the taxing district. In our inmate welfare fund, we've earned almost $500,000, and in bed rentals we're at $400,000. So these are additional revenue sources that pay for the programs that we do in the jail. Supervisor Begay, you mentioned the cost of doing the sweat lodge ceremonies. We know they are very expensive. We were given an estimate on those. They're very expensive at almost $1,000 a session. However, we don't do that many of them, and they're like you said, they're extremely valuable to those that take them, so they're worth it.
Sure. I don't know who gave you that amount, but I know that it's a lot less than that. Maybe by 80%. Yes, so we probably need to look into how you guys have developed your curriculum or whatever you go by, and then also the funding. So you have, just like I said, you have to know what it is and how much you will need to pay, to have that done. Yeah, so.
Thank you. Okay. Next, go to the next slide, please. Okay, our goals and our outcomes. As far as community engagement goes, we will continue to attend our community and chapter meetings along with our community deputies that are assigned. Lots of educational programs that we do on a weekly basis. We've got lots of community deputies assigned, as well as volunteer opportunities. And at the risk of being distracting here, we will tell you that this week our Sheriff mobile app went live. So if you get on your phone, on your apps, your app store, and enter in Coconino Sheriff, you'll get our Sheriff's app. Right? It gives us lots of direct information as far as our jail goes, and any kind of alerts that come out. It does not replace our emergency notification system that we use through EM. This is just more direct information from our department as far as who we are, what we do, and a lot of jail information as well. So it is continuing to be built out, but it's been very, very popular with other sheriff's offices within our state and around the region. As far as goals with our detention academy, this year we reached a 20-year partnership with CCC and raised our college credits. So our detention officers, just by taking the 7-week academy, are earning 18 college credits within that 7 weeks, which actually gives them a huge jump start to higher education. And we're finding that they're able to do that.
Question on that. And I know you have a lot of professional certificates, et cetera. I know there are various professions that you get certifications for that can be used towards job training. Do you do any of that as well?
As far as within the jail?
Within the jail.
I know we do like food handler certificates in the past.
Okay.
Better figure out anything as far as anything beyond food handlers. And a lot of those, like the food handler certificates, those inmates will actually work in our kitchen. And so they're building a resume, not just education, but actual real life experience.
And then they can get out and they actually have something they can utilize for jobs.
That's correct.
So, I mean, that might be something, I know there's so much,
There is,
right?
But like we always say, we keep our feet on the pedal.
Yeah.
Right? There's always more. Okay. We also, as far as one of our goals, we continue to advocate for a retirement system for our detention officers. They are the only class of county employees that don't have the same or equivalent retirement system that the rest of the county or the city has in a retirement plan. We'll continue to advocate for that through the Sheriff's Association. Next slide is just our outcomes. This basically just highlights the fact that everything surrounds our community. Our focus is always the community and what we'll do for the community. Okay, next slide. Continuing with challenges and priorities, certainly in our operations division, compensation, we know this year after year. This is a profession that is always in competition with other agencies, whether it's local, state, federal, or anything else. Recruitment and retention are always things we have to pay attention to make sure that we keep those up. We know about living in the area that we do, that economic pressures and cost of living are issues for us, along with increased calls for service, which cause fatigue, and then the increase in the complex critical incidents. I heard our legal defender talk about their complexity in their cases that they are seeing. So along with technology, along with all the advances in everything involved in a successful prosecution, that's one of them. We talked about our increases in violent crime. their percentages of that. I believe there's 7 or 9% this last year and 40% the year on top of the 40% last year. Violent crime is just exploding. And then the impacts of our legislative sessions.
Supervisor Ontiveros has a question.
You are the fifth presenter today, and I don't want you to feel left out because everyone else has been asked this question. Do you have any idea why these statistics are rising so much?
You know, I think a lot of it has to do with the political environment in the world. There's a lot of divisiveness right now. Not to say that it's one specific thing that's causing that. It could be generational. It could be how our kids are being raised. It could be any one of a number of factors. Certainly financially, we're struggling as a nation. All those things, I think, compound the issues. I think if I had the answer to that, I'd be in a different place.
Well, yeah, and I agree, but your answer really, everyone's struggling to try and find an answer for this because it's like, I think we all want to analyze it. And if only we knew what it was, then we could address it, but no one can seem to pinpoint that. So your answer was very much in alignment with others.
I think we have to do things within our own circle, sphere of influence. And for us, it's 350 people in a jail environment that we can influence every day. And in the operations division, it's every single community meeting that we go to, every single call that we go on. What we do know is that every single day, our people in uniform do something that affects someone for the rest of their lives. They remember them forever. It could be positive and it could be negative, so let's make it positive. And you can even arrest somebody in a positive way. Okay, next slide. Okay, these are, we just put together a real quick summary because we know you've been asking about what's been recommended. So as far as our SIRs go, those projects that were recommended by the county manager's office were the co-location projects, both in the dispatch area and the records area. These are co-located because these are projects, both dispatch and records are run by the Flagstaff Police Department. So these would be our portion of those projects. We were severely deficient within our armory funding, which is our firearms training. We call any kind of firearms type scenario that happens is what we call low frequency, high liability. So it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it tends to be a very high liability type situation for us. The new state task force position that we were talking about before with our gang task force, that the 0.25 of a position was recommended, which will allow us again to put one whole new position back into patrol. Professional standards detective vehicle, we've got basically an internal affairs detective, and she is in need of a vehicle. And that will be split because this person now will be investigating issues in both the jail and in operations on patrol, so for the whole department. We were also recommended for a threat liaison officer. This is a detective level position, which is going to be looking at the threat assessments within all the county buildings, to include this one, as well as provide a deputy for functions by the Board of Supervisors in this building, as far as security goes in any other county building for security. Medical services budget. Every single year, our medical costs in our jail continue to rise as the need for helping our inmates with medical issues gets bigger. And then under jail district, it was recommended for a virtual reality simulator. This isn't just for firearms decision-making unit, which is basically worn over the base, but it also helps in the training of, say, virtual scenarios of dealing with inmates with mental health. So it allows for an interactive environment using artificial intelligence. Next slide. The things that were not recommended, the first three that are, have an asterisk next to them, are recommended to be covered through our CPI funds. So the radio site leases, which is our radios that we use, the leases are being renewed, but again, prices are going up like everything. Body worn cameras, same thing, along with our tasers. Lots of this technology, the costs are going up. And then we've got some maintenance on our search and rescue vehicles that will be funded through CPI. Things that were not recommended were a corporal, which is a supervisor for Williams District, a deputy for the Flagstaff District. These are all general fund. Deputy for the Fredonia District to assist with the one deputy we have there. And then one more deputy for the Williams District, which covers Williams and Tucson. Quartermaster program is basically a cache of uniforms for our jail division so that they don't have to wait to get their uniforms in, as jail officers actually start working very soon after coming to work for us. Control tactics budget for jail district was not. Some costs for the honor guard, which are the folks that end up going to funerals and those types of events for other agencies and our own, was not. Detention uniform allowance increase was not. Recruitment budget and 2 additional vehicles were not. Yes.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, the management makes recommendations, but it is this board that will ultimately be making the ultimate decision. And so I want to just ask you a very straightforward question, and that is, on this list of county manager not recommended items, are there any on this list that you would like to bring to the board's attention to have us look at to take a closer look on?
You know, I think every time that you go to a community meeting, every time that we go to a community meeting, there's one thing that we are always asked. And that demand is for more law enforcement coverage. So I can leave it at that.
Okay, well then, let me just drill down on that a little bit. There are 4 areas that are listed, 3 areas, Williams, Flagstaff, and Fredonia. It is one of our greatest responsibilities, and that is public health and safety. And is there anything in either of these 3 areas that the board needs to be made aware of that might influence our decision?
So let me dive a little bit further into what the staffing levels are in those areas. In the Williams District, we have currently 13 deputies assigned. That includes our lieutenant and 2 sergeants. There's not a 24-hour coverage in Williams or Tucson. So there are several hours in the middle of the night that are uncovered. This is not something we advertise. Need for more, the calls for service that we are getting, we're experiencing a lot more calls in the KEW and the Ash Fork area, which are an extended response, say if you're coming from the Tucson area. So if we end up with a major call in Tucson where we might have 2 people on, both units have to go all the way to the Ash Fork area for say, a domestic violence call. If we at the same time get a call in Tucson, they're at least an hour and a half out to get to Tucson. So it's an extended period of time for response. So that's why we're asking for those additional positions. One as a supervisor, because there is only 2 supervisors. And when you talk about 24/7 operation, 2 sergeants and 1 corporal position that are currently there right now are not enough to cover those hours. As far as our Flagstaff district goes, at any given time, you saw the map before, we may have 4 deputies on. That is a massive patrol area that extends from Munns Park to, say, Baderville, Kendrick Park area, all the way out to Winslow, all the way north to Tuba City. Huge area. And as we are seeing, we're getting more violent crimes, we're getting more need to send multiple officers to calls. That takes them out of those areas. As far as the Flagstaff district goes, those cover most of the districts and the board members. Fredonia district, right now we have 1 deputy assigned to Fredonia. anytime we have one officer assigned to any area, that can be a dangerous situation. We are right now, have been in discussions with the National Park Service, who are running a limited amount of staff members, both the North Rim and the South Rim, along with our Page District at Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, who used to have anywhere from 12 to 15 rangers on per summer to now they're neck down to 4. So lots of our law enforcement in those areas are limited due to funding or whatever it is. Forest Service no longer has a law enforcement officer anywhere in the North Rim area. So we don't have any backup from there. So basically one person with a couple of Fredonia police officers that might be on at any given time.
So you couldn't commit as to which, I mean, obviously, we really aren't in a position to be able to fund every 4 positions. So do you have, and I think this is, Supervisor Antiveros is trying to get an idea. We understand the need. We hear about it. You know that. We hear about it every time we're in these areas. And we also know that given the cutbacks with the National Park Service and the Forest Service, you end up, you've already been default on covering law enforcement in these federal areas anyway, but it's gotten only worse. And by that I mean the need, there's fewer of them, and so everybody defaults back to the sheriff's office. So we know that, we hear it, we even see it. Is there one position there that you think rises to the top if we had one position?
In fact, I'm even going to use the word critical.
Every one of those positions is the same position. It's the deputy sheriff. So at that point in time, we can take that deputy sheriff and put them in the most needed position, So we can use them whether it's in Williams, Grand Canyon, or it's in the Flagstaff district. We can assign them because it's the same position. Any position is going to help us.
And I'm sure that's true. And I know the problem is if they're out of Flagstaff, you still, been there, done it, KEW and Tucson, that's a long way away. So, and I guess you are not looking to put a deputy living in these communities?
We have been in talks with Tucson, whether it's within the park in the Grand Canyon or within the city and town limits of Tucson.
Yeah.
There have been several options, but we have as you know, we have a new town manager.
Yeah.
And we have been talking with Mr. Clifton about that possibility. We did have an interesting town council meeting last week or the week before. And I think as a result of that, we're going to be talking about more of a resident deputy situation there.
Because I think that having a deputy living within the community for 2 reasons. Number 1, just response. Number 2, as we know, and you've said at the very beginning, trust. And the best way to gain trust is if you're from the community and living in the community.
They certainly they find ownership when they have the deputy assigned to the community. That's what we have is those. That's why we have community deputies assigned to each one of our individual communities.
And Chair Horseman, a really good example of what you're talking about is Deputy McKeever in Forest Lakes. I believe that's his title. If not, okay. Yeah.
All right, yes. County
Sure.
manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. And I will say, oftentimes we've looked at, particularly in the sheriff's office and in the jail with detention, of adding positions, but we have vacancies, right? So you're adding positions to the books, yet we need to fill the positions that we have. I will say, it looks to me like in the High Country Training Center and the sheriff and team done a really good job in filling those vacancies. I don't want to speak for you, Sheriff, but it looks like you're about as full as you've been for a while. And so that's a big factor, and nice work.
But is that detention or is that in patrol?
That's in the deputy patrol area.
Okay.
We have actually made great strides in our detention facility, but I think we're at 22 and a half openings. Now that includes not just uniform detention officers, but it includes our detention support specialists, which are civilians as well. So we were at several times within within one position of being completely full in operations.
Yeah. Got it.
Could you repeat that, the last part of what you said? 3 of them are what? Okay, so you're almost full.
Correct.
Okay, almost 100% staff there. Okay.
So I think the county manager said, mentioned last year we were in a different conversation where we couldn't fill positions. And I think with the pay plan improvements,
Right.
much different agency sense.
And great leadership.
I'm just going to say that the board makes the decision, and if ever there is a point in time where you feel the need is critical, you need to let this board know. That's an invitation from the board to you to say, let us know.
Thank you.
And we do hear from the communities all the time about it.
Okay. As far as, so that really concludes that list. Next one, under renewal plan, which is technology needs. These were placed under that, and I think Siri can probably give a better description of this, but under the renewal plan for technology, we're looking at the Leaf air conditioner mini splits. Now, these are critical to our servers because these keep our servers intact. If we were to lose that air conditioner, which is at end of life right now from what we're being told from facilities, we will lose a ton of information on those servers to our CAD system and our records management system. We've got some annual software maintenance subscriptions, computer hardware, network hardware, software, search and rescue annual software budget, search and rescue somewhere global hotspot services. These are what allow us to see our search and rescue operators when they're in the field in areas where we would normally not be able to see them, whether they're forested areas or anything else, so we can track them. We also use them, I believe, on our SWAT team to be able to see where our operators are at, say in the darkness, and our telephone services. We moved over to technology. Last 3 for technology are we've hired some corporals within our jail to be supervisors, and we'd like to get some laptops assigned to them to be able to do lots of supervisor type job duties like evaluations and signing off on time cards, those types of things, as well as working not in a certain restricted space. Again, the AC mini split, that's in the jail. It's the same thing on the jail side as on the Leaf side, which is, again, cooling the servers needed to store that information. And then training laptops, we have a bunch of laptops that are at end of life. But anytime we do a training session, we might bring 10 people in to do a training session. We just need laptops dedicated to the training, which we do about once a week. Okay. In the capital renewal plan, we've got our jail management system. Right now, we're looking at a records management system, which would include the NAU Police Department, Flagstaff Police Department, and the Sheriff's Office. When we look at changing that management system to go away from Hexagon, which is the company we're currently with, we would need a new jail management system that's specific to jail needs. A lot of these records management systems focus on the law enforcement police side, but unfortunately lack on the jail side because that's not their focus. Safety cell replacements, these are our padded cells for the people, inmates that tend to hurt themselves, that keep them safe in those. Jail restroom refacing, which I don't believe it's been done since the jail was built in 2000. We've got some cameras that need to be upgraded in Page and added to the expansion of that facility. Page detention storage. So within our Page detention office, we've got large areas within the building which we need to outfit for evidence to be able to track our evidence better, as well as areas to service our firearms and store firearms in a safe manner. We also have some furniture within our jail towers to replace. That's it for that. I'd like to finish off, and unfortunately, we lost the two folks that I was going to try to address here in this incident that our folks dealt with a few weeks ago. Okay. So the presentation today, just this incident that happened on February 4th is an example of what it means to commit to the concept of service to community. To deputy sheriff or detention officer serving in Coconino County, service to community may be defined as sacrificing your own safety, putting yourself in between real evil and true victims of the most violent of crimes. On the evening of February 4th, just over 2 months ago, a distraught individual decided to rain terror in a West Side neighborhood in Flagstaff. A nightmare was about to unfold by way of an active shooter in the Railroad Springs community. As police officers responded to what began as a routine domestic violence call, they were met with semi-automatic rifle gunfire. This caused a massive response from all available law enforcement in the Flagstaff region, including several deputies that are present today in this room. As the gunmen engaged the responding deputies and officers with dozens of rounds of rifle fire, tactical teams and air support were ordered to the area due to the unique hazards of the location. This particular neighborhood is closely congested with mobile homes, close enough to provide for many hiding areas, but structurally not capable of providing protection from an active shooter armed with a rifle. As law enforcement responded and attempted to identify the location of the suspect, shots rang out and echoed between the closely placed homes. The suspect moved swiftly, rooftop to rooftop, using elevation and darkness to his advantage over the openly vulnerable responding officers. Parents in the mobile homes grabbed their small children and threw them into bathtubs, covering them with their own bodies, pleading with them to be quiet. The good guys are coming. They won't give up, they told their children, to try and calm them down. Those without access to cover gathered in the corners of their bedrooms as bullets ripped through their living rooms and bedrooms. Air support from the Arizona Department of Public Safety finally showed up in the form of a rescue helicopter from Kingman, Ranger 56. The DPS trooper and pilot expertly guided our deputies and officers to the suspect from over 1,000 feet high. As the tactical team finally began to close in on the hiding place of the shooter, shots were again fired through the eaves of the roofs the officers were advancing on. Then the radio traffic came. We're going down, we're going down. These words immediately recognized by the team as those coming from the flight crew that had been keeping them alive by relaying locations of the shooter. During the mass chaos, the officers watched in disbelief as the helicopter fell from the sky, crashing to the ground in a fireball. The immediate realization of losing their brothers, their protectors, in that moment caved in. While still in an active firefight, courageousness took over. The suspect was quickly taken into custody, while at the same time deputies ran to the crash site, pulling a crew member out of the fire in a desperate attempt to save his life. Several individual acts of heroism were discovered as the totality of the event was investigated. Over a 2-hour period, these deputies placed themselves in between the shooter and members of our community. Other behind-the-scenes acts, like assisting a woman locked inside her vehicle due to being overtaken by fear of what may happen if she got out. Deputies went to and escorted her from the vehicle to safety. These decisions to protect at all costs cannot be appreciated enough. I want to thank those from our staff for being a hero to so many that night, for their courage and bravery. I know this experience will be carried with them forever for the rest of their lives. I just want to finish by thanking them for their service. The picture before was the SWAT team that responded. That's the multi-agency SWAT team consisting of Flagstaff Police Department and our own deputies. And then that picture there is a picture of the memorial that they built for the families of the DPS officers that we lost. And that was placed at the scene of the accident. Go ahead.
Wow, thank you, Sheriff, and really appreciate the tribute and the acknowledgement of those that gave it all. Members of the board, any comments, questions? Supervisor Ontiveros?
You know, I've got a question. Our first presenter this morning was the constable. And you'll give me just a second. They had talked about their threat of increasing public hostility towards law enforcement officers and agents of the judicial system. And so my question to you, have you also noticed that towards the deputy sheriffs?
We have, certainly it's really everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not, and again, it's not one thing I think that you can put your finger on as far as what exactly it is, but
Mhm.
we just see just the hostility everywhere.
And so do you feel that that's been increasing
It has.
since we saw you last year?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I think that's evident in just violent crime as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing violent crime just skyrocket. Beyond the 40% that we saw last year, we saw an additional 7% on top of that. I mean, huge increases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. And of course, this is my second budget season. And I remember last year, I remember those stats. I now, like the trend is moving upwards. Like you gave quite a bit of increase even since we saw you a year ago. And so that really went to the question that I asked. You know, I'm watching and I'm concerned. And so let us know.
We work for our communities. We have to listen to our communities and what they demand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. I'm at those community meetings, and you can go to the grocery store. Okay, you just once you become an elected, you just go in to buy a dozen eggs, and you get hit up with this. And this is something that I do hear a lot about, especially in the rural communities. So, so I'm going to leave that with that ends my questions. But thank you to you. Thank you to everyone in this room today and to all of the other officers. I think you said there's 281, and that even goes to the administrative staff because it's a team. So if you would please express this board's, I believe I can speak on behalf of the board, our appreciation for what you guys do, and ending it on the note that you did, that is a real example of heroism and what you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
So through this session today, it's been wellness. And I want to ask our county manager and you, Sheriff, how are our protocols for wellness set up? These violent crimes, more complex cases, and just our public safety, and and our it's like that's what keeps coming up. How is our wellness program set up? Are they sufficient? Are they enough? Do we need to create a special program? How are we addressing that? I know we have BERA, we have 800 number that you can call so many times for counseling, but it seems like this is way beyond that. So how do we establish a better system if it's not efficient enough? Maybe a survey needs to be done with all of our attorneys and the deputies to make sure that they feel like they're being taken care of.
I'm sorry, one of the slides that shows a lot of the different wellness resources that we offer. I think it's different for each individual, right? So I think the ability to offer as many different kinds as we can. I mean, we have a lot of people using an app on a phone, which gives them, it's called the Cortical app, and it gives them access 24/7 to virtual counseling or virtual resources. We've seen a lot of use in that with our younger staff, but I think, and I'm sure that I know that our county manager's office and human resources department offer a lot of resources. But I don't think you can ever, you can't ever offer enough. But we just have to do the best we can do and make sure that we keep up with, what the latest and greatest is.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Well, Erica,
Yeah.
I'd just like to say a few
Mhm.
things. I think and Sheriff noted it, it's different for every person. And I think after the event that Sheriff just referenced, those debriefs are so important, and we all debrief differently. Some of us stuff it down a little further. Some of us want to visit and talk. And so Erica can talk about our wellness programs, and I think we have a very robust program. But I also think, and I want to believe in, that we have a really great organization, and we can call one another. And I know I certainly do in this organization, and we'll pick up the phone and call the sheriff occasionally and say, hey, what do you think about this? And it's very helpful, and to rely on one another. But we also need to have those specific programs for EAP. I know after I've utilized some of those personally, those EAP services after some of our disaster events and how we process those. And again, it's different for everyone, and I think I wasn't there for your debriefs, but I know that those are very difficult because you do have acts of heroism at the same time. We're also human, but I think and Sheriff spoke to the vacancies, and Mr. Stang spoke to the vacancies as well, and it just what's our organization and how do we process that? And I think that speaks to really you look at so many of these vacancies being filled and wanting to work in our organization and creating these environments, and I believe that that's super helpful. And some of it's anecdotal, yes, but you also can see these numbers and draw as to what's happening. Sorry to interrupt you, Erica, but I appreciate our programs that we can utilize, but I also appreciate the organizations that we have within each department, and that speaks to it as well.
Right.
And after that, and after the loss of the helicopter, there were events as well. And so for some, that may provide closure, and for others, that might just be another memory of that event. And so different opportunities, but at those gatherings to have people come together, so important. And so we do have a really robust wellness program. And the idea behind that program is that there are continuously new things and a wide variety of things that will speak to people in different moments. And we're very proud of our partnership with Jorgensen Brooks, EAP, because it's not just 6 visits a year, which a lot of organizations provide 6 visits of counseling a year. We do 6 visits per issue, as many issues as someone has a year. And we don't just offer that to benefit eligible employees, we offer that to part-time employees, temps, interns, and even jurors. That's something that we do beyond the trust, and we pay for that separately so that we can offer that at all times. We have a wellness program that has monthly lunch and learns on a variety of different topics, and also an app and a platform. So whether that wellness is about steps or sleep or drinking water or meditation, recharging, there's a really wide variety to help people find something that will speak to them. And as the sheriff mentioned earlier, there are additional protections for our law enforcement officers to ensure that they have access to the resources they need as well. So we place a really high importance on wellness in our organization, and during these, if there is a tough moment or a tough event, we can bring a team, a Jorgensen Brooks team, in person to do counseling. We can do that virtually. People can go individually. We can have group counseling. We also notify Vera because of the health coaches there and the providers there as well. And I will, we just heard from Joe Carver. They lost a member of their team, and we did bring in Jorgensen Brooks during that moment, which is very different from the moment that the sheriff has described. And they came in and they did group counseling sessions for that team, and then they had individual sessions available as well. So lots of different things, but we can always do more, and we're always striving to do something new that might speak to someone in a different way.
Thank you. And I just asked that question because if people are listening, we get information sent out to us, so we know there's ways. However, people that are listening in here, where all these wellness, county attorney's office, the attorneys that just came before us, we need to just reassure people and even ourselves that there are services here for them. And we need to make sure and happy to that you're always looking for new ways. And yes, everything is individualized. Like, with native people, we would turn to our own ceremonies and our own way of healing. So I think that those processes are just really important. And all the staff need to understand if there is any kind of wellness issue that you have, we have resources. Reach out and take care of yourself. That's the most important thing, because if you're not well and you take it home, then you have impact on your family and your loved ones, and it's just really can drive to not a good situation. So I think we need to just re-emphasize that all the time, to say that there is help available for you whatever you're dealing with. So thank you.
All right.
Can I just
And
say one more thing?
sure, you
I
can
just
say one
want
more thing, even two
okay,
more
two more things maybe. I want to just thank you with your presentation. It's always well put. The programs that are put together at the detention center, as well as the, like, it's very difficult to cover the whole county. We have one deputy in Fredonia, and that's become challenging because of the North Rim fire. The National Park Service had a emergency provided emergency services, and then they also provided various services there. That support and anchor is not there anymore. Granted, we're working to rebuild that, but in the meantime, it's just that support's not there. So our deputy, we have DPS that's out there, but we have our page and one officer, and then all our page deputies, when they have to take time off, has to go out there, and it's a long distance from Page all the way to Fredonia, and now on the mountain there. So, and in the Forest Service, and you're also are called into situations on the national parks also. So that is something I think that we really need to think about, is like your request here that was not approved, and just what Supervisor Ontiveros was just bringing up was which one is the most important. And these are really challenging area, and that whole area there is just like we're in a dead. There's no service there, so that's why we're meeting with AT&T FirstNet to see what they can do, but that's like down the road. And so I'm just trying to see where I think it's really difficult, for to say just this one. I need all of them, but that's a great challenge that we all have to really look at. So just want to thank you for your service and your agreement with not just Navajo Nation. That was a huge effort too, Navajo Nation IGA, but also working with all our municipalities. You all work together really well, and just the partnerships that you all create and maintain and nurture those partnerships. So just really want to recognize you and all the deputies that are out there, because that partnership with those that you're working with and the community, you're very well known in the community. Our deputies are known in the community. They're well respected. So I just want to just thank you for all the services that you all provide, and be out there and just stay safe, and let's make it a great year.
Thank you, Supervisor.
So I have some more, and some of this is, I want to make, I'm sorry that Dr. or Corporal Wobble and Dex are no longer here, but that's pretty incredible and what they've been able to do, and just the work that's been done in terms of drug trafficking and human trafficking. And just want to, it's great to see such results. And then I got to say, Pathways just continues to inspire, and hopefully is in fact a showcase for the rest of not just the state but really the country. And a 30% recidivism rate, that's pretty impressive. So the more we can do and more we can help to advance that kind of Pathways program. Quite frankly, I wish we had all the money in the world, because I would love to see that outside of, same kind of program outside of a detention setting. But it's wonderful what you're doing, and I want to thank everybody for that. And the Native American practices, I know it's been hard. I'm glad you stuck with it. I think that's important because we have such a diverse community and such a large Native American population, and I'm really glad to see that there has been a emphasis and, quite frankly, stick-to-itiveness to try to get that done. Exodus program has always been a highlight, even before Pathways, and so glad you now have a women's program. I think that was long overdue, and very glad to see that being instituted. And just a comment, I think that when we see the very foundation and institutions of our society really being questioned by many leaders, it's not unexpected that you're going to see an increase in violence. It's an increase in the lack of respect for authority, including law enforcement. But I just want to basically call out you and the rest of your department for the job you do in building trust in our community. And I think trust is something that is built on a local level. You are out, you are visible. Some of the outreach programs you do, whether it's the book program or other programs that you're involved in, you show up at so many of our events and are seen and are visible and are acknowledged and recognized by our community. And I think that goes far into promoting respect for law enforcement, and certainly the county attorneys, our county sheriff's department and county attorney's department. But I really hope you keep that up. And I know it's hard sometimes. We are living in very difficult times with some people who are somewhat affiliated with law enforcement, maybe not playing by the same rules that quite frankly you play by. And I know that has created an effect on your department. But I just want to say you all are doing a great job out there, and your community relations are very, very good. And I will hope that you'll continue to work on community outreach and on building trust. And it's something certainly, we absolutely support what you're doing on that. And we want to, quite frankly, be a partner with you in moving forward to create, the most safe communities we can. We are limited in what we can spend, as you know, because I think we all would say, yeah, we need somebody in Williamson. We need somebody in Fredonia. And quite frankly, our constituents would agree. So we're going to continue to work and do what we can to help your department, and look forward to continuing communication with you and your staff. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate the presentation, learning about all that your department does. And so I want to start off by saying thank you to you and all your deputies and corrections officers, because just appreciate all the work that you do, all of you. Every time that I've had constituents come to me where they needed some kind of support, whether it be the sheriff's office or in the jail, you've always been there available and helped navigate through that system. And so I appreciate that and want to say thank you on behalf of my constituents that you've helped over the last year since the last time we had this budget hearing. And again, like I said, you're in a tough spot. You have rules to enforce, and sometimes those rules might or might not seem correct, but you're in a spot where you still have to enforce them. And so, I just want to give you my respect in the way you've handled it over the last year, and I hope you'll continue to maintain the public trust. That was something that Sheriff Driscoll taught me when I first came in, and you continue with that mantra of public trust and how important that is, and I respect that, and just want to say thank you for all your hard work.
Any other concluding remarks? Otherwise, I think you can tell. So Supervisor Begay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to thank all the staff, all the way from the clerical to all of the deputies and yourself, and for all the hard work that you guys do. And I know that we have to be there for the safety of the people, and it means a lot to be out there, but we do worry about the safety of the staff out there. So we just have to be more uh, d- adhering to what policies we have, and also all of that, just to ensure safety, and we just don't, and the liability can be a huge liability too to the county. So I just want to say thus far, everything's, cool, I guess is what I would like to say. But, I just want to say thank you so much. And I agree with all the comments that my colleagues have made. It's hard, and I think every department is in that way. So we have a big task in front of us here, to really look at the budget and all the requests that have come through. But we will do our best to, just make sure that, whatever you guys need to a certain point is what you need, and we'll give you that need. So thank you so much.
All right. 4:15. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all that your deputies that were here with us today. Really appreciate seeing you all again. And thank you for your service. So I think, are we going to do a little wrap up here? Or
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have time reserved for wrap up if you'd like. I know it's been long. It's been a good day. It's been a long day. And so if you'd
well,
like
and yeah, let's do a 5-minute bio break, but let's come back. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, thank you so much, everyone. And we'll look for some times in here. Some departments might go a bit longer than others. We do have our courts, and judges will come and want to have their time with you. And but that's the intent of these meetings, to give you time with people. So, but we do have a half hour, and we might be able to get in a bit more at the end tomorrow. And it sounds like Siri got some very good feedback, and so we'll keep crunching. And thank you. It was yeah, been a good week. Yeah, 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 but yeah, yeah. And we're glad you're seeing that with departments, and you had some examples today of departments really looking for solutions too, and that's what you want.
Right.
That's yeah.
Absolutely. No, this has been really good. I really appreciate the time and effort that the department has put into this. And it's very, very, really important for us. So thank you. We're adjourned.